6-2 win over the Dodgers, tying up the Fall Classic at 2 games apiece. Over in the NHL, the Capitals were without center Dylan Strome and defenseman Rasmus Sandin, while the Stars, they were missing 3 of their top 9 forwards. But it was Dallas's goaltender who ended up making the massive difference in this one. The Capitals were shut out for the first time this season, dropping last night's game with the Stars 1-0. And for most of the game's first 46 minutes, the Wizards outplayed the Philadelphia 76ers. But then backup center Adem Bona swatted a bunch of shots, and Tyrese Maxey did some hero stuff, and the Wizards found themselves at the wrong end of an overtime loss, 139-134. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Listen, normally on Wednesdays, Brian and I are out in Ashburn. Wednesday's the beginning of the week. Today we're not, though, because Commanders are on a short week, have a really funky practice schedule. They're practicing late this afternoon. Practice scheduled for 3:45. DQ scheduled to talk at 3:15. So me and B are in the Navy Yard studio.
My mindset wasn't that.
I almost sent a text this morning. So I dropped the girls at 8 a.m. for school, and then I was heading back home to shower and shave and stuff. And in my head then, I was like, all right, I'm driving to Ashburn. Like, let me check the bridge traffic.
You thought just like I did.
But then I was like, oh, wait, we're not going to Ashburn today. We're going to the studio. So I had that thought, and I was like, I wonder if I should text the boys. Because when I walked in, Jeff was like, oh, damn, I thought you were going to be in Ashburn today. So we're all a little off kilter. Short week for us,
I
too.
left my house at 9:15.
Did you start driving to Ashburn?
I left at 9:15 because I was sitting there, and when I walked downstairs, I was chilling, and I looked on the counter, and I'm like, okay, my lunchbox is on the counter. Because I told Maya last night I'm going into the studio. Because if I'm going to Ashburn, she don't make lunch.
Right.
If I'm going to the studio, she makes it. And
that's what reminded you?
And she's like, aren't you going into I'm like, oh! And then I got out the house in a matter of from the moment she mentioned it, it was like 2-3 minutes I was out the house. And I'm like, oh, man. But I was in here on time.
Yeah. So you
right
probably have to give yourself like 40 minutes to get down here?
Yeah, that's depending on the traffic once I get to Independence.
And what do you have to give yourself to get to Ashburn? 20?
15.
Yeah.
Tops.
So weirdly for me, my house is almost like not mileage distance,
but
time distance.
Yeah.
I'm almost like equal to each spot depending on, honestly, driving to Ashburn for me prior to whatever is going on, like
the bridge.
Like Tyson's and GW and all that mess has been going on long enough that I expect that. Mm-hmm. Whatever's going on the actual Legion Bridge right now, I don't know, maybe
to the right,
like from Maryland to Virginia.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad because if you got a problem on a bridge, you got to address it.
Whatever needs to be happening, they need to do it because you would ride that bridge. Like I have ridden that bridge, and also like when you get to certain parts, you can kind of look at it over in Maryland on that side.
It looks a little janky.
You can look, and it's like and then when you start hearing all the stuff about all the different bridges and stuff around the country, I'm like, yeah, go on and fix that.
Maybe we get Adam Tuss, the NBC4 transportation reporter, on for a bridge update because they're about to start, which honestly might impact you. You come over Roosevelt, right? You come 66 just into the city on the Independence. I think they're about to start some big construction on that.
Well, they're already doing that. They're already doing stuff on the side of it.
Yeah. Is it bad or is it kind of the same?
Once you get to that, you roll right on in.
So for me, my bottleneck points, so when I'm coming downtown, I can either go like MacArthur through Georgetown or I go Mass down to Rock Creek, and everything's around the Lincoln Memorial.
Uh-huh.
Lincoln Memorial to the office can be 5 minutes if we're cruising, can be a half hour.
I just jump on Main most times because
you always go the other side.
It's amazing. Every time we've had somebody out there doing their little stuff, they're protesting and stuff, they're on the interstate.
Yeah.
They never come to Maine. And I'm not trying to give y'all no hints. Stay on the interstate. Because you think about that, though. Wouldn't you think Maine is safer for them? Because the dudes on the interstate are rolling.
I think they're trying to cause more, like, chaos, so they want to be on the highway.
I just think, like, those cars coming around the curves on the highway is like 65, 70.
Totally. My only hesitance with Maine is if just the little, what do you call that? The access point where you're on Main Avenue and then it splits to Main Avenue or 395. Like if that is slightly backed up, if there's one truck making a delivery to one of those first restaurants, like the first development past the old wharf,
yeah,
like it just backs up forever.
Yeah, but it's just like normally a backing up type thing, and you hit it. They normally right there around. I've done it. 9:35, 9:45 is when they start that little backup area.
Right.
If you can get back past it before then, you're good.
Right. So, a lot happened last night. Did you happen to watch The Wiz?
I watched some of the Wiz, and I watched some of the baseball game, and then lack of sleep from the night before took over.
Yeah. I was in bed by
I had a 3.5 hour nap prior to getting into all that.
Good for you, dude.
I went home, and when I woke up, basketball game was on.
I got zero nap, but I got a good night's sleep. I'm feeling pretty good. The Wiz, we carved pumpkins last night, and I was always the youngest, so I never experienced this through like the oldest child's eyes. But we're carving pumpkins, and Lauren left me alone with the kids for like 3 minutes, and it couldn't have been a less opportune 3 minutes. So the house is a disaster. We like created an outdoor space to carve the pumpkins, right? And so it's me and the two girls and the two pumpkins and like the little pumpkin carving knives. And Shelby's like, they draw the faces on there first, and then you carve out the little faces. And
I've seen it, never done it.
And Shelby's like, well, Dad, I'm 10 years old. I'm in 4th grade. Let me do it myself. And I'm like, all right. Like, to me, I'm like, that seems pretty reasonable. 10 years old, you're in 4th grade, you want to carve your own pumpkin? Have at it. 6-year-old hears that. Well, Daddy, I want to carve my pumpkin too. Shelby can't do it if I can't do it. Shelby can't do it if I can't do it. Shelby can't do it if I can't do it. I'm like, oh, hell. I have completely opened Pandora's box here.
This is what I need you to do. You already know that. You know if Shelby's going to do it, Ainsley's going to do it.
In the moment, I was
so
like,
you got to say, Shelby, the next time, because you know if you do it, your sister's going to want to do it. Find a way.
I found no way. So the pumpkin carving, because I let the girls do it, and I was there, very hands-on, and then Lauren came out and was not thrilled with me, but then saw that I maintained. I watched. I supervised. And I helped Ainsley a little more than Shelby needed, but whatever. We got the pumpkins carved. They were good, but the process took longer than we planned on. And
of course.
And then we...
it wouldn't be right if it didn't take longer.
So then it was like pumpkin carving, watch a show, bedtime. By the time I finally got back downstairs to chill out for a minute, throw the TV on, the Wiz are up big. The Wiz were up big.
Yes.
I think they scored 102 points in the first 3 quarters.
Yeah.
And then I had to go do other stuff for the house, right? I had to go move furniture because we got abatement. Just the house is just never ending and soul sucking. But we're looking at the finish line. I'm trying to be optimistic, trying to be positive, grateful for things. So I have to go move some stuff around, and I come back, and they scored 16 in the 4th quarter, and they got doubled up by the Sixers in the 4th quarter, and then it goes to OT, and what I didn't bet this, but the people I feel for most are the people that took the Wiz plus 4.5 and looked good all night until they lost by 5 in overtime.
Yeah.
Like Vegas is so sharp, and honestly, that's probably what the Wizards want is really competitive losses. But damn,
I think if you really go back and look at it and look at some of the moves made in the fourth quarter, it might give you that true story.
yeah.
But
Sar went 31, 11, and 5.
yeah. Sar was looking good.
I think the Caps. I understand how sports television works. I am aware of all the things. I really hate throwing a Caps game on and it not being Joe Bianlocker.
Yeah, but that's going to be like that the majority of the time, dude. So you got to understand that.
Not the majority, but it's.
I mean,
continuing
if
to
it's on
increase.
national TV, that's going to be that.
Sure.
So you just got to get used
So
to
last
it.
night was a national game in Dallas. It was also super annoying. Whatever the game was, like the Caps were supposed to start at 8 or 8:30. And I think it was Penguins Flyers. Whatever the game was that was on before, it just kept going interminably. And so like I kept checking the Caps game and it kept being the other game. And like it's hard for me to really lock in on any other game. And I'm just like, please finish this damn game. Like I'm a Caps fan. I'm not necessarily an NHL fan until the playoffs. Like I'm not going to watch Blues Sabres ever in my life. I just wanted to watch the beginning of the Caps game. So Wiz and Caps lose last night. And
Saw a little bit of that too.
Brian, I also have to say the greater DMV community lost yesterday. Do you know what restaurant closed?
Ooh.
You've eaten there. I'm guessing you love it. Everyone I've ever known that has eaten there loves this place. Right by the old station in Bethesda.
Old station in Bethesda. Which one is that?
Woodmont Grill closed.
Woodmont Grill?
That place was
You mean the old TV station?
the old TV station.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Sorry.
Because I'm thinking, all right, Woodmont Grill closed?
Always packed.
Why?
Line out the door.
Why?
I don't know. I saw it on Instagram this morning. I need some information.
'Cause, like, it
some
was-
intel.
At once it was a part of Houston's,
Right.
and then they went out on their own and they closed.
That place was fantastic.
If anybody know why, please call, because it can't be because they didn't have support, because people were in there all the damn
it
time.
was packed.
Yeah.
So it was packed. The food was excellent. The service was excellent.
'Cause-
I wonder if they lost their lease or something.
Because let's be
Because
real,
Marriott bought
that
up all
Marriott
that land.
bought all that stuff right there, and I always wondered would it be there forever? Because when Marriott rolled in, it looked like Marriott came in there and they just let whatever was there
So
stay there.
Tasty Diner and Woodmont Grill stayed right
But
there.
I think both of them. I think it was like probably with that. It's probably something with the lease.
I wonder, so if maybe Woodmont lost their lease, but I know Tasty's held strong. Marriott tried to buy the whole block,
Yeah.
and I wonder if
If
Tasty's
Marriott
going
rolled
too.
in there and how they built their stuff, it's a matter of time before everything on that block goes.
So, all right, these are all the thoughts in my head so far. Shout out to Woodmont Grill. Please open a new location.
I'll definitely come check you
That
out.
place is so damn
They
good.
still had the Hawaiian ribeye.
The Hawaiian ribeye out of this world.
They
man.
had it, dog.
Yo, you order that hickory burger. It's off the menu, but it's also off the charts. They make it for you. And then lastly, I want to take some ownership. Thank you, Jeffrey. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, left hand up. Next week, you can watch on Monumental. DQ yesterday made a point to clarify that on the Zach Ertz spot, on the I believe that was a first down on 4th and 6. Zach Ertz was ruled short in Arrowhead. I believe that was first down. I believe Washington kind of got screwed. And then they came out with the what is the term for that when they come measure it with the computers and it takes 8 times as long as the chain gang? They came out with that, right? What Quinn made official. So I asked him. He was not able to challenge Zach Ertz 4th down. He was not able to challenge that spot. He says it's automatically reviewed, so on a change of possession, those are automatic. So think of it like a scoring play.
Mm-hmm.
That is a flaw in the NFL
That's a hell of a
rulebook.
flaw because that lady ran backwards. and spotted that ball. When she started, she was across that little marker, that little line. When she came back, she was on behind it.
Totally.
So
if the point is to get rid of the chain gang because of the human error that could possibly be involved, what about the human error that could possibly be involved with a human running from the sideline to the middle of the field? How wide is that field? 40 yards, 50 yards, 60 yards?
Yeah.
I thought you
55.
might know that. Is it
Normally about 55 yards.
53 and a third?
That's about 55.
Sure. So what is half of that?
Have it
26 and a quarter?
26 and 3/4.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So you're asking these people to run 25 yards on a dead straight line. How many people do that?
Actually, what they should do, where they start with that foot, have all the measurements right there. Then move that ball in.
Dude, that's a good idea. So if you spot
I normally put them out there like that.
if you spot it on the hash mark at the 33-yard line,
Yes.
don't run out. Be like, all right, here's where I'm at on the 33. Hell, take a picture of it with your phone and then jog out to the hash mark in the middle
have
of the field.
replay assist do it right there.
That might take a long
I mean,
time.
I'm just saying if they can do it from where that first mark is, because that's normally those dudes don't whoever it is running in there, they don't get to the same mark. It's a lot of human error involved in that.
For sure. For sure. All right, we have a very busy day today. We are inside of 1 week away from the trade deadline. I do think now is a reasonable time to talk NFL trades. We're also in Seattle week, even though it doesn't feel like it already because Washington played Monday night. It is Seahawks week. We got to kind of preview what Seattle is, what they aren't. I do think we need to figure out some sort of landfill versus Sam Darnold. I don't know if that's a wager or a contest, but Landfill is confident that Darnold is terrible. Darnold's now playing his team, so let's see what Landfill's willing to do. We have Neil Greenberg's going to join us at 11. Commanders tight end John Bates is going to join us at 11:30. Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports going to join us at noon. Run through our power ranks, run through our cooked index. Barstool Nate going to join us at 1 o'clock. The biggest news, perhaps, revealed yesterday by Dan Quinn. He, perhaps strategically, opened the meeting by saying, yeah, I don't have the medical reports yet. Guys are still meeting with the docs. We'll have that tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow is now today. I don't expect a lot of information, frankly. But we will get to see who's practicing, who's not. Of Jaden Daniels, he said, Jaden had a good rehab session on Sunday, and the team's back out at practice today, and we plan on him being a part of that. So, Brian, Jaden Daniels had a good rehab on Sunday, and they plan on him being a part of the practice plan.
Mm-hmm.
How optimistic does that sound to you?
Optimistic. He'll be limited today. He'll probably be full by Friday, and then he'll participate on Sunday.
You think Jaden starts Sunday?
That's what I believe.
The B-Mitch Index has Jaden Daniels starting Sunday. I think that's really important. I think Mariota's played pretty well. I think Mariota's a pretty good player. But Washington was built to have Jaden Daniels be excellent. You all right, Doug?
Trying to just get my ear behind my ears.
See?
But
small ears could be a problem too.
I mean, it was built for that, but it was also built for Jaden to be excellent with others around him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But we'll find out what's up with Terry because he didn't come back in after that second big catch. But Terry looked excellent in Kansas City. Seattle, the Washington organization, any team that's wearing burgundy and gold, regardless of what the logo was on the helmet, has never won at Arrowhead Stadium. I don't think they were going to win at Arrowhead. Maybe if Jaden's out there, it's a different ballgame. Maybe if they score early, it's a different ballgame. Mm-hmm. All is not lost, but you got to win Sunday. 3-6, dude. Last year, they had a 3-game losing streak. They were able to handle that, sustain it, move forward.
Yeah.
You get to a 4-game losing streak.
Problems. 4-game
4-game losing streak is when, like, 4 games 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 losing streak is when, like, 4 ga owners start wondering, hey, what the hell's going on? And that's on good teams. That's like, this is not reflective of anything that used to happen here. But you lose 4 in a row, questions start to have answers.
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't have to have answers for them. The questions they're going to come preferably, come even more. But I think if you know what's going on, what you're dealing with, that's all you got to be concerned about.
3 games on
those questions are going to come.
Right.
They're coming already.
So the question for us, we're inside of a week to the NFL trade deadline. It's very, very hard for Washington to make a determination for what they want to be at this trade deadline. But I'm curious at least what parts might make sense. Neil Greenberg's going to join us at 11. Nobody go anywhere, just getting warmed up. It's B. Mitch and Finley on a Wednesday morning.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've added new systems to my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with Ruud is that they're whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's got the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you also got to tell them about the cash, dude. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000, 2 G's, on heat pumps through 2032. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, where, as they like to say, let's ride together. After an exhausting Game 3 that expanded virtually their entire roster and ended in heartbreaking fashion, the Blue Jays were in dire need of a stabilizing force on the mound in Game 4. Enter Shane Bieber, apparently the perfect pitcher for the job. Bieber delivered 5 1/3 innings of one-run ball, and the Blue Jays went on to win 6-2, evening up the World Series 2 games apiece. The Philadelphia 76ers, they have remained unbeaten after they erased a double-digit deficit to improve to 4-0 with a thrilling 139-134 overtime victory over your Washington Wizards. The Capitals were also in action yesterday, but they were shut out for the first time this season, and they dropped their first road game, 1-0 your final score against the Dallas Stars. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge that features up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Getting going. You can watch us live on YouTube. Listen to us right here. Check out the Odyssey app. Wherever you get your content, that's where we're at. All right? B.
Yeah.
Commanders have back-to-back primetime games. Primetime has not been good to Washington. Sometimes I think we make too much of it being primetime. Like, I think
the games have been too good, too.
I think they're losing to the Chiefs at 1 o'clock on a Sunday, too. Primetime, I think there are fans that get more upset because, like, they feel like they're embarrassed because the whole country's watching. I don't think the team really cares about that.
They didn't give them more extra credit last year when they were doing well in prime time.
Right.
So it just happened.
It's win or a loss, right?
Yeah.
Washington riding a 3-game losing streak, which is difficult. The issues for me are not the loss to the Chiefs. It's losing back-to-back to the Bears and the Cowboys. You got to at least split one of those.
You gotta get that. You gotta get that.
That Bears win.
No, you got to get that. The defensive back mindset, dog. That thing's gone. Ain't nothing else you can do about it.
Sure. I played a little DB on JV football. I dropped an interception once.
And you still worry about it, huh?
I remember it. It doesn't keep me up at night.
Didn't even happen.
Well, would have been cool if I caught it.
Hey, but you remember, you led the nation in 3 points. That's what you should remember.
Damn right I did.
Yeah.
Nobody could take that away from me. But B, they're 3-5. Sunday night, playing Seattle, who's a good team. The NFL trade deadline used to kind of be a nothing.
Yeah.
It's not anymore. Guys get traded. Guys got traded yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Washington made a trade last year at the trade deadline. What kind of conversations at this point do you think Washington is having? Because what Adam Peters doesn't tell us much, but one thing he said is, I want to be in on every call.
Yeah.
We'll see what we decide to do, but I always want to be in on the call. So they're talking.
And I expect that. But I'll ask the question to you and anybody else that think we got to be so active at that point. What one move can they make right now, or 2 moves, that's going to completely change up everything as is right now?
To me,
Are they going to get Micah and Garrett?
I doubt it.
I mean, what I'm saying is, yes, Adam Peters is smart to always be involved with the conversations, okay? Always be involved with calls. But if it's not a move that's going to make that drastic of a difference this year, or maybe you get ahead of next year and get somebody in that you may be trying to go after. If it's not like that, then you don't just go make a move just to make a move to appease people.
I think the greater question, maybe I'll even ask the boys in the aquarium. We haven't checked in with them yet. I think the greater question is, should they be buying or selling? I think that Jeremy Fowler from ESPN.com wrote, Washington could stand pat. GM Adam Peters is known to embrace a good deal, and Washington has needs at several positions, including edge rusher. So expect the Commanders to monitor the market in the next week. But teams I've talked to aren't expecting fireworks out of Washington at this moment.
Yeah.
I think if you look at this thing, Lambo, maybe this could be our poll of the day. I don't know if you've already done one. But what should Washington do at the trade deadline? Buy, sell, or chill?
When does the trade deadline hit?
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
So we're inside. And I
Not
think
the-
Sunday
Tuesday
night's
coming.
game,
After the
November 4th, Election Day in
okay,
Virginia.
after Seattle.
Yes, after Seattle.
All right, if they go and they beat Seattle, do you think the answer would change? Is winning against Seattle and losing against Seattle?
Jeff, open those phones. If people want to weigh
would
in,
it be
they can.
different?
I think so.
But this is the thing about me and when it comes to trading. Basketball, I understand how they do it so much because one guy makes a hell of a difference in basketball. In football, one guy doesn't make a hell of a difference like it does in basketball. So if you don't have somebody that's going to make a difference, do you really go gung-ho about getting somebody? Now, people have to want the person that you may trade out. Now, people start calling in saying, we will offer you this for so-and-so and so-and-so. You have to listen to that, and you may want to make a move. But as far as going try to get somebody to come in right now, I don't know if that's possible.
So, for the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day, as it relates to the trade deadline, if your option is buy, sell, or chill, would you vote chill? There's a better term,
currently,
stand pat.
right now, stand pat, chill. I would be leaning towards that, but it will come down to what the outcome of this game is, and then also the health of guys moving forward. That would make me think about it. I don't know if I can give you an answer today that might also be the same answer on the 4th, and we're talking about less than a week.
I know.
You know?
I mean, having that. So the tricky part is how it goes in Seattle will impact what they should do at the deadline. But you kind of got to have conversations now. Like if you're looking to, like if you were calling Leahy and you're looking to move, you want to have an idea of what a new house costs in the area you're looking at.
Oh yeah.
So like, think about a guy like Brandon Coleman, who played a lot for them last year, ended up playing in Kansas City, but had been inactive for a month. What if there's another team that really liked him coming out of the draft, and they're like, all right, we see you guys made that move for Tunsil. Mm-hmm. We'll give you a 5th for Coleman. I don't know, but like those are the conversations being had right now. Personally, after 3 trades for veteran players in Debo, Lattimore, and Tunsil, you've lost a lot of draft capital. Mm-hmm. And I think this year we've seen there's still a lot of needs on this team. I probably lean towards being a seller right now. You've got some veteran players that would probably have some interest out there. Mm-hmm. I want to let the folks on the phones weigh in. Blake is in Wilmington. Blake, buy, sell, chill.
I say chill for now. I'm with B-Mitch. If you had to give me an answer right now, I'd say you got to chill. You know, depending on what happens with the Seahawks, you can lean, sell. But like you said, JP, I mean, you gave up so much draft capital with getting those 3 guys. I think you gotta take a realistic look at this season and really see where you're at and zoom out and be like, you know, can this really help us for the long term? So I would say chill for now. See how the game goes against the Seahawks. But if you got an opportunity to sell, I wouldn't hesitate if I was AP. Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
All right,
bud.
brother.
It's a good call. G Height texted me and said, you know, I don't think you can decide until after the Seahawks game, which is true, but you may have a more advantageous position to talk before the Seahawks game.
Yeah, but you could talk before it, but depending on how things happen, that may still change your mindset. So, I mean, talking before, you're not making a deal then.
Right.
Still got to wait till that day to make the deal, so it's going to come down to what transpired in that game.
Jim is in Tyson's. Jim, buy, sell, or chill?
Love you guys' show, by the way.
Thank you.
Thanks, bro.
Definitely sell. I think right now we have to be realistic. We're 14th in the NFC. The Eagles are 6-2. We're 3-5. We are not going to get any tiebreakers to win the East. And also, when Peters came in, the team needed, everyone says, raise the floor. And I think to the extent we did, and we had a great year, and everybody was happy about it. But now we're in a situation where we're almost going to have to do the same thing next year. The older free agents who are coming in on one-year contracts, they're going to be expiring. Their performance is starting to go down. We're also seeing a situation where if you look at the first 2 years of Peters' draft selections, there really aren't many playmakers. I think I talked to some folks in my office. They said, well, what about Samerstall? And if you want to say that Samerstall is a playmaker, I guess you can. But we really haven't done a great job in the draft. And he has to take another shot at it because we're really going into the same year that we did 2 years ago, I believe, next year.
I appreciate it, man. I think Mikey played quite well last year. This year it's been far more up and down. I think it's too early to be dismissive of draft classes, but I hear you. There hasn't been, outside of Jaden, and I think that's a pretty big one to suggest, and I think Trey Amos looks like the best rookie right now of this class. But, you'd love to see somebody emerge that's just a stud. Like, oh, man, that guy's a Pro Bowler, and that hasn't exactly happened. Thanks for the call, Jim. Appreciate you listening, man.
Sure.
This is interesting.
But I'll be honest with you. People that want to give up on draft picks after the first or second year, I don't buy that. Because Mikey had an outstanding year last year. This year he moved inside, and it's a little different than just being outside because you got the sideline as part with the cover. He helped you up a little bit. Next year he could be right back to what he was this year. And you saying that they not hitting? Trey Amos has shown he has those capabilities. And that's all you want to see. For the most part, when you pick a draft pick in the first, like in the second round, things like that, third round, you want to see what they're capable of. And I know fans expect them to be ball busters and be as good as they're going to be in the first year. That doesn't happen.
I also think Luke's starting to really emerge.
Luke is emerging now in his second year. But what I'm saying is, we get so many fans who automatically want to just give up on people because they're not the best in the league immediately.
Right.
Hell, you're not the best at your job immediately when you get there.
I also think people get really caught up in the offensive production at the wide receiver position, and it's certainly important. Luke was the 100th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
If the 100th overall pick emerges as one of the best kick returners in the NFL, that's a hit. That's a hit.
Yeah.
And I think, I'm not saying he is. I still think Turpin in Dallas is probably the top of the list.
Most people look at it like this. He was
drafted on that track.
He was drafted as a receiver. And they look at that as, that's what you need to be good at that. They don't just look at let's be real. They don't give kick return and punt returns credit. Hell, I lived it.
Right.
Okay, I'm living it. So if he doesn't hit as a receiver, that's where he's going to come. Desmond Howard got the MVP of the Super Bowl.
Right.
He was drafted as a receiver in the first round. He was an excellent kick returner, but guess what? Nobody ever said that he hit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the difference was they traded up to take him, fourth overall?
Still.
Luke at 100 is, if you...
still, it's like, if you draft, they're looking at the third round. That's all they're looking at. Right. They don't care about what position, whatever. You get drafted first, second, third round, people's mindset is you should be hitting at that. And he's starting to do that. If you really watch him and you see the things he's doing, the dude is starting to come around. And he's in his second year. Midway through his second year, hell, he's ahead of the game.
People can be dismissive. You tell our job is to educate at times.
Mm-hmm.
My stance is Luke looks to be one of the best kick returners in the NFL. Maybe not one, but top 10 for sure, and maybe a top 5. If that, let's not dismiss that as part of his development because it's been quite damn good. All right, Landfill gave me the look. Quick break. We're taking your calls next. The B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll question of the day. We're inside of a week away from the trade deadline. What should Washington do? Buy, sell, chill. Neil Greenberg at 11. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Phones are lit up by our AAA poll question of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Question is simple, man. We're inside of a week from the NFL trade deadline. What should the Commanders do at the deadline? Buy, sell, chill. ESPN.com has an article. This one's interesting. This is from Benjamin Solak. He said, what if Washington traded for Michael Carter II, a cornerback from the Jets? The Commanders could slide Carter into the slot, bump Samerstill outside, and get Marshawn Lattimore off the field. A white flag on last year's trade deadline acquisition who simply hasn't panned, and despite a pick against the Chiefs. I am not as gung-ho about benching Lattimore as a lot of people are.
Michael Carter II available?
Maybe.
Are they just trying to trade him?
The Jets just traded for another corner, so people wonder if that means they're going to try to move him.
What round was he drafted in? How well has he played?
I don't know. My point is more, I don't think Marshawn has been as bad as some people say. He's had some down games, for sure.
He has some bad situations where when you play that position, when you're bad, it's seen.
And
when you're good, they don't see it.
In the Dallas game, the catch and throw that Pickens had that led to that touchdown right before halftime, that's a perfect throw, perfect position.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes it's just people want to just scream about a player. But my greater priority, B, is Samerstill's development. That's a second-year player you spent a second-round pick on. This year has not gone as well as last year. If that means you need to get him back outside and this is the kind of thing that gets you there, I'd be a little more interested in that. But that's more about, like, I want what's best for Mikey for the long haul.
Yeah, I was driving in. I listened to Steve Harvey, and he was talking about, he would say one of his buddies asked him, was the L's in his life worth it? I mean, losses. And he talked about, you know what he learned as time went on, that the losses were lessons. Mikey was playing cornerback outside, and most corners will tell you when you play that cornerback outside, it's easier because the sideline is your friend. When you're playing slot, they got two ways. And what if his little losses or lessons are helping him become even a better corner? So now he gets better next year at the end of the second half of the season. And then next year he's even better. And you know what he can always do? Slide back outside.
Right.
Because if he can master inside, he can damn sure master outside.
Let's let these folks weigh in. Our guy, Radio, buy, sell, or chill?
You got to chill for now until Sunday, but I agree with B. Mitch. Depending on what happens Sunday, you got to be buyers. Sellers. I look at things. I mean, we do have some veterans that I think can get some trade offers, especially for Von Miller. He's already got more sacks this year and did last year for a contender, and someone like him. But the most intriguing thing for me is Daron Payne. He's our biggest asset. We drafted Johnny Newton to build the defensive line. I think we have a chance, depending on the right fit, to get more than a fourth, get a high third for him. If you can move guys like that, because we have so many holes, you've got to do it. But I do think Adam Peters this week will do his due diligence and start making calls to see who would people want and who wouldn't. But you can't make moves until after this week. If we lose another NFC game, the tiebreaker's done at that point. There's no reason to hold.
Appreciate the call, Radio. Good to hear from you, bud. I want to clarify some stuff on Payne. 28 years old. Good player, certainly. Payne next year is under contract.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be basically the identical situation that John Allen had last year. Payne is going into the final year of his deal. It has no guaranteed money on it. I got a secret for you, America. Daron Payne ain't going to play on that deal with no guaranteed money on it. The team will likely give him some options at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think back a year ago when John Allen was in a similar situation, they gave him permission to seek a trade. No trade came. Eventually they released him, let him find his own team. I don't think you're getting a third rounder for Duran. That's not to say he wouldn't be a trade asset, but like you got to have the right mindset and understand NFL trades are driven perhaps more so by contract than player ability.
Yeah, you got a point there. So the whole thing of it is, listen, if people know that situation, they're not going to offer you what you think you should get.
Right.
And I think a lot of fans need to start getting their mindset set for just because you think somebody is supposed to offer a second, a third, or fourth, or whatever, that may not come.
Right.
So what I don't like is when players, they're going to call it this time and say what they should do, and then they make the trade and they don't get what they think they should get, and they mad. I mean, you think Peters doesn't know the value of something? It's just like you stated. It's different with NFL trades as it is with others. You know, if a team knows, oh, this guy won't have no guaranteed money. It's his last year on his deal. They're going to eventually have to let him go anyway.
Correct.
I'm not going to give you anything for him. I'll wait. I'll take my chances that way.
Our guy Rusty's in Delaware. Rusty, buy, sell, or chill?
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
Doing good.
So I think we're going to chill, much like radio just said. No real reason to do anything until we figure out what happens with another NFC game. But honestly, I think any selling would go against the mantra that DQ and Adam Peters have had since the day they stepped in the building. They've always talked about the go-for-it mentality, never giving up, any place, anytime, anywhere, anybody, all that stuff. You start selling off assets, that kind of goes against the principle of motivating the team by saying,
Rusty,
hey, we're here anywhere.
The difference is DQ's job is to motivate that locker room. AP's job is to run the organization for the best of right now and the long term. And I think players can understand that divide. So, like, does it if we get to Monday morning and they ship a couple veterans out for draft picks, yes, the message is clear. But I think the players would also recognize that wasn't DQ trading them away. That's the organization. Thank you for the call, bro. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, man.
Try to get one more in here. CJ's in D.C. CJ, buy, sell, or chill?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up, man?
I think ultimately, man, I would say just chill. I mean, we got to understand as a fan base, you know, where we come from. You know what I mean? Like, we caught lightning in the bottle last year. Let's just be honest. And the only thing that really set us apart was, I'm not going to say the only thing, but the biggest thing was the quarterback position. And going into that draft, we were in position, in the two position to draft because we were a bad roster, we were a bad organization. So I think we have to chill unless we get some folks that are going to offer something for these older guys. I'm not willing to give up on these young guys that just coming in here. We're trying to establish a culture. It wouldn't make sense. But if we get some offers for some older guys that are aging and we can get them off the roster, that's fine. But we also have to have some sort of patience if we say we want what we say we want. You know, you have to be able to drive the organization and build the organization and not keep thinking that we're going to catch lightning in the bottle every year. This year we were an older roster. We're injured this year. You got to give these folks time to build. You know, they're not in the best position right now, but I look at a team like the Falcons. They went in, they got the receiver, they got their running back, they got the tight end, they built on the back end, and now they brought a younger quarterback in for the long haul. We don't have that. So we have to have some sort of patience as a fan base and allow the process to play out at some point.
Appreciate the call, CJ. Thanks, bud.
Thank you, CJ.
I did want to let Jeffrey weigh in real quick. Buy, sell, or chill, Jeff?
I agree with the last caller. We got to chill. I don't want to give up any more picks. You know, let's build through the draft. I say this all the time when I talk to my friends. Our fan base has a false perception of reality right now because of last year. They think that we don't have any holes. We don't have to get better in certain spots. And I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of people do. And that's why they're thinking like, yo, we got to go get it all because this is our season. And no, we're building the team. When we look at other teams that their backups are able to come in and play, it's because that team has been built. Those backups has been in that system for a minute. They're able to learn and come up. So we just got to chill for right now.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff votes chill. When we come back, Neil Greenberg joins the program.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn told reporters that star quarterback Jaden Daniels had a good injury rehab session on Sunday as he continues to recover from a hamstring issue and is expected to practice today. As for whether or not he'll be able to play on Sunday, that remains to be seen. Adam Schefter, though, went on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and said he would not be surprised if the quarterback was out again this week against the Seahawks. Checking in on another quarterback, Lamar Jackson sounds like he will return to action on Thursday when the Ravens take on the Dolphins. The Ravens quarterback has missed the past 3 games with a hamstring injury, but he said that he is feeling great and does not feel rusty at all. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 11 a.m. on a Wednesday means it's time for the Neil Greenberg podcast. Greenberg was teasing his podcast yesterday. I saw a tweet that said he's got some hot takes, B. Our friend Neil Greenberg joins us via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Neil at N Greenberg. Check out all of his work in the Washington Post. Hello, Mr. Greenberg. How do you do?
I'm doing super. How are you?
Good, man.
Chilling.
Got some sleep. I feel like I'm back. I'm back, baby.
Just in time for daylight savings time.
And another primetime game where I'll get home around 3 a.m. All right, dog. Commanders go to Kansas City and lose. I don't think that's a big surprise. They had some opportunities early, couldn't take advantage. Mahomes cooked them in the second half. Like, however we felt last week, I don't think we should feel that much different this week.
No, I mean, they were as high as 11.5-point underdogs going into that game. I don't think the expectations for a win were very high outside of the Beltway. I guess I've been listening to the show. Obviously, I listen all the time, but you know, a lot of people calling in and just they're so upset. Like they're upset with the play calling, they're upset with the coaches, they're upset with Adam Peters. You know, I keep coming back to as quickly as the fan base raised expectations from last year. They are just not even remotely close to lowering expectations when the fringe MVP candidate quarterback is not available. Most of the receivers aren't available. There's injuries everywhere. The schedule's tougher. Like they only think that this team can go in one direction and doesn't stop, but that's just not the reality of the NFL. And you know, I look at the Ravens. You know, they lost their quarterback, and they're 2-5. I look at Cincinnati, lost their quarterback, they're 3-5. I mean, Commanders are 3-5, and they've had a ton of key injuries that they've had to deal with, which they didn't have to deal with last year. You know, and that's causing some issues. And you know, to give the coaching staff flack for play calling when they don't have their full complement of players, I mean, they just have to figure out what works. And I just don't think that Dan Quinn forgot how to coach, Kingsbury forgot how to coach, design plays like from one year to the next. I just think a lot of this is personnel driven in terms of availability. And I'm just really surprised the fan base is just lighting a lot of the franchise on fire.
I think a lot of fans, I agree with you, Neil, but a lot of them are not necessarily worrying about the actual play, but the adjustments that happens. And if you don't get it right in the first half, you got to do something in the second half to switch it up. And I think they're worried about that not happening at a high amount on a regular basis.
Yeah, but I mean, look, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. It's Andy Reid, one of the best coaches in NFL, with one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. They had a lot of opportunities early, Washington did, and so did Kansas City. But, I mean, Washington had their own opportunities early on. And then, like you said, I mean, Kansas City made the adjustments. But, again, I mean, when you don't have all your tools in your toolbox, it's hard to make meaningful adjustments. Let's take Kansas City out of it, right, because they're just in a different class. But, it's hard to make adjustments to other teams because you don't really have answers, right? I mean, like I heard one guy yesterday say Luke McCaffrey was a number one receiver. I mean, that's not true. I mean, he's playing okay.
Some people smoke early in the morning, Pete. That's all.
No, but exactly. But I mean, it's so he's been playing okay, but there's only so much he can do, right? Like he can't take you the distance. He's a fill-in guy. Like he's not your workhorse guy. And I just think there's a lot of excuses for this team. And I'm not one to make excuses, but it's pretty clear. Like this organization didn't forget how to do stuff one year to the next.
Some people just not realistic. That's all it is.
It's just not working.
Yeah.
And I'm just really surprised. Especially in the Kansas City game. I think a lot of people thought that Washington was going to win.
There is a space in between cheering and also just bashing. You know what I mean? There is space in between just being ecstatic and also just completely, oh no, nothing is right. You can find out that there are things that are right. There are things that are going good. You also can understand, like you said, not making excuses, but there are people that are missing. But we know how it goes, man. In this world today, it's whether all good or all bad. Nobody thinks about the in-between.
Yeah, I mean, I would be directing my energy right now to the health of Jaden Daniels. Like, that to me is where a lot of your energy needs to go. I'm not saying he's fragile. I'm not saying he's RG3, but the injuries are a concern, right? And the way he plays is not going to mitigate those injuries, right? I mean, like, he is in the line of fire, both in the pocket and when he takes off to run. And I don't know what the extent of the injuries are. I don't know if these are fluky, if, these are systematic, if this is something that we're just going to have to deal with, in terms of his play going forward. But that to me is like the biggest concern. It's not Adam Peters, bringing in Lattimore and it not working out. It's not, Dan Quinn unable to make adjustments when he doesn't have his full roster. Is this guy going to be healthy? Because the clock ticks, right? I mean, you only have him under this first contract for a certain number of years, and then quarterbacks start to get big bucks. So, that to me is the biggest concern right now.
I agree with that. Jaden has now missed 3 of 8 games this year. Different injuries. I don't look at it. I'm not like a big injury-prone guy until there's a much larger body of work. But, yeah, you need – like what I said about the Kansas City game, and I've said this repeatedly, is like the problem is losing back-to-back to Chicago and Dallas. It's not going to play the best dynasty of the current era and losing without your star quarterback. Like
yes.
If you're trying to identify where the problems are, to me it's not the loss in KC, which you were highly competitive for a half and then just couldn't get enough done offensively, defensively in the second half. Greenberg, where are you on this? We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg on the Rude Guest Hotline. We're inside of a week from the trade deadline. The trade deadline in the NFL has gotten to be really active. Adam Peters has been really active in trade markets. Do you think they are a buyer, a seller, or just kind of a, hey, we're over here, the phone's on, but we're just kind of doing our own thing?
I don't know if you can sell. I don't know if you can sell. They're in a bad spot, right? I mean, they're in a spot where they're not going to get premium assets back for the players that they have. I don't think that they can markedly improve because, again, they're missing key players due to injury. So I think you absolutely listen. If something comes across and you can get back some picks maybe you traded, then sure. But I don't think they're going to be very active. And I don't think the market is there for the players that they have. I mean, Deebo Samuels has, injury concerns. I mean, if he was like balling out and he was the focal point, even though everything else was kind of going south, then, maybe you can get stuff done. But he's got some injury concerns of his own. So I think that they're just they'll be by the phone. They'll certainly listen. But as far as like getting premium assets back, I think the expectation's got to be really low.
I think when Neil, I ask you this question. Like, we see basketball every year. They can make a trade, get one guy, maybe two, and the complete franchise changes
Right.
around.
It's like, we're just going to add a good shooter.
But that doesn't happen in football very often. And if you were to be making a trade, what two positions you think, or even one that you can go at and make that big of a difference?
I think it's got to be defense. I mean, the defense is what's causing a lot of the problems. I mean, the defense is definitely worse. So you have to maybe get something in the interior line or in the secondary. I don't know if there's like a true fix. They could get creative, right? I mean, they could bring someone in that kind of changes the way they deploy people in the secondary, and maybe that makes a change. But I definitely think that you have to look at the defense, because the defense hasn't been able to keep things close, right, or competitive, while the offense has tried to figure out what to do with all the missing pieces. And I think that's been the biggest problem. I mean, last year they did okay. There's also some little things, right? Like fourth down conversions aren't nearly as high as last year. Third down conversions aren't nearly as high. So you're not getting those sustained drives as you were last year. And, as part of that is just, regression. Part of that obviously is injuries. So there's just like a lot of different things. Like there's no one. The glaring problem is not having your awesome quarterback, and that's just not something that you're going to fix at the trade deadline.
I tend to agree with you, Neil. All right, should we switch? Because I want to make sure I build in time for the Caps. Let's switch to your power rankings. Who do you think is the best team in the NFL? To me, it's one of two AFC teams. And it depends on if you look at who's the best team right now versus who do you think is going to win the Super Bowl.
I have Kansas City number 1, Detroit number 2, and Daniel Jones number 3. Also the Colts.
KC 1, Detroit 2, Indy 3?
Yeah.
What do you think, B? The Greenberg power.
I can go with that. Listen, Greenberg, I think you and I have never lost sight of what Kansas City really has. Because even when they were down, I was still saying, hey, man, they still there. And then they put all the stuff out. They lost, 3 games with a combined amount of points, like 8 points or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were always competitive. I think the real story here is Daniel Jones and the Colts. And I say that because nobody is talking about Daniel Jones as an MVP candidate. But I guarantee you, if Mahomes was the quarterback on the only one-loss team in the league, he would be an overwhelming favorite. Like, if he had the stats that Daniel Jones had and the name recognition, I mean, like, that quarterback, Brady, Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, like, if it's any other quarterback that people feel better about, then he's the runaway favorite for the MVP voting. Right now, Daniel Jones is getting very little love in that regard.
I think they give Taylor more the love than they do Daniel Jones, the running back. Because, I mean, their running game is damn good.
It is. And, there's an interesting argument, like an interesting, discussion there. Is it, Daniel Jones is in the right spot and now Taylor's able to do more? Did Taylor, make Jones better? Is it a combination? I mean, it's just a very interesting microcosm that's happening in Indianapolis. And, it also just goes to show you that, like, if you're a good quarterback and you get put in the right spot, a lot of good things can happen, even if it didn't work out elsewhere. Like the NFL is really different from team to team, right? I mean, it's just little things that can make huge differences. And it's nice to see Daniel Jones is in a spot where he can really thrive.
Yeah, I mean, Indy's playing well. What do you make of Philly?
I'm down on Philly. I've been down on Philly for a while. I think that they're fine. The offense moves the ball well. The defense is okay. They're just good, right? Like they're just a good team that is going to do well. They're not blowing the doors off of anybody, but they're also not getting blown out. They're just like one of these solid contenders that, you know, if they start to bubble up, you're going to be like, sure, it makes a lot of sense. But also if they fall, I mean, you know, it's just they're just like very vanilla. They're like the most vanilla good team in the NFL. Like there's no real story. Like what's the story aside from the tush push? Like what's the story of the Eagles this year besides that they're 6-2?
They're 6-2.
Yeah,
See,
that's it.
You know, it's like when I look at sports, I look at it differently than most people, I guess. If you're 6-2, you're 7-1, those type of records, I don't care what the story is. You're winning games.
Right. But they're like the most boring best team in the NFL. I mean, like there's just I don't know.
Kind of like the Patriots used to be. Boring.
Yeah. Yeah. They're good. I have them eighth. That's really good. I don't really have anything to talk. Like they just don't excite me. Like I'd rather talk about the Patriots and what Derek May is doing, or you know how the Bucks are probably not as good as 6-2 record, but they're in an awesome division for them and they can look a lot better. Just Philadelphia is Philly. You know?
right. Well, switching gears because I want to make sure I get time for it because some guy always yells at us. What is the story for the Caps right now? Tough loss last night in Dallas. Dallas is a good team. They're always knocking on the door. Where are the Caps at?
They don't look great. John Carlson hasn't looked good. Ovechkin's been pretty quiet, only 2 goals in 10 games. Tom Wilson is you know, Wilson and Prodas are the most productive there. You know, I think they're going to be fine. I'm not necessarily worried about them per se. But they're, you know, look, if Alex Ovechkin is not a superstar, this team's going to have trouble, right? Not because they don't have other talent around them, but you know, if that drop off happens, it's such a huge drop off. It's hard to like moneyball your way back. And what I mean by that is, like, it's hard to recreate Alex Ovechkin in the aggregate. You know, spread across a bunch of players. I mean, you just can't do that with him. So if he's not going to be the guy that is going to be your consistent scorer, well, then who's that going to be? I mean, maybe it's Tom Wilson, and that's fine, but you need more than 1 or 2, right? Like, you need multiple double-digit scorers that are a threat. Otherwise, it becomes way too easy to start picking your spots, you know, in terms of pairings and line changes, et cetera. So I would say, you know, look, the old guys are looking older. And, you know, when that happens, as we're seeing, you know, we're also with Washington Commanders, I mean, things start to turn pretty quickly.
So wasn't Chychrun and Protas and all those type of guys supposed to be those young guys that can bring it to them?
They are, I mean, but McMichael has 1 goal in 10 games. You know, LaPierre has 0. You know, they haven't started getting going yet. So it's you know, we're gonna have to see it. I mean, we're gonna have to see it happen. And you know, goal scoring especially is fluky. I mean, a lot of people don't like to hear this, but goal scoring, like statistically speaking, 70% of goal scoring is luck, and that sounds like a huge number, but that's just what it comes down to in terms of like statistics and data crunching, et cetera. You know, a lot of goals are fluky. They're bouncing off things and people and that sort of stuff. So it's hard to score goals in the NHL. And if all your guys go cold at the same time, then, you know, obviously it makes winning very difficult.
Talking with Neil Greenberg here from the Washington Post. Last one from me, Greenberg. Who you got winning this World Series? It's been really, really fun to watch.
That's been fluky.
The Blue Jays.
It has, if you're able to stay up.
In them.
I think it's great what's happening in Toronto. And and it's hard, like rooting for the Dodgers. But how do you not root for Ohtani to win a World Series? Like, if you have no vested interest in either team, like you have to be rooting for Ohtani to win it because
Didn't he just win it though?
I mean, just to be like, just to solidify himself.
Yeah, he's unbelievable, dog.
You know, like just to solidify himself.
So
yeah,
I agree with that
saying,
if he didn't have a ring, and then you could have the stupid claim of like,
but
oh,
I just
great,
want it to be like,
one.
I want it to be like undeniable that he is the absolute greatest player to ever play baseball.
He's
what I want.
He's making an argument for himself already.
I know, but a lot of times, like only one championship ring, like that's going to be a disqualifier for him in a lot of people's minds. Like I just want an Ohtani dynasty. Like I just want to have to keep talking about this guy, about stuff that's never been done before, and it's like he hit 15 home runs in one at bat. Like I want like that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
like that's what I'm rooting for.
The dude's good, man.
I hear that. I'm rooting for Toronto, but Ohtani's greatness is, I mean, it's something to watch, dude.
I love seeing Vladimir Guerrero. Like I watched his dad play.
Yeah, me too. I had a Guerrero Expos jersey.
I have so many Guerrero cards, baseball cards. So like this World Series for me has so many compelling storylines. Like I that's why I'm willing to stay up to watch it. Like I am so enthralled by what's happening, and I just think this is just a great World Series, just from a story perspective. And it's a shame someone's got to lose. But I just want like crazy stuff. So like I said, like Ohtani, 20 home runs, one game, like that sort of thing.
Gotcha. Neil, thanks for the time as always, buddy.
Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Take care, brother.
That's our boy Neil Greenberg calling in via the Rude Guest Hotline. He's rooting for the Dodgers. I'm rooting for the Blue Jays, but I just like watching a good World Series. Nobody go anywhere. Commanders tight end John Bates will join us next. The Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia, and Oarsman dealerships offer many of America's favorite and best-selling brands. They've got 2 Toyota locations, plus Kia, Ford, Lincoln. I think they have 2 Kia locations. You go to Chantilly, I think they have one in Alexandria. Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevy, Buick, GMC. The GMCs are good deals over in Alexandria. In addition to the unmatched selection, Oarsman offers incredible deals and financing. And don't you forget, they've got a ton of quality certified used vehicles. You can check on their website, see what you like for you to choose from. Best of all, they've got the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, and with that Lifetime Edge comes $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news also at Oarsman. If you go to Oarsman, you have a car to sell, they will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. So take it from JP and I to beyond Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
Let's ride.
This sports update is brought to you by Orsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Alexandria. Let's ride together. The Bears have signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson, adding the veteran safety to their injury-depleted secondary. The 4-3 Bears are in a playoff contention despite playing without multiple starters in their defensive backfield. The Bears will now turn to Gardner-Johnson, who will join his fourth different team since the end of last season. Speaking of Chicago, their opponents for this week, the Bengals, their quarterback, Joe Flacco, has an AC joint sprain in his throwing shoulder, which has put his status in doubt for Sunday's game against the Bears. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor says Flacco is day-to-day. Jake Browning is the backup if Flacco can't go on Sunday. Orsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Orsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Nah, that's ESPN. Oh, yeah, Barcel. Beamish and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You missed any of our conversation with Neil Greenberg, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, go wherever you get your podcasts, watch us on YouTube. My guess is my guy White Brian will have a Neil Greenberg clip available for your viewing pleasure up before too long. Instagram, YouTube Shorts. We out there, people.
Do it.
You want the content, get the content. It's out there. Joining us right now is our friend John Bates, Commanders tight end.
KB.
Making time for us. John, what's up, dude? How are you?
Fellas, how we doing?
Doing good, man.
How look, man, that's a tough game Monday night. You go into Kansas City, that atmosphere is crazy. You guys are right there in the first half. Second half, it gets away from you. How do you handle kind of flushing a loss like that?
Yeah, it's one of those things that you just have to, watch the film and learn and figure out what you did wrong and what could have done better and move on fast. Obviously, it was kind of a tale of two-half games where we came out and relatively started hot and was going into half at, really 0-0. And then second half just didn't come out as strong and explosive and didn't move the ball as well. And so it's just one of those things that you got to live and learn fast and move on to the next one because there's no going back at this point,
Yeah, that's true, man. What are some of the things that you notice are more easily corrected that you saw the differences from the first half and the second half?
Yeah, I think easily correctable things is, just alignment assignment stuff. We had a few things that even in the first half, whether it's maybe someone not, executing or someone maybe, not doing their assignment the right way or going to the right guy on a pointer, just simple stuff like that, stuff that is all controllable within, our preparation and how we go about our week and going into the game. And so little things like that. And then I think, too, just being able to push the tempo like we did in the first half, just got to be able to do that for an entire game. And so, like I said, we'll live and learn and move forward and try to make those corrections coming into this week.
John, it's different from one year to the next in a season and things of that nature. Things worked out perfectly for y'all last year. This year, it's not like it was last year. You're getting a lot of injuries and things like that. What's been the mindset of the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're still a resilient team. Obviously, we've been a little bit banged up this year, and things haven't gone quite our way, in ways that we would hope. But I still think that we have a team full of guys who are resilient and still, are a connected brotherhood. And we're not going to flinch when we get into tough situations. We've done it before, and we know how to handle it. And that's just the way to go about it. And so, we might be dug in a little deep right now, but I think everyone still looks at this as a challenge ahead and something that we want to get fixed and turn around.
John, what if anything, can you draw on a 3-game losing streak last year where you guys came out the other side and got red hot again?
Yeah, man. I think just being able to understand that that's just kind of, sometimes that's the ebb and the flow of a season. Sometimes you start off hot and then you get cold and then you get hot. And it's just one of those things where a little bit of a, not a slump, but, things just haven't gone our way and we haven't been able to execute to the best of our ability. And so now we have an opportunity going into November to start fresh and really go out there and play to the best of our ability and, make the sacrifice to work harder, whether it be the weight room, on the field, in the training room, in film session, whatever it is. And so we just got to be able to go into a fresh mindset into November and, start stacking away some wins.
Talking with John Bates, Commanders tight end, here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow John at JJohnBates on Twitter and Instagram. I'm curious, man, because certainly fans and definitely one local radio host named Chris Russell make a really big deal about the difficulties that a short week presents. For you as a player, how big of a deal is a short week? Does it make a huge impact?
It's, I think any player and coach would say it's not ideal because it's not the normal amount of preparation and, time that you get in a normal week, but it's just it's the cards that were dealt and it is what it is. And there's, nothing that you can do about it. And so, as a player in a mindset, it's just how fast can I recover and turn my body around from the previous game and get it feeling good. And, there's no time to look back or feel sorry for yourself because every single team in the NFL has the same issues. Everyone has short weeks. And so we can't make any excuses on our part. It's just how fast can you turn around and get feeling better as quick as possible.
Yeah, that's the way I always looked at it. If the other team's got to do it, we got to do it. Doesn't make that big of a difference. But as you start looking towards the game this weekend, another night game, do you feel any differently if you're playing a night game, day game, or is it just it is what it is?
Honestly, I've always loved night games. Obviously, high school you play underneath the lights. College at Boise State, played a ton of night games there too, and so it's just one of those things I've always been kind of used to. And I think there's just something special about playing underneath the lights, and especially in a prime time game. But Seattle's playing really good ball right now on both sides of the ball, offense, defense. And so we just got to come out there prepared and ready to go, 4 or 5 rounds with these guys.
Talking with John Bates here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You're a Pacific Northwest guy. I know in baseball you told us you root for the Cardinals, I believe, the St. Louis Cardinals, because your pop was a Cardinals fan. Who did you grow up rooting for in football?
I didn't necessarily have a dominant team growing up. I guess I was just kind of more into players. Broncos were always a big team where we were at. Obviously, the Seahawks were a big team. My brother was a big LaDainian Tomlinson fan, so he liked the Chargers a lot growing up. So we were just more players and stuff like that we followed in our house.
Gotcha. And you mentioned Boise there. I'm curious, what was it like playing on that blue turf? It's become fairly iconic for Boise State.
Totally.
What's even a recruiting visit the first time you go see that, and it's just so distinct?
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's super cool and unique atmosphere. Obviously, it's a little bit different than your green artificial turf, but it's one of those things that you get used to real fast. I mean, I think the one big thing that people don't realize is being on watching it on TV is almost blinding sometimes, because I don't know if it's the camera effect or what, but it makes it really hard to watch sometimes on TV. But when you're in person and see it in real time, it's not as brutal on the eyes as you think. But man, it's just a special place to play. Boise State football is everything around that community and that place, and so strong crowds every single week and a very loyal fan base who loves their football team. So it's a fun place to play, man.
That's cool. Dude, one thing I did want to ask you about is the Commanders' run game. You guys were running the hell out of the football like so you played 8. The first 4 weeks, you guys were really running the ball well. Over these last 4 weeks, that the numbers have gone down. Now, have there been other factors? Terry and Debo miss time, Jaden misses time. Like, there's been a lot of other factors. What do you guys do to get the run game back on track?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm watching the film the last couple of weeks. Teams, recognize that we've been trying to run the ball, and it's been kind of what we've been leaning on the last month or so. And, the last few games, Dallas and Kansas City have had great defensive game plans and in place to, try to stop the run and doing different things up front, whether it be movement, blitzing, different stuff like that, put 8 in the box to try to slow us down. And so, really at this point, we just got to be able to counter and adjust, a game plan and account for that. And so that's really the biggest thing.
And then the only other thing that, I feel like you're not much of a social media guy. How much of fan feedback when things are running cold do you take in or allow yourself to even kind of be aware of?
Yeah, man, I don't pay attention to any of that because
great move.
Obviously, you want your fan base to be as happy as possible, but really at the end of the day, their opinions and what they're saying has absolutely nothing to do with our performance and what we're doing, and it's completely irrelevant, to be honest with you. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is what we do in the building and what we control. And at the end of the day, we know that the work that we put in throughout the week, and we go out there, and obviously we're trying to do our best and win every single game, and sometimes things don't go our way, but that doesn't waver us from the way that we work and the way that we get down and how we go about our business. And so, I don't pay attention to any of that. I think it is what it is, and people are going to have their opinions and do whatever, but I know that whatever we do in this building is all that matters.
And I think what you're saying, man, and that's exactly how you have to think, because, and it's not a knock, it's not trying to dismiss, but can't be concerned about all that stuff. You got to, the people in the building got to believe in each other. And if that happens, can't worry about what the other people say outside at all.
Exactly. It starts with yourself and having belief in yourself and the confidence in yourself. And starts there first and foremost, and then bleeds throughout the team and that confidence and that energy. And that's all you can do. And that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Dude, so last thing for me. Last week we were all, or hell, 2 days ago, we were all in Kansas City, and Kansas City's so well known for its barbecue. I know I had barbecue.
I ate a lot.
2 days in a row. B did. A lot of people did. I know you guys probably got out there Sunday afternoon. You get some free time to go out to dinner or whatever you do Sunday night. Did you make a point to go find a KC barbecue spot?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, Cosme and I, we went to Jack Stack. We actually got it after the game too, but went down there, got a ton of food.
So who all went?
They did say that the barbecue people would normally feed the visiting
post-game
team. Yeah.
So Sunday night, who was it? You and Sam? Who was the crew?
Yeah, it was just me and Cosme that went out. But we.
What did the two of you get? What is that order like?
Oh, man, it was insane. We were both starving. We got 2 of the 3 meat meals. So 6 meats right there, and then we got another 2 meat meal with on top of that, and then each one of those came with 2 sides each. So we got beans, coleslaw, bread, mac and cheese.
What were the 8 meats?
Oh shoot, we had about it all: brisket, chicken, sausage,
burnt ends,
baby back ribs, beef ribs, burnt ends. I'm missing a couple too. Yeah, and then we had some shrimp too.
Shrimp, way to mix it up.
Yeah, and then we finished it with some warm carrot cake. And Jack Stacks has the best carrot cake I've ever had in my entire life. I mean, amazing. Warmed up, fresh hot frosting on smothered on top. Oh man, I was like full until like noon the next day.
How much food was left on the table between the two of you?
We honestly, the only thing that was really left was like a little bit of carrot cake, just because it was so sweet. But that was pretty much it. We killed the rest of it.
You are two big men. That's a lot of grub.
That's a lot of food.
8 meats, probably 8 sides, and those are the big sides too. And the carrot cake. I'm proud of you, dude. That's strong work.
Oh yeah. Still got a little bit of big food eating right there.
Helps to have the Monday nighter, so you get all day Monday to kind of let it work through.
For sure.
All right, John. We
appreciate you,
dude.
John.
So late practice today. What does that do to your schedule?
Yeah, no, it just pushes everything back a little bit. DQ's great, and because we got back at like 4:00 in the morning the other night, so just gives the guys another opportunity to sleep in a little bit another day, and kind of get yourself prepped and ready this morning with a little flush lift, whatever, some recovery, and get the guys ready to go.
All right, man.
All right, Jay.
Appreciate your time. We'll see you this afternoon.
Appreciate you guys. See ya.
Cool, man. Take
All right,
care.
John Bates, Commanders tight end. He and Sam Cosmi ate what sounds like a whole damn cow on Sunday night in Kansas City.
I think I eat a lot of it just like them.
Plus a
Believe
little
me.
carrot cake. I like carrot cake. You like carrot cake, B?
Yeah.
I don't always think to order it, but when it's around, I'm like, hell yeah, I'll eat
I'll
carrot.
definitely eat carrot cake.
Are there carrots involved in that cake at all?
Yeah.
There got to be, right?
It's carrots and carrot cake.
I would hope so. Jory Epstein will join us, Yahoo Sports, at noon. Da da da.
Until I got high.
Da da. All right, B. Game 5, World Series tonight. Dude, think about for Toronto. They lost in 18 the night before. They also lost George Springer to injury.
Mm-hmm.
And then Vlad Guerrero is able to take Ohtani deep.
When he hung it up, and Smoltz was so good calling the game, dog. He said exactly what Ohtani had to do. He said he can't let him hang up there because if it does, especially against Vlad, and as soon as he let it go, he hit it, he go, oh, that's gone. He knew that pitch getting hit by a guy like him is going yard.
Well, I also think Ohtani in game 3, I guess, hit the bomb early. He had 2 in that game. And then they just walked him.
Yeah.
But last night they pitched to him.
They pitched to him because I think what we saw, if you watched the game the other night, he did a lot. And then last night, he's hitting and pitching.
Yeah.
And Smoltz kept talking about, he say, watch him as the game goes on. Because if those legs start getting tired and you lose that, you can't keep that ball down. You know, you begin to throw with your arms and use your upper body more, and the ball gets up in the box. He was tired. Yeah, but to do what he was doing.
For him to strike out twice, and then
but
I saw the end of it, like the at-bat in the 7th or 8th when he just grounded out to second. That was not what I was expecting.
When he was hitting the ball the other night, dude, the pitch he hit out was inside, and he was able to take that yard. And then when you watch him last night, as the game went on, you could see he was getting tired, but the average person couldn't tell it.
Well, the
dude's exceptional, dude.
Totally. And Vlad, it's tough because Ohtani is so freaking excellent. It's like hard to think about other players, but Guerrero's obviously a star too.
Yes.
So
I think, and he looked like when he's running around the base path, like his ankles or something hurt.
The other thing with LA, Ohtani's mashing, obviously, but nobody else really is. Mookie Betts, when we had Matt Swope on and he was kind of giving us the World Series preview, and he talked about the 4 Hall of Famers that LA has, right? And he talked about Mookie Betts, who's been an excellent player. He's just kind of cold right now. Betts had a single last night. That was only his 5th hit since the beginning of the NLCS. So that's his 5th hit in 8 games.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's going to be, I think, the other thing Swope told us is the LA bullpen is their weakness, as much as you can describe it.
Yeah, their starting pitching is great.
Sure.
Their bullpen, not.
So game 5 tonight after that crazy game 3, and then the Blue Jays win last night. Toki Altizer has entered the building. The Dodgers get Blake Snell back on the mound, who's obviously just a stud. Dodgers are big favorites again, but I don't know, man. This Blue Jays team just has 0 quit in them.
They don't quit.
Dude, Savage was pretty good. I'll be watching tonight. 8:00 first pitch. I got a show at 8:30. Home by like 9:30 probably. I'll probably be settling in for like the 6th inning is my guess.
Are you rested enough to make sure you stay up, Jay? That's the thing with you.
I got good rest last night, man. I went to bed at 10, which for me is early.
Trying to check, man. Just trying to make sure, I
don't know that I'll make it. I'm not making it 18 innings tonight. I'll tell you that. But I'll make it. I'll give them 9. I can give the World Series.
All right, if it goes 18 again, I'm not doing that again.
If it goes extras,
that took a lot out of me, dog.
I'm probably going to bed.
That took a lot out of me.
Especially because we got to move out of the house again tomorrow. But I think all ears. We're done at 9. Get out of there 9:15, 9:30. Your boy's going to watch the World Series tonight. Right. I wonder if they'll keep pitching to Shohei like they did last night.
Probably not. They probably pitched to him last night because that dude Bieber.
Yeah.
He
was really good.
He could pitch. And I think, again, just like if John Smoltz, who pitched forever, is talking about how your legs get tired and then everything, they knew that too. It didn't just affect his pitching; it had to affect his hitting as well.
I think Smoltz is good as an analyst.
All right, dog, I'm serious. If you knew nothing about baseball and you listened to him last night, dude basically told you everything. He was talking about stuff from experience, not that a coach told him last night. You know what I mean? Like Romo do. But Smoltz was unbelievable. Seriously.
When we return, Jory Epstein, Yahoo Sports, talking NFL. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Lions are signing star edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson to a 4-year, $180 million contract extension that includes $141 million fully guaranteed. Hutchinson's $45 million average salary trails only Green Bay Packers' Micah Parsons among non-quarterbacks in the NFL. And the guarantee, though, that is the highest among non-quarterbacks. Speaking of deals, as part of the New England Patriots Pittsburgh Steelers trade that sent safety Kyle Duggar to the Steelers, Ian Rappaport of NFL Network is reporting that the Patriots will continue to pay most of the remaining $5.4 million left on his contract. New England received a 2026 sixth-round pick in return for the veteran safety. The Patriots also sent a seventh-round pick with Duggar to Pittsburgh. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points along the eastern seaboard. Fired up to get on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports. Jory, what's going on? How are you?
Brian, JP, I am doing well. How are you guys doing?
Not as good as Aiden Hutchinson.
There you go.
Breaking news this morning, Aiden Hutchinson, Lions pass rusher, just got paid. I don't think much of a surprise here, but question for Detroit, how do they figure out how to just pay everybody?
It's a great question, and to me, it's not only how they figure out to pay everyone, but they pay everyone what I would consider early, or at least early relative to some teams like the Cowboys, where I spent 7 years of my career. And so you definitely see that there are certain teams around the league who just don't let it get to the point where there are contract holdouts, and I think Detroit is clearly one of them. They've drafted fantastically. They keep those guys in-house, and they do a great job of not making it a distraction and creating this culture like the Eagles have for a while of getting them done early.
So instead of if you let it go all the way to the end, then you got a problem. I think you catch guys like early on, then you could probably get a better deal. You let it go to the end, you're not getting a better deal, no matter what.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's also a question of both the money and the readiness. I mean, you guys see, I'm not saying that Terry McLaurin's health is for sure because of him not participating in training camp, but typically training camp and a longer ramp up helps the player. So I think that the same way, I mean, CeeDee Lamb talked about this with the Cowboys a couple of years ago when he wasn't there during training camp and felt like he was slower coming back. So I think not only does it impact your salary cap, it also impacts your performance for the first season of that extension.
Yeah, and I was saying I can't remember what Lions game we were watching, but he's not, to me, Watt and Garrett and Parsons have established themselves as the true top of the pass rushers, and Garrett's probably the top of the top. But Hutchinson's starting to kind of enter that world, I think. Does he seem like that kind of player for you?
Yeah, I think from a talent standpoint, there's no question. From his ability standpoint, really health is what's kept him out of that conversation, in my opinion. But if he can stay healthy, and when he has been healthy, he's been a game wrecker.
For sure. All right, zooming out from Detroit making another sharp move, looking around the league, I'm starting with KC and Washington just because they just played. But let's start with the KC side of this. What do you see from this Chiefs team? They seem to really be rounding into form.
Absolutely. I think any of us who are doubting the Chiefs early on, I always say with it when it comes to at least the Chiefs advancing far in the playoffs, maybe not winning the Super Bowl every year, that I'm not going to doubt it until they show us we should doubt it. The Patriots used to have this same feel, but I think that this is a team that offensively was missing some weapons early. Now they've got them back, and they're clearly rounding into form. Travis Kelce historically rounds into form later in the season, as we started to see on Monday night. That defense is excellent, and when you have the defense they have in Patrick Mahomes, you really don't need everyone else to be firing on all cylinders to be competitive, and now they start to have more of the players who are. So I definitely think that they should be the team to watch in the AFC, and I'm excited in a few weeks or about a month when we get the Colts-Chiefs, because I think right now when you see what the Colts are doing, going through the Chiefs is likely going to be necessary for them to get where they want to go, and I want to know, hey, can we really destabilize the AFC power balance? Because I'm not sure we can.
What are your thoughts on the Colts? I know many people look at it like, well, it's half of the year. You still got Daniel Jones. You think he may wake up eventually. But, hell, they done it this well this long.
Absolutely, and I think that this is a team that, on both sides of the ball, especially, I think their schedule is padding their record a little bit. Again, it's the Dolphins, the Titans twice, the Raiders, the Cardinals. Chargers have injuries even if they have a lot of talent. So I don't know that they're quite as good as their 7-1 record suggests, but I do think they're a playoff team, and I do think that what they've got going, starting with Jonathan Taylor and continuing to Daniel Jones, Tyler Warren, their defensive guys, is going to be a problem. But I'm like, they're a good team, but are they a great team? That's where I see them.
Yeah, and I think you're right about the schedule. They also, I mean, everybody for so long has said how Chris Ballard's put together a lot of talent up there. They just got to put it all together. I think they are putting it together. And, you know, Danny Dimes this year, kind of similar to Darnold last year. I think you can put together a really good regular season, and you have to prove that you're that dude in the playoffs. I don't know that he will, but it's an interesting situation in Indy because at 7-1, like to your point earlier about Philly, like at some point you just keep winning games. That is the story.
That's it.
What do you make of the Eagles? And just, I mean, they pretty much shut down the Giants last week. Two weeks after they lost to them. Philly has a ton of talent and might be kind of figuring that out.
Yeah, the Eagles are always probably going to have someone disgruntled because they have too many star players for all of them to routinely be making plays every game. I think to me that's also why they're scary, which is that there's not one way that they can beat you. Sometimes it's going to be A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. Sometimes it's going to be Saquon Barkley. Sometimes Zach Bond is just going to blow up the opponent's offense. And if you try and go after one of them, it really is a pick-your-poison approach. And so I think that because Philly is such a tough fan base, they're always going to focus on, well, how come part A of the game didn't work? But the reality is they've got B, C, and D ready to go, and that's going to make them really difficult to beat in the playoffs, in my opinion.
Totally. It feels like Lions-Eagles NFC title game could be how that shakes out, but you've got Green Bay still. Or who do you think, if you agree, Philly and Detroit are the class of the NFC, who do you have after that?
I would have Green Bay, and I was in Pittsburgh this weekend for the Packers at Steelers game. I recognize that the Steelers defense has been given a lot of people a little bit of a boost lately, Joe Flacco included, but nonetheless, I think that, the way Tucker Kraft was going off, the way Jordan Love looked, he's so poised, he's got so much going on. Their pass rush is really rounding into form. It's not just Micah Parsons, it's Micah Parsons working with Rashawn Gary. They're a 1-2 punch that no quarterback should want to face with some guys on the back end that are issues. So I would definitely say Green Bay is up there in my top three. But, Tampa Bay and Seattle, I think that I want to continue to see this from them, but they should be a problem as well. So those five, I feel like, are really strong. Rams, honestly, it's funny because I feel like for the past 3 to 5 years, the AFC has been a harder playoff run to go through, or a harder schedule when you ultimately get there to get to the Super Bowl. And I think the NFC has more good teams this year. The Rams, too. If you told me when I visited the Rams training camp and Matthew Stafford was not only sidelined with the back injury, but he was supposed to come back and then he was sidelined again, that they would be doing what they're doing, 5 touchdown games and without Puka Nacua, I think they're a problem as well. So I would say that the NFC does have a lot of teams that should be a problem in the playoffs.
Green Bay mess around and get the best record, going through Green Bay in the playoffs would be rough for anybody.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially
absolutely.
LA.
And if you're the Cowboys and you're like, oh, we got a first-round pick for Micah Parsons, what's it going to be? 29th pick, 30th pick, 31st? That pick's not looking so good.
Talking with Jory Epstein here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Jory at Jory Epstein, JORIEPSTEIN, senior NFL reporter for Yahoo Sports. Speaking of the Cowboys and the Micah Parsons trade, you had a story earlier this week. Like when the Trayvon Diggs news came out, and that was before Washington was heading down there for what ended up being a thumping 2 weeks ago. But the Diggs story sounded pretty bizarre to me, that he was in his apartment and like something fell on his head and he had a concussion. So then he was out for the Washington game. In the subsequent weeks, he's been placed on IR amid concussion. I'm reading now from your Twitter, concussion, knee injury, and the need to be in better shape to play, per Jerry Jones. You talked to Micah Parsons. He said, I feel like they bleeped my dog over. You don't just do that. Let's start with what the hell actually happened with Diggs.
JP, if you know what happened with Diggs, please alert all of us, because the Cowboys, if they know, are not sharing. This is why I wanted to talk to Micah about this, because I was at that game. I got my Rodgers story, and I'm like, well, Trayvon has not talked in recent weeks. Trayvon and Micah are very good friends. We've got this team perspective where Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and head coach Brian Schottenheimer are talking multiple times a week about this guy who's not said anything for himself. So whether or not we feel like Trayvon has rehabbed in the way he showed, which the Cowboys made clear they don't feel that way, and they fined him $500,000 in the offseason for not rehabbing with them, essentially, and rehabbing in Florida instead. So you can question some of Trayvon's actions here, but he hasn't really shared his perspective. Then you get to the concussion. I mean, how often do we hear no explanation for a concussion? Like, they didn't even say something dropped on his head. They just said he suffered an accident at home. It's up to Trayvon eventually if he wants to tell what happened. Like, I'm not saying everyone always gives us the honest answer, but usually they at least come up with a fake story so that there's not all this speculation. And then it was like, well, he's coming back. No, now he's got a knee. Now he's not in shape. Let's put him on IR. And so it definitely feels like the story has continued to move, and it wasn't particularly convincing. As it relates to Micah Parsons' comments, by no means was I trying to present Micah Parsons as the doctor who best understands what's going on with Trayvon's knees. He also had one knee he was rehabilitating in training camp, a different knee that's been injured since week 2. But I think when it comes down to it, to me, Micah's comments about the team not doing right by Trayvon are reflective of Trayvon's dissatisfaction with the team, and I would say it goes two ways between team and player, which makes me wonder how long that partnership is going to continue to last. I don't know that he would move before the trade deadline. I think that given his health, a team would really have to feel like they're getting a good deal, but I think by the spring we'll likely see a split, even though his contract technically runs through 2028 and the Cowboys hold his rights until then.
Yeah, at some
Jerry
point,
Jones.
there's less guaranteed money on there, and all that starts happening. You brought up the
Right.
trade deadline there, and phones are heating up. We're less than a week away. How busy or active of a trade deadline session do you think we're getting? I mean, we already saw, I think, one or two over the first couple days this week.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting with the Patriots, but you see this sometimes that for them to trade both a pass rusher and a safety yesterday, they have a different defensive coaching staff in than when these guys came in-house, and sometimes a new coaching staff means a shift in personnel, both in terms of preferences and scheme, and so I think that's kind of explaining what's going on in New England. I talked to someone yesterday who felt like yesterday morning, they felt like there'd be about 6 to 7 trades between when I talked to them and the deadline being next Tuesday, and I would say that would leave us now with 4 to 5 more that we could expect in the next week. There are definitely executives and talent evaluators I talk to who believe that we're going to see less activity going into the rest of the week and more coming Monday, Tuesday, because once a roster feels set by Wednesday and you're game planning, do you really want to trade a guy on Friday? If he's actually impacting your game plan, probably not. Again, if it's someone who's not starting anyway, you can feel a little bit differently, or if you get a great deal. I think there will be some movement, but what most teams are telling me is, given the parity of the records in the league and how many teams still feel like they're in the hunt and have the chance to make the playoffs, there are a lot more interested buyers than there are sellers. And so prices are high.
Where do you think
sure that's gonna be high.
Washington lands in the buying and selling part of the world?
It's a great question, and I don't think it makes sense for Washington to buy. I mean, I would say that there, or that I was looking at ESPN's playoff predictor earlier, and the Commanders had a 13% chance of making the playoffs, according to ESPN's playoff predictor. No NFC East team other than the Cowboys had even a 20% chance, or sorry, other than the Eagles had a 20% chance, the Eagles being at 93. And so I think when you consider why you would buy and the fact that they got Debo in the offseason and have made some moves recently, I don't think it makes sense. Selling, I would more wonder, okay, well, what is the future of these guys? Obviously Washington's defense definitely needs some sort of makeover next year, whether that's coaching, whether that's scheme, whether that's personnel. I think there was some belief in Washington that last year the defensive staff didn't necessarily have the personnel to fit their scheme. They felt better about it this year. Obviously, some of the results have not reflected that. And so I would say if there's a player kind of like we saw with Kyle Duggar yesterday that they don't feel like is in their future, then yeah, maybe you get some assets back, you could use them, but ultimately I don't think it makes sense for them to, with a starter, go either way right now.
Yeah, I don't either, and I think you wonder what the Seattle game presents. Dan Quinn yesterday voiced some level of optimism about Jaden Daniels returning to the field. What do you make of this Seahawks matchup for Washington? Seattle plays really good defense and travels really well. They almost play better on the road than they do at home. What do you make of this Seattle matchup for the Commanders with Jaden and without?
Yeah, I think that it's an interesting defensive matchup because the Seahawks defensive coordinator, Adam Durde, was actually the defensive line coach in Dallas under Dan Quinn when he was the defensive coordinator, and they worked together in Atlanta as well. So they have a deep history. They know each other well. And while it's not a division matchup traditionally, I think in terms of the familiarity with scheme on the defensive side of the ball, there's a lot of familiarity. And then, of course, Cliff Kingsbury is in the NFC West, where the Seahawks are. I think that, to me, what the Commanders should most be concerned about is the Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith-Njigba ability to have explosive plays. The Commanders rank 5th in most passing plays of 20-plus yards allowed. And so when you look at that, I think that connection over in Seattle is likely to add to the number of explosive plays. I do think the offense should look better if Jaden's there. The receiving core is getting back. I know that Dan Quinn said after the Washington-Dallas game that injuries aren't the reason we lost. They don't make up the gap. But I still think when you're missing your starting quarterback for part of the game, 3 starting receivers for all of the game, and Dorrance Armstrong, your best pass rusher, goes out, I would say that does explain a lot of it to me. And so I think from an offensive side of the ball, you get Jaden and the receivers back healthy together, that should make things look better. And the same way we see in Philly and Baltimore, the impact of the quarterback's play on the running game, because Jaden's a dual threat quarterback, he is going to help jumpstart the running game because he is constantly a threat to take off. So you have to play the game a little more honestly on a defensive side.
Other than Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's the other person they need to be concerned about?
It's a good question. I think the thing about Seattle is that they actually have multiple people that you should be concerned about. Sometimes it's on the running side, sometimes it's on the passing side. And so I don't know that it's one person necessarily to more see. Like, you could say Kenneth Walker. I wouldn't say that their running game is quite as concerning to me, but I would say on the receiving side, Cooper Kupp, if he has a good game, it's really Jackson Smith-Njigba, like line one, though. His 819 receiving yards are leading the league, and no one else has close to that in terms of yards.
And he's had a bye.
Yeah.
Right. 830 yards from scrimmage, and the next highest skill player is at 491. So it's hard to feel like you really have to be concerned about anyone else. But, in the run game, Kenneth Walker is where it starts for them.
Yeesh. Are you surprised that Washington's where they are right now?
I thought that Washington's record would be worse this year, but they had a chance to put a better product on the field even with a worse record. Obviously, the ball bounced the right way in a lot of ways last year. The Hail Mary, the doink in, some of the health situation. And I felt like, especially led by Jaden, the team overperformed what its roster looks like on paper. I think injuries seem to be line one, but I would also say that people around the league say that the best predictor of future injuries is past injuries, and the front office in Washington has taken some risks in terms of whether it's Debo or Jaden. And I'm not saying they shouldn't, and I hope that these guys never get injured again. I never root for a player to be injured, but I don't think all of this is just complete fluke. I think some of this is guys with past issues having issues again. I would say I thought the defense would be a little better than it was, and I thought the offense would be healthier. I don't think that last year was such a fluke and they can't get back to the playoffs next year, but I do think that they're going to have to consider the way the roster is built from a depth standpoint as well.
Yeah, there will be some questions on the construction next year if they continue in this meandering hole that the last couple of weeks have been. But if they could get hot and Jaden can get healthy, everything kind of changes back. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was Baltimore. Whatever happened last week with Lamar, it looked like he was going to play, then he didn't. Do you expect action from the NFL on that?
Yeah, I do. I think that not only it happening, but it happening days after we saw the NBA and their gambling scandal and the betting and all of that. I think that there's a heightened attention to the way that teams are reporting information that influences bets put on right now. And so I think that whether we like it or not, a lot of NFL consequences come down to what is the PR impact of it. I mean, even that's why I always joke that, if you do something that hurts Philly, you're more likely to be docked a draft pick because Howie's going to make us think about it until you are, which, kudos to him. It works well for his team. But I think that they will be penalized for it. I would bet a draft pick rather than just a fine because I don't know that a fine would really have the impact. I'm not saying it's going to be a second rounder, but I think that teams have been penalized for far less egregious things. And I think that the league will want to send a message to teams about they're going to want to use Baltimore as an example to be a deterrent for other teams, especially in light of what we're seeing in the NBA right now. Because while I don't believe that there was a gambling intention with Baltimore, maybe a competitive intention, that's a different story. Mm-hmm. I do think that it runs the risk of that and runs the risk of lawsuits for the NFL. People are placing money and they feel like the game is fixed.
Yeah, just tell you how much gambling is in tune with the NFL too, and the NFL is in tune with it.
Right.
But nobody else can do anything that's going to affect their bottom line, which is dollars from the gambling industry.
Speaking of the gambling industry, with everything going on in the NBA, do you think the NFL feels that they need to be that much more aware, alert, proactive in that space?
I would say that the NFL probably feels like it has been aware, alert, and active. I mean, I think we've seen NFL players in recent years, whether it's Calvin Ridley or over in Detroit. Players have received suspensions for betting, even if it was betting on their own team to win, and certainly if it gets worse. So I don't know if the NFL will change their policies, but I definitely think that if there was any question about their desire to enforce them, I do think that these policies will be enforced. And it's interesting because when I saw these policies initially, and literally, we're in New Orleans last year for the Super Bowl in the Saints locker room, and it's like you're walking from the lockers to the bathroom, and on the wall there's a sign of do not gamble, do not bet, here's all the things you shouldn't do. That's how much they want to make sure that you cannot avoid this message or say you didn't know. At first I thought some of it was a little much, you can't even bet on a game of cards in the locker room, and you can't bet on college football. But I think now when I see how quickly this can become the poker game we saw with the NBA figures, I think that there is an impact, and I don't think it's unfair to hold these players and coaches to a higher standard on this, given what it would mean for the game if people stopped believing it was impaired. Think about how much we already hear of the game is fixed, the refs want the Chiefs, the refs want the Eagles. There's already going to be those allegations, and I think that only heightens if you actually uncover some sort of scandal in the NFL akin to what we saw in the NBA.
Yeah, I think people think the game is fixed by the authorities, not the players. So that's what they need to be more concerned about. Right. Especially when I watch some of these referees, they referee like they got some money riding on the game.
Well, that's a good point. Maybe you should get the players to actually take the heat off the officials because everyone's involved. We have some options here.
Jory, thank you very much for the time. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Hey, Mitch, JP, great to talk to you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Care. All right. Jory Epstein, senior NFL writer for Yahoo Sports. Always great information. Give her a follow at Jory Epstein. Kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. When we come back, we're going to run through the power ranks. I don't know where Washington is going to be, and I'm not sure how low it should be. Let's find out together.
Yeah.
This sports update is brought to you by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. The Lions and defensive end Aiden Hutchinson have agreed on a 4-year, $180 million contract extension per CBS Sports. That deal includes $141 million fully guaranteed, which is a record for any non-quarterback. And Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier and Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups will not be paid on their leaves of absence from their teams because of the federal charges related to gambling. Both of their paychecks are expected to be withheld and placed in escrow pending the outcome of these FBI cases. This isn't shocking news, but news nonetheless. Fairfax Cities where business like text or thrive with modern offices, great staff, and powerful connections through the Mason Enterprise Center. Discover more at gofairfaxcity.com/business. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Looking at Aquaman. B. Mitch and Finlay 1067 The Fan. Make sure you're checking us out on the YouTube stream. All right, B. Every week we do it. Every Wednesday. NFL Power Rankings. We go with Eric Edholm from NFL.com just to keep it consistent. Who's number one for you?
Number one for me.
Detroit
Chiefs.
coming off a bye, I believe.
Chiefs. They beat Detroit.
Okay. Edholm still has the Lions number one. And he asks, it will be interesting to see how active the Lions will be before the trade deadline.
Okay.
That is interesting because I don't know.
They're close.
Right.
I can see them being active as far as buying because they're close.
There was a discussion last year because I think Hutchinson was hurt last year before the trade deadline if they would try to get a star pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. They're a lot healthier this year than they were by the end of last season. That will be really interesting. For a team like Detroit that was so good last year and then went down, at least to their fan base, in a very disappointing manner in the playoffs. For me, I think you can make an argument Detroit, Indy, or KC is the top of the power rankings.
Okay. I think with Detroit and KC, you have history with them. Right now, Indy, and I guess when you do it a power ranking, you're doing it as of now. So I guess they look at it a little differently.
Right. Like for me, you can make a case for Detroit, Indy, or KC as your top team in the NFL right now. If you were looking at, or White Brian, maybe you can get it for me. What are the Super Bowl betting odds? I bet it's, if the Chiefs aren't the highest odds, then they're the number 2 behind Detroit. And I bet the Colts, honestly, probably aren't top 5 as far as who's going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, depends if you're looking at right now versus end of the season.
Yeah.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com goes, you got those, White Brian?
Yeah, the Chiefs are plus 500 as the favorite. Lions plus 700 with the Packers at plus 700. The Colts are down at plus 1,100.
Yeah. See, that to me tracks. If we're talking about right now, Indy's been fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But I promise you, I will be taking the points with whoever they're playing in the playoffs. Maybe not the first round, because that's a good team. But eventually, I will be fading Indy. So they go Detroit, Indy, KC. KC looked damn good the other night.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way they played in the second half of that game, their defense, it's easy to point to Mahomes. Mahomes completed 90% of his passes for 210 yards and 3 touchdowns in the second half.
Yeah.
That's a good game for a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah. But Mahomes is different than all those quarterbacks. So, if you're not getting pressure on him, I expect him to cook you.
Where is that? They play Buffalo this weekend in a huge matchup. Where is that game?
It's in Buffalo.
In Buffalo.
Yeah.
Okay. What is that line, White Brian? That should be, hold on, let's guess it real quick. KC going to Buffalo Who? Bills 3.5 home field. What do you think?
So.
You think around there?
About that.
What is it, Dub B?
The Chiefs minus 1.5.
Damn.
Wow.
Ooh. Well, Vegas is now saying, hey, this team is cooking again.
Well, the Bills had lost a couple in a row there.
Yeah.
Tell you what, short road favorite. I tend to like short road favorites. That is the 4:30 game, and then Washington's the night game. Who would you have as your fourth best team in the NFL, D?
We had Philly. No, we said KC, Indy, and who else? You had in the third?
Philly. No, it's KC, Detroit, and Indy are the top
Indy.
three.
KC, Detroit, Indy.
But if you don't think Indy belongs there, you can have somebody else.
I would go with Green Bay.
So did Eric at home. You're good at these games.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Jordan Love was really good against Pittsburgh.
He was. He had a little extra something riding on that game, though.
Green Bay has a habit of starting a little slow, but they were really good in the second half, shut that thing down. Packers, and keep this in mind with Detroit, dude, as the NFC North race really starts to kind of come into focus. That tie might end up helping Green Bay because it helps your win percentage.
It does.
And if you're talking about where you're going to play a home game in January, Lambeau's a difficult spot.
Hell, for them, it's difficult, but at least they deal with it.
Right.
Anybody rolling from another town, especially if you play inside or in the warmth, you don't want to go to Lambeau at that time of the year.
No, man.
Nah.
It's still too early to look at the playoff picture, but in the NFC, I imagine Green Bay has the best record because they only have the one loss. In the NFC right now, no, the Eagles and the Bucs have 6 wins, but eventually the bye weeks will even out.
Mm-hmm.
And like Philly's on a bye this week, I believe. So when that all evens out, the Packers are the only team in the conference with one loss.
Yeah.
You're probably going to lose more games eventually, but that's an interesting little subplot on the season. So Green Bay at 4, Philly at 5. Saquon busted that 80-yarder. I was sitting in the Uber with Berger when it happened, and he's a big Giant fan, and he was just like, "Oh my god."
Yeah, and against the Giants, you know he's going to do that.
What'd you think of the Giants' performance against the Eagles, White Brian?
It was over as soon as the refs screwed him out of that fumble.
You mean if I'm when the forward pocket was stopping and they pulled it after he was already moving backwards? That one?
That they didn't blow a whistle? Yeah.
Yeah, but he was moving backwards. His forward progress was stopped, and he was moving backwards. So I understand what you're saying, but once a quarterback is stopped per se, or whoever, and they start moving backwards, they normally blow that whistle anyway.
He was reaching for the first down. The ball was moving.
They got to blow the whistle.
But referees don't always blow the whistle. They
didn't blow the whistle.
Right.
They didn't blow it, and then they didn't blow a whistle the other day. I think in one of our games we got, and they didn't turn it around. They changed it.
They need to take it out of the NFL. I'm sorry. I'm on that wave.
Take what out?
That tush push. Because every week it's something controversial about the tush push. Every week.
Yeah, but still, I just think he was already stopped. And you talking about the one when he reached across the line? What he's already
because this where it comes into play.
It was like one at the goal line, one at the out in the field.
Nah, it was the one where he
out in the field.
Yeah,
where he reached
out,
it, and then now he started coming back,
but,
and that's when they yanked the ball out.
But if you look at the film, when he reached the ball forward, that's when the Giants player took the ball. He fumbled, and then they blew it dead after that. That's crazy because, like I said, it's something controversial every week, and then it's going to become, well, is he dead when he's on top of players getting pushed? Because that's what was happening. Well, they need to just take the play out.
I'm just saying, bro. The play was over when the Giants got on the field, to be honest with you. Because they wasn't going to win the damn game anyway.
It was over when AMAC was like, we don't expect to win anyway. That's when it was over.
Do you think, now that the Giants have been particularly at least
affected by it?
Yeah. Does that get the play banned?
I think the play is on the way to being banned anyway because they have figured out now that they don't know how to police it. They don't know how to referee it. And I just think Goodell goes into the games and act this, that, and the other, and he doesn't move things until forced.
Well, that's got to be voted on. Somebody's got to bring it back up.
They will make it happen, though. It's going to happen. Don't
think
worry
so?
about that. Yeah.
The number 6 ranked team in the power ranks.
You said Philly already.
Yeah, Philly was 5.
Tampa.
You'll see them Sunday night. Seattle Seahawks.
Okay.
Of Washington's opponent Sunday night, Ed Holm wrote, "Don't sweat the short drop. With a swarming defense and an explosive offense, the Seahawks are one of the more well-rounded teams in football. And the defense has been without its two best DBs, corner Devin Witherspoon and safety Julian Love for the majority of games. Seattle coughed up the ball 4 times in the pre-bye win over Houston, which is exactly the kind of performance Clint Kubiak's attack must avoid going forward. The D should be able to take care of business more often than not, as long as the offense isn't donating possessions to opponents. Ball security becomes even more crucial with a remaining schedule that includes 6 road games against only 4 in Seattle. This is almost the exact spot Sam Darnold found himself in with the Vikings last season. Can Darnold and the Hawks have a better ending? Seattle's good, man. They play good defense.
They do.
Seattle's going to be a difficult opponent for Washington this week. Here's what we know. Seattle is 6th in the power rankings. Where are the Commanders? You'll find out next. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. Because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Future Friendly, 106.7 The Fan. We've been going through the power rankings and trying to wonder where the Commanders are falling. I think they fall somewhere. I'm going to go in between 15 and 20. And I'm going to have to look at what you call them? Lanfield, where do the Commanders fall? I don't have it pulled up. I let JP do it till we get through the thing.
18.
18th, okay. I believe that's about right. I think anywhere from 15 to 20 based off of what's been happening. And I think if they had all of their players healthy and Jaden was healthy, they'll be in between 10 and 15 at this point. As we go through it, they don't start winning some games, they're going to fall completely out of the top 20, top 25. I don't know if that'll piss off Jeff, but the ultimate thing is you got to win games. Early in the season when the Chiefs weren't winning, I felt like Pat Mahomes getting back his players was going to move up, and that's why I felt like that. But right now, if we look at this offense, they're not playing like they did last year. Defensively, they're playing worse than they did last year. They played terrific in the first half, and then everything went south when they got into the second half. So when you look at the fact that Terry was back, 2 unbelievable catches, Debo back on the field, and I felt if Jaden was out there, I think things would have been a little bit more effective for him. But still, in football, you got to stop the other team from scoring. And we haven't been able to do that on a regular enough basis. So I think that's going to keep us from really climbing the charts like we are capable of doing. And them sitting at 18 is not a problem to me whatsoever. I don't think that's a bad position at all. Later on, we'll talk with Barstool Nate, I think coming up at 1 o'clock. And we'll see what Nate thinks about it. I wonder where he's going to be. Is he going to be off the hinges today, you think, Jeff? Landfill? Because Nate is kind of the, he marched to a different drum, I think, than everybody marched to. Will he be unhinged?
I don't think unhinged. I think he'll be.
He's unhinged every time you come on the show. You ask a question and he talks for 25 minutes. They don't ever answer your question.
I don't know that I would say unhinged, but I don't think he's going to be pleased with the way the team has been playing the past couple of weeks.
All right, but I think unhinged. I just think he doesn't really listen.
Who?
Nate.
All right, we'll see.
If I talk to Jim would say just drop him off a bridge head
Jim's
first.
done with him.
Yeah.
Off a bridge head first. All right, did you round out the top 10 of the power?
I went to the Commanders. That's what you left. Your setup was, let's see where the Commanders are.
What, you think it's right?
18. I think it's right. You think they're not better than 18? Based off what we've seen thus far, and I understand everybody's not there, but everybody's not there for every other team either. And right now, about 18 is probably about right.
Yeah. There's a team they lost to in the Cowboys behind them. Team right in front of them is the Bears. They lost to them.
Mm-hmm.
Did you read what Ed Home wrote? Seems, I don't think it's, I think it's fair. And dude, you're going to get, we'll see what DQ says, but then we'll see what the injury report really says today. Johnny Newton and Kinlaw left that game with injuries. Laramie Tunsil left that game with an injury. Terry left that game with an injury. Now, could he have come back? Who knows? You know what I mean?
They said Kinlaw could have come back.
DQ said that.
Yeah. So, I think when you look at that game and when you got to a certain point, why make any one of them come back? It wasn't like they were coming back in the game. I think we've had people call in and say, oh, man, basically they should say give up the season. But in that game, bringing Kinlaw back was going to make you do what? Or bringing any one of those guys back in the game, if they could have, was going to make what happen? You get a few more yards. Didn't look like you were going to get more points. Didn't look like you were going to stop them from scoring.
It didn't seem like in the second half of that game anything was going to stop them.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, it's like if they could have, and I'm kind of at a point now where I had injuries, and you have it one time, now you know, and then you get it the second, you know how to deal with it. The first time scares the hell out of you. The second time, you know better how to deal with stuff. And that amount of time missed drops drastically. So we'll see. But if you expect Jaden to be who Jaden can be, he's going to need to have his weapons with him.
Well, he's got to be out there first.
I'm saying he gets out there, but still, even with Pat earlier this year, Pat couldn't get the games won without having all of his people around him. When he got him back, things started to happen. So as much as we think the quarterback automatically makes everybody better, that quarterback needs help to be able to do that too. So Jaden out there with the right people, yes. Without the right people, I don't know.
I mean, there was a point in time where Washington was like a consensus top 10, 7, 8 team.
Yeah.
And they just haven't looked like that. I mean, the last time you felt good about this team was after the LA game.
Yeah.
And I know you say, windshield way bigger than the rear view, but
it is.
That Bears game is just going to haunt them. It's just going to keep on haunting them.
You got to forget about that Bear game. That Bear game haunting you.
They gave it away, dude.
Ain't a damn thing they can do about it now, though. Nothing.
Speaking of giving it away, not that thing, Jeff. We're going to give away some Terps tickets. That's right. Maryland's got a big game this weekend hosting the number 2 team in the country, the Indiana Hoosiers.
Ooh.
Indiana's a straight-up wagon. They dropped 50 on everybody. They went to Oregon and won. Maybe the Terps pull off the biggest upset of the Loxley era this weekend. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You could win a pair of tickets to Maryland football Saturday, November 1st against the Indiana Hoosiers. It's one of Maryland's last home games of the year. Check them out before the season ends. For more information, visit thefandc.com. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You get a pair of tickets, Terps versus Hoosiers. Usually this is a basketball matchup you're fired up for. Now it's football. Somebody come get them tickets.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn told reporters that Jaden Daniels had a very good rehab injury session on Sunday as he's continuing to recover from a hamstring issue. Jaden Daniels is expected to practice today. We'll get more information from Dan Quinn after practice. And Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. remains day-to-day with a bone bruise. Head coach Raheem Morris said that Penix is in the building and he will go through walkthroughs. He said that Michael Penix Jr. is starting to feel better and that there is a real optimism that he will be better very soon, maybe even this week. And tonight we have Game 5 of the World Series after the Blue Jays evened everything up with a win last night. Blake Snell and Trey Savage will go head-to-head again for tonight's game. First pitch, 8 p.m. We'll see who gets to take the lead in this series once again. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Can you love me?
B. Mitch and Finley 1067. The Fan. Little roster news out of Washington. Robbie Chosen back to the practice squad.
Kind of felt that would happen.
Well, that could be nothing because they released Matthew Wright, had another practice squad spot open back up. Could also mean something about Terry. Joining us now.
We saw Chosen. He was in the press box the whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
Joining us now on the Rude, it's clearly a guy they like, on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Rude, big fans of our next guest, Mr. Barstool Nate. What's up, Nate Dogg? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
We're chilling.
We're doing okay. It's a late practice for Washington as they kind of make their way back from the late arrival Monday night. So we haven't gotten many injury updates from Dan Quinn, but he did seem somewhat optimistic about Jaden Daniels. How important is it to get Jaden back on the field this week against Seattle?
For us, the fans, and for Jaden's psyche and for morale, I think it's very important. For the season, you want to win games. I'm never the guy who's like, let's lose games, get a better draft pick. I want to win every game. There's something great, that feeling of euphoria when you win a game. There's nothing better than it. And it's still early in the season. We're 3-5. We can still make the playoffs. The season's not a wash. It's easy to doom and gloom. I say it every week, JP. You can probably say it with me. If Jaden's on the field, we can win the game. A healthy Jaden is such a difference maker that he masks how bad the roster is, and he can do anything he wants to win a game. He's that good at football. But he needs to be healthy. When Jaden's not healthy, this team is bad. When Jaden is healthy, this team is good. And that's as plain as I can put it, is he is by far the biggest difference maker of a football team that I have ever seen in my life, where he can take a bottom 5 roster and bring them to the NFC Championship game. So, yes, I want to watch Jaden every snap of every game possible, but I want him to be 100% healthy, and I don't think that you have to push it if he's anything less than 90% healthy. We don't have to push it.
Don't you think, though, if he had extra people out there with him, that'll help him be more effective instead of when he's out there and don't have much going on, he's trying to do a little bit too much, what puts him in harm's way?
Yeah, the last time we saw him on the field, he was throwing to practice squad guys. He didn't have his top 3 wide receivers. It's really hard to be an effective quarterback in the NFL with 3 practice squad wide receivers as your main targets. So I would love for him to get extra help, but sometimes the dice roll as they may. But he's still young. He still has a long, great Pro Bowl filled, Super Bowl filled career ahead of him. I want healthy Jaden. We know he's still banged up in the knee brace. Now he has this other issue going on. We just need him in a bubble for maybe a couple weeks, get him back, and get the show back on the road.
How concerned are you with more injuries coming out of Monday night? Kinlaw, they said Kinlaw could have gone back in. Johnny Newton had to come out of that game for a while. Laramie Tunsil was not able to go back in. And then top of the list is that Terry McLaurin had to come out and did not come back in.
Yeah, thanks, Buddy Baker. It's bad. This has been a bad compared to last season when everything went our way. Every bounce, every injury, everything seemed to go our way last season. This one's the opposite. It's just we can't stop picking up injuries. We can't stop just the fumbles and just everything that can go wrong has gone wrong, and it happens in football. It's just part of the game. It just sucks when it's your team. And through 8 games more or less, that's the story of ours. The Debo fumble on the first drive when we were cooking, that was kind of a summary of how the season has gone. A lot of good things and then a bad fumble. And unfortunately, that is the story so far of the season. I was saying on both offense and defense. It's just they haven't really been able to put together a full 60 minutes for the better part of this entire season. And I put a lot on coaching. I put a lot on just the players themselves. I think there's enough blame to go around, and I don't think it's on anyone in particular. I just think some of it's just bad luck, some of it's circumstance, some of it is personnel, some of it's coaching. It's just a big blunder, man. It just is what it is.
Yeah, we asked that question yesterday, wasn't it, Jay? Was it bad luck or just team just bad? I said a little bit of both.
It can be both.
Yeah,
I think it can be both, and I think that's perfectly acceptable to be like, hey, maybe Bobby Wagner should not be covering guys one-on-one in coverage. Is that because he's a bad player, or is that because coaching's putting him in a bad situation, or is it a combo of both? I would say it's a combo of both. Coaching has to be better to make the players like Bobby Wagner, who, they can't cover running backs one-on-one, don't put him in that situation. It's that simple, but unfortunately, there's not much depth behind him, and I think everybody is doing their best besides Joe Witt Jr. I don't think, wow.
You all right, man?
I don't think Joe Witt Jr., falling apart. I don't think Joe Witt Jr. is the best man for the job, and I've said that for several weeks. But I do think his players, the guys that he's got, are playing as hard as they can for him. It's just his scheme is bad, and the players aren't good enough. And it's that simple.
If the players aren't good enough, how you blame him for the scheme being bad?
I mean, we all watched the game, right, B. Mitch? When he drops into that soft zone and we get no pressure on the quarterback, and who are you going to take? A Joe Witt Jr. soft zone with washed players, or Patrick Mahomes picking it apart? Guess what? I'm taking Patrick Mahomes to win that battle 100 out of 100 times. Joe Witt Jr. does not make good adjustments, and he get put behind the 8 ball with maybe like Marshawn Lattimore, who's lost a step, Quan Martin, who shouldn't be on the team, Von Miller as our best edge rusher. Yeah, like he's not dealing with the best players, but Joe Witt Jr. is certainly not the best defensive coordinator for the job, and I think it is football malpractice that he's still coaching the defense. I think it is a huge blemish on Coach Quinn to allow this guy to still coach the defense when clearly he is not the best guy to coach the defense.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give Nate Dogg a follow at Barstool Nate. Check out all his work at Barstool Sports. Looking ahead to Seattle, man. Jackson Smith-Njigba has the most receiving yards in the NFL despite playing less game than a lot of folks. What do you think of this matchup? What do you think of another primetime game?
Yeah, the schedule makers were in their bag when they put Jaden in every single primetime game on the schedule, and now it's coming home to roost. It's unfortunate that we have to keep, treading out, Marcus Mariota on primetime games. That's assuming Jaden takes another week off, which I guess we don't actually know. It's a home game. It's football. It's NFL. I think we played very well in the first half against Kansas City. If we could put together a full game, I think Seattle is beatable. But that's a big if, right? Like, there's a lot of variables that go into that. Can we control the ball? Can we not turn it over? Can Mariota, can Cliff call a better game? I don't think Cliff is getting enough, slack for he had some very questionable play calls, especially, I think it was, we had second and short, and I think we went screen, throw, and then went for it on fourth down and threw that weird, Hail Mary-esque pass 12 yards out of bounds towards Terry. I think Cliff had a very subpar game, and to be honest, a pretty subpar season. It's not 100% his fault. I think, losing every wide receiver and your starting quarterback doesn't really help you become a great coach. But I just think everybody, special teams, Jalen, I don't know what he's doing there. He doesn't have hands all of a sudden. I just think every single position, every single side of the ball, they need to step their game up and just play and focus so much more.
Yeah, I mean, Brian and I have talked at length about the lack of blitzing and the lack of trying to force pressure.
It's ridiculous.
It's if something's not working, change it, right? And they haven't. Yeah. Now, going to the soft zone prevented some of the big coverage busts, but not enough of them, frankly. I do think, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think the Kansas City game was going to be a really not impossible, but a really tall task anyway. And I think by not getting points early in that game when the defense was playing well and they generated 2 turnovers, really, really cost them in that game. To me, it's like, considering the amount of losses you already have through 8 games, matches what you had last year through 17, it's about just trying to find individual improvements in the second half of this thing. And I think with Jackson Smith and Jigba coming to town, you've got serious problems this weekend anyway. I think, we talked about, are they bad or unlucky? And the answer is both. And I think injuries are a factor too. I mean, they're just
injuries are a huge factor.
The fact that the DN situation is what it is, where you've lost so many of these guys, and then Payne, Kinlaw, Newton to some degree aren't right. The path for them to win games defensively was to generate a lot of pressure up front, and now they're just not doing it. You compound that with the fact that Mahomes is a magician. This week, Sam Darnold is not a magician. Maybe he's better than we all thought from the Jets. He showed it last year in Minnie and so far this year in Seattle. But I find this one to be a different kind of contest. Do you notice the primetime problems? Is that a factor to you, or is that just when the games are? It's just kind of a...
I know what you mean. It definitely feels like they mean more. At the end of the day, it's still a win or a loss in the scoreboard, but it definitely, you don't want to be embarrassed on a primetime game. You don't want your team that you love and you tweet about and you tell your friends about and your family about, and that kind of consumes your entire life. You don't want them to stink. You don't want them to stink in primetime. So I do think the games matter more to fans. Guy, you pay more for the ticket. You might miss work the next day. It's a whole Monday night, Sunday night games. It's a big thing. So I don't like when we go out and just stink it up in front of the whole country. I'd rather, if we're going to stink it up, have it be on Fox. I don't want it to be on primetime.
Stink it up at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, the games are based off what you did the year before. So if you want the same, you got to make sure you be healthy the next year.
Yeah, but the getting pressure on the quarterback thing, it's like when you sit back in the soft zone, Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback, of the last decade. You can't out-trick him. You can't out-scheme him. So what you have to do is the reverse. You just have to, rush 6, rush 8, get after him, get in his face, and do everything you can to try to disrupt him. I think they showed a stat at the end of the game that he broke his own record for most passing yards with 4+ seconds in the pocket. And Joe Witt Jr. sitting there on the sideline and Dan Quinn sitting there on the sideline allowing this to happen. We're all sitting at home on our couches watching Mahomes pick us apart limb by limb, thread by thread, and I'm screaming at my TV, you got to change something. You got to do something, and they didn't. It was complacency, and overall just pathetic in a way where, hey, we're just going to let them win the game. We're going to let the Chiefs win this game. The punt on 4th down, let's let them win this game. Let's get out of here.
So I asked DQ about that yesterday.
But at that point, what they going to do, man? Let's be real.
That's
now.
what he said.
I mean,
like the down
I'm
and
going to be
distance
totally
needs
honest
to be
with you.
feasible.
They did something in the first half, and I don't think they did a lot of blitzing in the first half either. So eventually, the players got to be held at fault a little bit here, because those are the same people that's on the field in the second half. So they wasn't blitzing in the first half, and they were getting pressure on Pat, and they got picks. In the second half, what happened?
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's about the scheme or just it wasn't the execution.
Yeah, as we can go around in circles on it, it's a combination of a lot of those
Mahomes
factors.
came out and said, we didn't match their energy in the first half, and we realized that at halftime and came out and were able to get to a higher level. I think we're all kind of right, because it has reached this circular, like, well, the players are underperforming, but are they in the best positions to perform? And the players are underperforming, but are they in the best positions to perform? It's reached this like circular.
But I ask this
level
question:
of-
if you're in the right position to perform in the first half, and you're doing the same stuff in the second half, and you don't perform, you mean the coach got to automatically do something completely to get you in the right position? I understand that schemes are bad at times, but when I see players having success doing the same thing in one quarter, one half, and they're not doing the second half, I have to wonder what's up with their energy.
Yeah.
But here's the thing also, B-Mitch. At the end of the day, Patrick Mahomes, it doesn't matter who you have on defense. He's going to figure you out, and he's going to put together a great game. We hung around the first half, and then Mahomes did Mahomes things, and our offense fell apart. And then we can go back to the injury bug. Marcus Mariota, there's a reason he's a backup and not a starter. The offensive line getting hurt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think just a lot of dominoes compile, and one domino after the other fall, and that's how you lose to the Chiefs. And to beat Seattle this coming up week, you just really have to put together the perfect game plan and execute it perfectly. There's so little room for error, and this team makes errors. This team turns the ball over. This team throws Hail Marys on 4th and 1. There's mistakes made by the players, by the coaching, by everybody that puts them in bad situations, and that's how you lose games when you don't have the strongest roster. And, if we have Mariota this week, it's really hard to win. It's just really, really, really hard to win unless you're perfect. And this team is not perfect, and they have not executed perfectly.
This team is not perfect, and they have not executed perfectly. I think that's a safe place.
You're more dedicated. You were more dedicated to Wentz than you are Mariota. What the hell? And he was terrible.
To Wentz. Well, we had no choice. Hey, Ron Rivera looked at the tape. He told us. He looked us in the eye. He said, "This is our guy."
I'm not talking about Ron. I'm talking about you. You were making. You had everything to say good about about Wentz.
But the thing is, when we had Carson Wentz, we had no choice but to root for him. What else are we going to do? It's just like, all right, I guess we're bringing in this guy. Let's root our asses off for him and hope a miracle happens. A miracle didn't happen. It is what it is.
Nate Dogg, I did want to give you a chance to talk Caps. Last night, tough loss on the road in Dallas.
Yeah.
I know you've been encouraged overall. They are now 4th in the Metro. I mean, it's so early. They've played 10 games. They played 10%, more than 10% of the schedule. Where are we at for a 6-4 Caps team that's lost 2 in a row?
So lost 2 in a row. The game against Ottawa, maybe the most unprepared, lackadaisical, wave the white flag in the second period game we've seen in 5 to 10 years. That was just a big stinker. And then last night, Caps played well. Just 1-0 loss to Dallas. Dallas is a good team. Great goaltending. I've shouted it from the rooftops on the show. I think this Caps team is very, very, very good. I said possibly better than last year's team that won the East. I'm not ready to give up on that take. I think this Caps team is very, very good. And as for the season's going to go fast. They have that 2-week Olympic break in the middle of February. So, games are jam packed, and you see a lot of wacky scheduling stuff, like a lot of back to back nights in different time zones. It's just like a lot of travel, and it's going to go quick. And could that hurt us, with our veteran presence like Ovi and Carlson, stuff like that? Possibly. But this team did get younger. I think this team is grittier. I think the defense, the blue line is playing pretty well overall. I think they held the Stars last night to 0 shots over like a 24-minute time span. Still lost the game, but it was encouraging at least to see them play that well. So no, I'm not worried about our beloved Washington Capitals. It should be a very fun, very exciting season.
So if you're right, thank you for the time.
I'm always right, JP. JP, if there's one thing about me, is I'm always right.
Yeah,
we know that's a lie.
That's definitely the one thing about you. Thank you, Nate.
Always early, but always right.
Last
all right,
thing.
I'll talk to you guys after a
last
win.
question,
All right,
and you only get to answer with one word. This is our poll question of the day today. The trade deadline is next Tuesday. Should Washington buy, sell, or chill?
sell if the price is right.
The man said one damn word,
and I said 4.
Yeah, and that's why you gonna have to start listening, or I'm
Why
not
I'm
a
the
problem
GOAT.
with you.
Sell if you can get a really
One
good
word,
price.
fool.
Goodbye.
It's all one word. It's all one word.
That's Barstool
Sell
Nate.
if the price is right.
Barstool Nate on the Rude Guest Hotline. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Cleveland Browns are more likely to be sellers than buyers at the trade deadline, but defensive end Myles Garrett probably isn't going anywhere. Adam Schefter has just reported that a source told him that there is no chance Cleveland would consider trading Garrett by Tuesday's trade deadline. And another defensive star has earned a long-term extension with his respective franchise. The Lions pass rusher Aiden Hutchinson reportedly came to terms on a 4-year extension with the team. The 4-year, $180 million contract extension includes $141 million fully guaranteed. Hutchinson's $45 million a year average salary trails only Green Bay Packers' Micah Parsons among non-quarterbacks in the NFL, though his fully guaranteed money, that is a record for a non-quarterback. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Grant and Danny out there in the hallway getting ready for their program coming up in 30 minutes. All right, B. I think this is pretty interesting kind of way to look at Washington right now.
Uh-huh.
Talk about the Commanders, not the city. Or the state, I suppose. Going into the season, the Commanders had a win total of 9.5 wins.
Ew.
Through 8 games, are now 3-5.
They got a tree.
Now, after week 4, when they would have been 2-2, their win total was still 9.5 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after 8 weeks, what do you think that is?
7.5.
Correct.
So they need 5.
I mean, to get home, yeah.
And hell, to mess around and get a deal and get 6 of the next 9. And then they got 9. They missed the 9.5.
Yeah, I mean, to get the original, if you're holding the over 9.5 wins
You
to
gotta get 7 or 9.
Yeah. That's tough.
It's tough.
I mean,
It's
honestly,
tough.
if you look at these playoff projections and stuff, there's a reason they have like 8, 9, 10, 11% odds to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It of the 7.5, B, which way you going?
I think they can get 5 in the next 4. I'll go with the over.
Got to just be over 500, basically.
Yeah.
And if you look at the odds, so the odds are out for the Seahawks. They are, I want to say, 3-point dogs. I do think that could change if DQ comes up today and says, hey, it's definitely Jaden starting. What are the chances you think DQ says it's definitely Jaden starting?
I don't know, man. See, first of all, listen, man, I know DQ. He's going to give you what he needs. He's going to talk to you as much as he needs to, which I expect most coaches to do. And I think there's no way he comes out today and say that. I don't think it's necessary today.
I'd almost think if I had to wager on Dan Quinn makes a quarterback announcement today, I think there's greater odds he would announce Marcus is going again than Jaden is going again. I think the greatest odds are we're going to see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, if I had to, if it's a binary choice of DQ says Jaden's going to start or Marcus is going to start, I'd probably lean Marcus. I think the overwhelming answer is we're going to work through that and see how it goes over the course of the week.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think so. Right now, Seattle's 3.5-point favorites, and it's early in the week, but all the money's on Seattle. I think that line moves if Jaden is back. I think really the last couple of weeks with all these injuries, it's been pretty worthwhile watching the lines because Vegas gives you a pretty good hint of where they think things are. At 3-5, I mean, just to get to over 500, you're talking about You got to go 5-4 down the stretch. No, that doesn't get you there. You got to go 6-3, right?
More than likely.
Yeah, to get over 500.
Listen, bro, I want to see the team get healthy and then, go with it. Because at this point right now, we go into games like we did against Kansas City, and I hear all the frustration from fans after that game. But going into that game, it was about 99% of the people saying that Kansas City would win the game. We didn't have a chance. But then the same people were so frustrated after the game. I don't get that. So my thing is, I want to see them healthy. Then I would understand that frustration then. It's kind of hard for me to listen to somebody say, there ain't a chance in hell they're going to win. And then after the game, that same person called in saying, man, they not. Come on, dog. You probably bet against them. Probably won you some money. But then you go on the other side. I can't deal with that.
If you're frustrated and angry about the outcome, that should be like a seasonal thing. I think if you're frustrated about how well they played early on and weren't able to keep that up, or that they were able to generate turnovers and not get scores, like there were frustrating facets of that game. But dude, they've played 8 and they're 2 under 500, which means in the remaining 9. They've got to go 3 over 500 to get to 500. When you think about the math that way, Seattle last year won 10. Detroit last year was the 1 seed in the NFC. Miami stinks on ice. That should be a win. Denver last year was a playoff team. Minnesota last year was a playoff team. It's tough sledding.
Yeah. But they need to be healthy, bro. And listen, bro. We have to cover the team. We have to go with stuff. But in the NFL, and I happen to understand this team is not built well enough yet to withstand the injuries. And when you go into some game, do I believe they can win a game? Yes. But if you lose and then I watch the game and I see how things go, I can tell what hurts, what didn't hurt, what worked, what didn't work. Then at the end of the game, I am disappointed when you lose the game. I don't lose my damn mind over it. But if I tell you I don't think they can win this game today, and then they lose the game, I'm not going to be frustrated. I'm being honest with you. Because I don't expect it. You know what I'm saying? I'll be thrilled as hell if they were to go win it. But if it's a game they're going against, and I'm like, okay, nah, not today.
What is your week 1, they can actually win this one barometer? What is your Wednesday, rather, they can actually win this thing barometer feel like for Seattle on Sunday night?
If they got Jaden, they can win it.
You don't think they can with Marcus?
I don't know. Because I don't think the offense goes as smoothly. I know there was a period where people were getting ready to think that the first game Marcus played in. But since then, it hadn't been that smooth. So I don't know if that's Marcus or it's the way that it's called when he's in the game. Because as I watched the other night, I heard somebody say something. They say, no, somebody called into the show. That was that Monday. Let's not try to call a game like Jaden is there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I watched the game, and I saw it being called like Jaden was there instead of Marcus is there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's things that I think one guy can do better than the other, and we have to call it for the other guy to do it his way. What's best for him, not for what's best for the other guy. They do have similar traits. They do have similar characteristics, but they're not the same.
The biggest line movements in the NFL on win totals, not a surprise, but Indy's win total going into the year was 7.5. They're
10,
already
11?
7-1. Week 4, Indy was up to 9.5.
They're at 12 now?
12.5. I mean, they're 7-1 with 9 to go.
Probably how we were last year.
Probably.
Yeah.
They probably jumped significantly. Another interesting one is New England. They were at 8.5, now up to 11.5. There have been some net down moves too, though, besides just Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Houston was 9.5. Now that's down to 7.5. Arizona was 8.5. Now down to 5.5. The Ravens have been adjusted 11.5 down to 8.5, and it's held there. How about this one? The Panthers now 4-4, 7.5 wins.
Ooh.
That's growth for Carolina.
Ooh.
For Washington, though, Landfill, you think they get to 8 wins? 3-5 through 8?
No.
Man, even with the injuries and everything, if they don't get to 8 and you have double-digit losses, that's going to sting. That's going to feel like a big step backwards after last season. That's why they play the games, dude.
That's it.
As much as we talk about the schedule, this stretch of the schedule, KC, Seattle, Detroit, it's not that much easier after that. You do get the trip to Miami and then a bye week, but Denver at home, Minnesota, traveling to Minnesota. There's quarterback questions with the Vikings, whether it's Wentz is cooked now. Dude, can I say something briefly about the Carson Wentz stuff?
What?
God bless the Carson Wentz machine, because they finally shut him down with the shoulder, right? And now all these stories about how hurt he was for the weeks leading up to the shoulder injury come out. Like, that is damage control, where he played bad, and that's why. We saw it with Kirk last year.
Listen, he played great that 1 year in Philly. He hadn't played great since. Point blank. Let's be real about it.
He hasn't. I mean, since that injury, he was great. And then he got injured, and then you wonder what the psychological damage
they keep
was.
him around. He's still in the league.
It's Moneyball, dude. It's the opposite of Moneyball. He's big, he's strong, he's got a big arm, and there are coaches and executives that just
I
can't.
walk down the street a lot, and I see guys in their 7 feet and stuff like that. I know the hell they can't play no basketball, because I'll see them walk. They're clumsy as hell. They're weird. He's weird, and he's clumsy. So, no, I don't think he should be still in the league. He should be at home resting with us.
Where were we where a kind of goofy-looking dude walked by, and then you gave me this look, and I just started busting out laughing? Was that on the field in KC?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We know he wasn't a player.
No. Sure, not a player. When we come back, we got to make some bets. Great and Danny at 2.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Man, this Wood My Grill thing, I've got like a zillion people sending me that it's closed. Bless you.
Why you closed?
You
have found that out yet?
So the Washingtonian just wrote about it, and they said a note posted on the restaurant's website reads, "Thank you for choosing us as a dining destination and allowing us to be a part of your lives with many fond memories of good food and cheer."
I know I spent some 5 figures in that thing.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that food was so good.
We were there, and when we did the show over at What's-Called, I probably was there 2-3 times a week.
Yeah.
And I would buy stuff for the other people there, too.
Yeah, I remember.
I should have been writing all that stuff off back then. I wasn't doing that. Crazy.
It was banging. So
they're saying, why did they close, though?
There's...
Thank you for being a part of our life. Let us know why and where you going. Were you moving somewhere?
I don't know.
I can believe the prices, the rent there quadrupled.
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, COVID messed up restaurants so bad, and getting staffing is hard. I don't know.
They seem to have come on the other side of COVID.
Totally, dude. The place was jammed all the time. Pat Notley somewhere.
I loved it, man.
Very, very upset about that. Yeah, dude, that place was so damn good. Washington. All right, what all games we got tonight? No Wiz, no Caps tonight? They both played last night, so unless there's a back-to-back, I would think they're off.
No, I doubt it.
You think the Wiz are on tonight?
I doubt it.
I doubt it, too.
NBA.
What do you got, B?
Wiz are not on tonight.
We got baseball, though. 8 o'clock first pitch. I'm going to be watching that joint.
Give me the Dodgers.
Well, hold on. Let Landfill play the sounder first. We were just kind of talking.
Hey, I'm fast for this thing. You know me.
Go, Landfill. All right.
Gather around, gather around.
All righty. White Brian, how'd we do last night?
Me and you, JP, we won. Everyone else lost.
Who I picked? Because I think you're lying.
Capitals.
I didn't take no Caps. I took the Bucks and the damn. I took a parlay with 2 basketball teams. What are you talking about?
I think you did take the Caps.
No, I didn't. I took the parlay with the 2 basketball teams. Go back and listen.
I think he did take the parlay.
I did not take. See, that's what I'm saying. Brian, something wrong with
You
Brian
added
for
the
real.
Caps at the end.
No, I didn't. I took the parlay with the.
I think you did because I think I took the Caps with you.
But I took the.
I won. I took JMU and they rolled.
I did not take no Caps. I know that for a fact.
White Brian, what is your process? Do you write this stuff down?
No, he don't.
Yeah. What did
Obviously,
you
he
write
don't.
down?
Caps.
I didn't take the Caps.
No, B definitely took
I took
basketball.
the Bucks.
I think you took
and
the
Warriors. I know because I looked at they were the bottom 2. I took both of them right before we went off there yesterday.
I think B's telling the truth.
All right, well, then you won.
He can't keep it no more.
So I think you're 2-1.
Jeff,
on
you
the
go back to keep it.
No,
You were better than him.
That was worse.
Jeff was better than Brian.
No.
Brian just guessed when he gets to the next one.
Hold on. Let's not act like I wasn't keeping it. I didn't write it down.
Well,
but every day in the break, I went back to the playback.
Actually, you would leave before we did it most times, so you didn't know what.
Landfill, who do you think's better at keeping track? White Brian or Jeff? Silence is building. Suspense is building. I can't tell what's going on in there.
I don't know.
Landfill, can we get an answer on that? Because White Brian, do you think you're better than Jeff at least?
I don't really know how good Jeff was.
All right, so B won last night. I believe him. I remember that. I won last night. I'm 2-0. Brian is now 2-1.
Yeah.
What about the rest of the crew, White Brian?
He did say Warriors.
I don't know who he gets his Caps from.
Oh, did Landfill just go hold the audio?
Yeah, we were both looking for it. He put it up.
So what did he say?
Okay. And give me the Warriors, and I also want the Bucks. White Brian, you are. I would say I don't know who won what the last 4 weeks.
That's wild.
How the hell do you say I took the Caps and I took the Warriors and the Bucks? and what did he take? Because we don't know if he won.
Well, he said he didn't win. Or did you win?
No, he said him and JP won.
I had the Toronto pitcher over 15.5 outs.
That's true. I remember that.
He had over 15.5 outs?
He got 16.
I think that's what, through 5 innings?
Yeah, 5 and a third.
Yeah.
But how you just screw mine up that bad, bro?
That is a egregious mistake, dude.
I got the Cavs tonight.
Caps?
Cavs.
Cleveland Cavaliers.
C-A-V.
That's a part of my parlay.
Landfill, who do you think is worse, White Brian or Jeff, and keep it track?
I don't know. It's tough.
Well, I'm gonna let y'all both know right now. White Brian, you can keep the job, okay?
Yeah. I'm taking the Blue Jays plus 1.5 run line.
Beamish said I'll have a parlay with the Bucks and the Warriors, and White Brian wrote down
Yeah, I took Caps.
That's
You
like
said Caps. Brian, you still got a concussion.
Costanza's
Give me the
waiting on his
Cavaliers
table.
and the Dodgers.
Right.
Cavaliers and Dodgers. Okay? That's a team in Cleveland, and that's a team in L.A.
Minnesota.
Okay?
So you took the Minnesota Wild.
God. I looked this morning, I was like, okay, cool, I won. Brian said you take the Caps. Oh, my Lord.
Damn, White Brian. We got football tonight. Jacksonville State against Middle
Brian
Tennessee.
must have habits that I don't know about.
I did not know this, B. Did you know this? You know what the Jacksonville State mascot is?
Nope.
They have the same mascot as another SEC team, or as an SEC team.
As an SEC team.
Tigers.
No. I thought there was only one mascot of this in the world.
Crimson
The Warhawks.
Tide.
The Gamecocks.
Gamecocks?
I thought South Carolina was the only cocks walking around.
Nah.
There's a pair of
They
cocks.
got them all over the country, dog.
Does everybody's pick in but me? White Brian, you pick anything?
Whoever he picked an opposite of it when we got this.
I'll go with the Gamecocks.
So am I. I'm taking the Gamecocks tonight.
He picking the other team.
You get the Blue Raiders. That's your punishment. Although they might win. Who the hell
Brian,
knows?
how did you mess that up, dog? I'm still wondering.
That's an egregious error.
I really don't know.
Are you still in the protocol?
Should be. Because if he mess up like that again, I'm going to hit him in the head. He go back to the protocol.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to the
Oh,
calls.
my Lord.
Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to John Bates, Commanders tight end. Thank you to Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports. And thank you to Barstool Nate. We're back tomorrow from Ashburn. Grant and Danny up next. You made it this far. White Brian owes you an incorrect pick.
He owed me repercussions. Yeah.
I'm at the corner of Washington and Garfield or something like that. I'm like, what city? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't really understand what's going on. And then I get the notification. Your Grubhub order is here. No, I didn't order Grubhub. You didn't order Grubhub. Toby didn't order Grubhub. You know who did? My wife did. That is what was happening. He was calling me to try to drop off her Nando's Peri Peri for lunchtime. And then all of a sudden, now I'm texting her. I guess in the lobby, she's like, which lobby? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know your building, man. I don't know your life. I got no idea what you're talking about. Point is, he's calling me. I got to go do the show, but there's some, follow the smell of the chicken. Go to the lobby and start sniffing, and you got a shot at it. It all worked out. But it was harrowing for a little bit. Everyone was mad at me. Not my fault.
I get the accidental call from the daycare at the gym where my wife works out all the time. So, and for whatever reason, they have my number, and every time it's the exact same. I'm getting a call. I know what's happening. And they say the baby needs to be changed or something happened or somebody's crying or whatever. But as soon as I answer the call, they go, oh, sorry, Mr. Paulson, we'll call your wife. I go, no problem.
No problem.
And it's, once or twice a week. And I know now, my wife's going to have to deal with this. But my number's the first one that pops up, so I can relate to that. I just heard Savannah talking about the World Series in the update. I can't believe what a fight the Blue Jays are giving the Dodgers here.
I love it.
I got to give them a lot of credit. I gave them little chance. I thought L.A. was going to roll, and it just felt inevitable. And they still might win this thing in 6 for all we know. But to be 2-2 through 4 games, decidedly better last night, to have gotten up off the mat after that excruciating 18-inning, exasperating loss, to even this series with a 6 spot last evening, another big home run from Vladimir Guerrero Jr., this has been a way better, more competitive, closer World Series than I thought. And if you're into baseball like I am, you are thoroughly enjoying yourself. I was watching it on the plane all the way back last night. But Toronto they keep coming. You think, oh, well, this is going to be tough to come back.
Yeah, now it's over, right? Right?
Now the Dodgers have this guy pitching. They've gotten to most of their starters, whether it's Blake Snell or Shohei Ohtani, other than Yoshi Yamamoto, really. They've done a pretty good job knocking guys out of the game.
I mean, if you're Toronto, you're the upstart. You know that they're the overdog, they're the house, and they're on the blackjack eater, right? They got Blake Snell and the aforementioned Yamamoto going over the next 2 nights. All you're saying to yourself is, let's try to win one. Let's try to win one of these. Obviously, you go from both. I mean, you do the best you can. But if we win one of these next 2 games, we'll go back to Toronto for a little Game 7. You want to see that? I do. Right? And if you're them, it's Max Scherzer, by the way, who would start Game 7. Can you imagine?
Yeah, sign me up.
Seriously.
I would pay good money to see that in person. The Wizards last night did exactly what I would have them do if I could design it and script it like a movie. They had a bunch of young guys play really well. They led by a bunch for much of the game. Then they completely cratered in the fourth quarter and lost in overtime.
Up by 10 with about 2 minutes to go, I think, yeah.
They got outscored 2-1, 32-16 in the fourth quarter, and then 13-8 in OT to lose 139-134. But that's not what's important here. In fact, you're a top 8 protected selection. You need to lose a requisite number of games this year for everything to go well with this great draft class ready to come out in the NBA. But 31-11 last night for Alex Sarr with 5 assists. That's great. Keyshawn George has now scored 20 or more points in 4 of 5 games this season.
Dude.
He's going to be on the show today. We've got him on during our Beltway Blitz coming up just after 4 o'clock after we give away those Caps tickets. But last night, almost a triple-double, 20 points, 9 boards, 8 assists for Keyshawn George.
So this, by the way, I'm taking nothing away from the stretch. He's been sensational to start this year. It's a versatile offensive bag, and it's not necessarily the high-flying, jump over everybody, take off from the foul line, Zach LaVine type style. It's that, who reminds me of right now offensively. Remember Joe Johnson? Played in Atlanta forever, just can do a little bit of everything and always finds a way to get that shot off, to a little bit of space, dead-eye, knockdown shooter. He looks really good. I'd love to see what happens, and this is the beauty of this rebuild where they're giving the kids a chance. Let's see what happens when he's number 1 on the scouting report. Let's go around it's like in baseball. It's like, okay, there. James Wood, you had a nice couple of weeks. Well, what about now when you're the guy we're worried about beating us? How do you adjust what happens? I want to see that. But so for just over a week, he has been sensational. Talking about George.
Yeah, we're about to find out because teams are going to start gunning for him defensively. Mm-hmm. He's also shot it so well from 3. He's had multiple games where he shot over 50% with 3 or more threes early this season as a 3-and-D guy. He's showing out. So you'll hear from him in the Beltway Blitz today. And then the Capitals played last night. First time all season they've lost consecutive games. This was a much better effort, though. They played a really good Dallas Stars team on the road. They lose 1-0. Basically, what happened was they ran into a goalie who played his butt off last night in Jake Ottinger. And on top of that, they hit 3 posts. So when you got a goalie who's fantastic and you deal with some bad luck offensively, you're going to have a hard time scoring. You'd like to get more than 0, but they lost 1-0 in Dallas. They're 6-4 now. Still the one you want back was Saturday night against Ottawa, which was pretty embarrassing. But they dealt with a lot of injuries in that game. Some of the news better than others. Sounds like they avoided what was a scare and a long injury with Dylan Strome, which is a big deal.
Last night, I don't know how to have a better way to say this, is a reminder that sometimes that sport is stupid. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, I'll take that effort every time. The one that was it Sunday? My days are all confused. Was it Sunday against Saturday?
We were at
Thank you.
Jack Stack.
Yeah.
I was watching it on the phone going, they scored again. They scored again. They scored again.
Yeah. They went for 2, didn't get it, didn't matter. Those are the ones that kind of frustrate you. But last night, you just kind of go, hockey God's not on your side, as you said. Rang the post a few different times. Very competitive, playoff-style hockey game. To me, that's concerning when it's not competitive defensively, because that's where this team's bread is buttered right now, I think. I think the scoring chances are going to come, but I love the way they've played defense for the most part. They've had a couple combined 2 games, I think, against Vancouver and then against Ottawa, where they've given up almost a dozen goals over those 2 games where they look lackluster defensively. When they're right, they can play a lot of those games, and I'll take my chances in that kind of environment every night.
Let's talk NFL here for a second before we get to the Commanders. We have not gotten a chance this week out of our normal weekly rhythm because of the Commanders Monday night game to kind of dive into the national football landscape. But just going quickly through the divisions, the NFC West is fun. I think all 3 of Seattle, the LA Rams, and San Francisco could win that division. They're all 5-2 or 5-3. We're going to get a good hard look at Seattle on Sunday Night Football when they come in here. From a DVOA standpoint, they're one of the most complete teams, defense and offense. Sam Darnold had a great breakout last year in Minnesota. I think a lot of people felt like that was just a Kevin O'Connell, Justin Jefferson creation. He's proving that he is actually a guy with some game who can play. But meanwhile, you've got to deal with the Rams. You got to deal with the 49ers. I still think the best team in the division, if Matt Stafford stays healthy, is the LA Rams with their pass rush on the other side of the ball. But their tiebreakers aren't as good. They're 0-1 in the division, and they're 0-2 in the conference right now. So Seattle, with 2 wins in the NFC, 1-1 in the division, and certainly San Francisco, they've beaten Seattle and the Rams already this season. They're 5-1 in the NFC. They've done the best work for themselves as far as the resume they're building to try to get where they want to go.
And they got a negative point differential. Just tells you that when they haven't had their guys, and that's been a lot, they've just been underwhelming. I mean, you and I both noticed last week when they were underdogs going to Houston. Like, that's one of those head-scratcher games where you go, I'm going to stay away from that gambling-wise because there's somebody who knows something I don't know, and they were double-digit losers against the Texans, who have really struggled to this point this year. But you mentioned it. It's as good a coaching job as you're going to find for Kyle Shanahan, right? Where it's everybody that matters for them has been out, from quarterback to linemen to defenders to offensive weapons. It's receivers off the street. It's the Christian McCaffrey show, and everyone's invited. They found a way to be 5-3 in a pretty good spot with Giants, Rams, Cardinals, Panthers, Browns coming up.
Ooh.
You know, them and the Rams obviously are going to be competitive, but everybody else feels pretty winnable. We could look up. This was kind of the thesis on them. They may not be that good, but they can be a double-digit winner. One of the highest over-under totals coming into the season this year.
Based on the fact that mostly that they were going to play 7 games against teams that picked in the top 10 last year.
Yep.
And based on what you just illustrated, it sounds like they're about to hit a patch here where they've got a pretty soft underbelly they can cut open into this schedule and stockpile some wins. So what they've already accomplished gives them a real legit shot. NFC North might be the most competitive division in the NFL because you've got Green Bay and Detroit who both think they could be 1 seeds in the NFC. The Packers, by virtue of their tie, 5-1-1, with just 1 loss this season, are the number 1 seed in the NFC right now. And Detroit at 5-2, just behind them. Chicago lost a game they'd like back in Baltimore this past weekend.
Yep.
As an underdog, they could have gotten a 5-2. Instead, they're a 4-win team. And Minnesota's completely fallen by the wayside. Big quarterback issue. McCarthy didn't play well. They went to Wentz, who's hurt, now out for the year. He struggled immensely as well. They're going back to J.J. McCarthy. I would say that they're pretty cooked, though, at this point. 1-2 in NFC play, 3-4 overall. They're Washington with a bye already, basically.
Yeah.
It's the same resume the Commanders had going into the Chiefs game, but they don't have Jaden Daniels in the offing coming back healthy. They don't have a backup like Mariota they can turn to. I just don't see how they're going to get the quarterback play to hang in that division. But the better question really is Green Bay or Detroit. Green Bay's got the tiebreaker because they pummeled the Lions in week 1. Detroit's been better since week 2, I would say. But those two teams, one of them might be a wild card as like the second best team in the NFC.
That collision course for that very thing to happen, right? I mean, you look at the other divisions too. Tampa Bay 6-2 has now established a couple game lead over everyone else in their division. Everyone in the NFC West is going to keep beating each other up, I think. So 3 playoff teams likely out of that division. So then you look to the NFC East, as we're talking about, and Philadelphia, again, a lot of daylight now for them. So the number 1 seed race is on. The division race is on. Whoever doesn't get it, to your point, is probably the 5 seed, maybe the 6 seed. It just, again, kind of depends. It'll be like last year was, where a 10-win team didn't make it, an 11-win team, I think, was like the 6 or 7 seed, 6, and it's going to be hotly contested in that division because those top 2 teams now are showing some daylight, and they're really good.
In the AFC, the biggest story maybe is the New England Patriots, still out front of Buffalo 6-2. And if not for having played the Bills, I think we could pretty easily say, oh, they don't play anyone. But here's 2 factors to consider. Number 1, they did play Buffalo and beat them.
That's their signature win. That's feather in the cap.
You can't take that one away from them. And they're also almost plus 70 in net differential right now. As an example, only the Indianapolis Colts and the Kansas City Chiefs have a better net point differential than the New England Patriots. So, yeah, they're playing some weak teams, but they're destroying them at this point. And their quarterback, Drake May, is a top 2 or 3 QB in the NFL this season right now. He's playing at an MVP level. They've got the coach of the year on their sidelines as of right now in Mike Vrabel. They've completely turned it around. I would still pick the Bills to win the division, just a longer track record, betting on Josh Allen. But New England's schedule is so sharp and soft. They're not going away, man. They're going to be there with a couple of weeks to go with a shot at this thing.
And they are ascending, too. First few weeks of the season, not impressive. They lost to Vegas, which is still one of those losses where you go, man, that was one of those week 1 flukes now that we have more data points, right? Eked out a win over Miami in week 2, talking about New England. A weird, strange game they probably shouldn't have lost against Pittsburgh, to be honest with you. But since then, 3 games they've outscored their opponents by around 20 points or more. Then they've got that Buffalo win and a kind of a gritty, we didn't play great, but we still beat New Orleans win as they've won 5 straight. Again, the arrow is trending up massively for that team.
Yeah, it sure is. AFC North, the Ravens are still a betting favorite in some books to win the division. And I saw this morning. One of the places where I look at playoff odds, so it gives you the percentage chance that a team gets into the postseason. At 2-5, think about this. They have the Ravens as 56% likely to make the playoffs. So if you have buried Baltimore, you need to think twice about that. Not just because they're getting Lamar Jackson back, but they had a season-saving win without him against the Bears with Stu Huntley at quarterback this past weekend. And now they go to Miami. They're expected to win. Then to Minnesota. They'll be favored in that game as well. Then they play the Browns, the Jets, the Bengals before the Steelers in December. So, Danny, I just ripped off. That's 5 straight games against non-playoff teams. Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, Jets, Bengals. They can't afford to lose more than
no
one
more
of those.
slip-ups, right?
You got to go 4-1, but there's a chance they go 5-0. Even if they go 4-1, though, they're 6-6 to go into the final 5 games of their season with a really good chance to make the playoffs. I think there's a better chance, honestly, that they're 7-5 at that point.
I think so too. And it's what I pointed out when they had lost. I mean, they got throttled at Houston, right? 44-10. One of the worst games I've ever seen that organization put out, right? You're used to them. Even if they lose, it's usually competitive, and maybe there's a player or two who doesn't go their way, or the play gets overturned and they're close, or a fumble doesn't break right, whatever. But they got throttled in that game, and I kept pointing out they're not done yet. I know everybody's looking at them and saying they're cooked. That you get through the teeth of the schedule. Once they come out of that bye week, even without Lamar Jackson, and double-digit winners against the Bears, although it was probably a little closer than that, to be honest with you. That was back and forth, could have gone either way. They take advantage, and now you're catching a bunch of teams at the right time that aren't particularly good. They can stockpile some wins, and nobody really wants to win that division right now. Nobody, like Cincinnati, had the greatest opportunity ever to tread water and survive and be 500 without Joe Burrow. Squandered it this weekend.
Yeah, that loss for them to the Jets
it's going to haunt them.
Killer.
Yep.
Absolute killer. Opens the door wide open for the Ravens to get back into this thing. But everyone is banking on Baltimore handling their business. And I think we're forgetting that is a flawed team with a really,
Yes, it is.
really bad defense.
Yes, it is.
So it is possible that one of these games we don't see them losing, whether that's Minnesota or Cleveland or whatever, you stub your toe and all of a sudden you're in big trouble again. But they control their destiny. And you've got an MVP caliber quarterback who should make you a team that could win almost every single time out. AFC West, we just saw the Chiefs. They are right back in the thick of that race, one game behind Denver. They've got the Bills this weekend, then a bye, then the Broncos. If they can beat Buffalo, go into their bye, come out and beat Denver, they're going to be sitting pretty at 7-3, all alone in first place, very likely at that point. The Chargers are still hanging at 5-3. Everybody said after last year, all three of those teams won't make the playoffs again like they did last season. Right now, the Broncos, Chargers, and Chiefs all look like playoff teams.
The Chargers have rebounded. That was important for them because remember when Washington saw them, they were on their way to being up 17-0. But after that, they looked pretty inept, right? They were so injury depleted.
They just lost to the Giants too, with basically 4 new starters on the offensive line.
Yeah, and they eked out a cringeworthy win over the Miami Dolphins on the road. Whether they should have won that game or not, whatever, they did to go 4-2, but you're going, yeah, they're not trending right. Indianapolis beat the brakes off of them, and all of a sudden, a great defensive performance this weekend against the Vikings, and you kind of go, wait a minute, that Chargers group is not dead just yet, as maybe they get healthier down the stretch, a bye week in week 12 to kind of, go through their version of a gauntlet at the end of the season. Eagles, Chiefs, Cowboys, Texans, Broncos to close it out. They're one of those teams that needs to stockpile now over the next few weeks before their end of the season where they're going to have to, kind of fight for every inch.
Wanted to spin you around the NFL because of the rhythms getting thrown off with the Monday night game, recapping the contest throughout much of the show yesterday. Wanted to start there. We'll get into the Commanders now. By the way, it is Tuesday, which means it is a Survivor Tuesday on Grant and Danny. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. It's actually not Tuesday.
I know.
It's Wednesday, Garrett just told me. But it feels like a Tuesday.
Yeah, even though Tuesday has no feel, this is a Tuesday-ish.
This is going to be a struggle. I'm just going to let you guys know.
Dude, we're fighting it. I get in at 12:30. The baby was up at 1. My 7-year-old's up at 3,
What time did you get in bed last night?
Well, the first time, 12:30. Baby's up 7 seconds
way
later.
Better than I did.
Yeah. Then my 7-year-old comes in with a toothache at 3 a.m., which is just a great thing to have happen.
So normally I tell you that you're running in front of everyone and doing whatever weird things that you do at the airport doesn't help you that much. I think it helped you a little bit last night because you beat me into bed by about 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when you get off the airplane, you were directly competing with every person on that plane for resources. So I beat 50-some people to the taxi line. As they're meandering, they're taking their time. They're like, oh, hon, do you have my keys? No time for that. I'm city walking. I am striding it out.
Well.
Yeah.
I didn't have a taxi line either, for the record, or an Uber line, but it took 5 to 7 minutes, whatever, for the Uber to get there. But I got a text from you saying you were on 395 as I was getting out to the curb. So you did very well.
Crushed it.
But yes, it'll be an early bedtime, I think, for me tonight.
I agree with that.
If the Blue Jays and Dodgers don't,
I'd like them to comply with that,
heat me
please.
up again.
No more classics. Let's get a beat down one way or the other.
Absolutely. But it is Wednesday, as I was saying. I don't know if you guys remember.
You said that, yeah.
Commanders Survivor, Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. You're going to vote somebody off the island. You're going to give somebody immunity. So, Danny, let's run through who's remaining on Commanders Survivor.
QB1, Jaden Daniels, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Debo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, who is immune this week, Josh Connerly Jr. on offense. On defense, Javon Kinlaw, Daron Payne, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, and Trey Amos.
I'm going to think that Jaden and Tunsil, you said Tunsil's immune?
Tunsil's immune, yes.
And some of the guys that got injured are probably safe in ways that isn't always the case because there's enough bad from this performance that I think you can find a guy or two to vote for to kick someone off the island. But I don't want to lead the witness. Again, go vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny is where you can vote today to send somebody home and give somebody immunity on G and D. Next, let's get into the Commanders. Last year, head of the class, top of the NFC. This year, basically the bottom of the conference. Which season is more authentic to where this program is right now? Who are the real Commanders, do you think? We're going to chew on that on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. In the NFL, Sunday Night Football, Commanders and Seahawks getting ready for Week 9 of the NFL season. It'll be the debut of the Super Bowl-era uniforms for the Commanders. Today, roster moves for Washington. They signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. The Lions signed defensive end Aiden Hutchinson to a 4-year extension. 4 years, $180 million, $141 million guaranteed, the most guaranteed money for a non-quarterback in NFL history. Hockey last night, as heard right here on The Fan, the Capitals fell to the Stars 1-0. They'll be back in action on Friday against the Islanders. The Wizards fell to the Sixers in overtime last night, 139-134 in overtime. They'll be back in action tomorrow at OKC. Bilal Koulibaly set to make his season debut tomorrow. Game 5, Blue Jays and Dodgers in the World Series tonight, 8 o'clock first pitch. The series is tied at 2 apiece. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 this evening, 4 hours from now. At 4 o'clock, by the way, in 90 minutes, we're giving away tickets to see the Capitals. You got to be listening if you want to win those. Just as a little tidbit for those of you wondering, the NFL trade deadline is 6 days away. Tuesday next week at 4 p.m. Washington's got the third most money in the NFL in terms of salary cap space at this moment. Now, they would likely be sellers if they're anything. I don't think they'd be buyers at this juncture. But they're probably not going to do either. Most teams don't. It's not like baseball where you've, on a binary, you got to choose buying or selling, and you throw pieces into the market or you add. But if they were going to do something based on how they're playing, they should probably sell.
Indeed.
But because they have the third most money, it's just interesting that you could take on an asset, right? Just like the Patriots, who have $49 million of the most money. I'd be curious to see if New England gets creative here and tries to find a flaw.
Yeah, we'll take your bad contract type, NBA style.
$48.9 million to play with in cap space.
By the way, that is wild that they have that much.
It's nuts. The Cowboys, who never have cap space, have $31.2 million right now.
I guess that's your Micah Parsons off the books kind of thing?
Helps restructured contracts as well.
Mm-hmm.
Commanders, $26.28 million. Lions, $23.9 million. And the Browns at $21.7 million. But among the contenders, teams that are playing really well right now, the Patriots at about $50 million. The Lions with $24 million could go help themselves and bring in a piece or two if they needed to. And then the 49ers and the Steelers are high on this list as well. San Francisco, $20 million in cap space. Pittsburgh, the same. The Seahawks, $20.1 million if they want to try to get to a place where they think they could go on a run.
And they all should, by the way. I mean, all those teams that you just mentioned. Detroit, you can never have too much defense when your offense is the buzzsaw that it is. Just another playmaker here or there, someone that's fallen out of favor somewhere. For the Patriots, maybe an offensive lineman, maybe, again, they've invested in a lot of spots. Maybe a wideout that's gruntled or on his way to disgruntled. Who knows what they could use. But again, they've got enough flexibility to take on whatever they want.
Was the TV show back in the day where there were three people claiming that they were the guy in question and they had to stand up and sit down and stand up and sit down? Was that called To Tell the Truth?
I think so.
So I want to go To Tell the Truth on the Commanders right now, which is different than Tell the Truth Mondays, okay?
There's a good distinction there.
To Tell the Truth,
Or
Commander
Bennett
style.
Amalu telling the NFL to tell the truth.
The line that they used to say in that show all the time was, will the real Danny Rouillet please stand up? And then, I'd stand up, but I'm not him, so I'd sit down, and we're juking people, right? Will the real Washington Commanders please stand up? Here's the question. Which version of this team is closer to the truth? The group that was a 12-win team last year that got to the NFC Championship game? Or this group right now that looks like it's going to struggle to get to 7 or 8 wins at this current trajectory that is ravaged by injuries and has lost 3 straight? We'll throw that out to you guys on the phones at 800-636-1067. Mick is in Ashburn to get us started on Grant and Danny. Who's the real Commanders, Mick? Which one do you think is more authentic, last year or this year?
Hey, boys. Clearly, it was a brief shining moment that they had last year. It was Camelot. It was fortune. It was everything going your way. It was the Bears. It was the Giants kicker. Bobby Wagner on his putting together a great year before Father Time catches up. And it's all coming to a head this year. Regular amount of injuries, perhaps more. Jaden's going to be great no matter what, but, a little bit of the injury slump. Maybe Cliff is being exposed a little bit, but, they even got lucky against not lucky, but the Lions were decimated on defense last year in the playoffs. They earned everything they had, but this is back to the norm for us. Sorry.
Do you think they're as bad as it looks right now, though? Do you think this is for real?
They're lumped in with 15 other teams right in the middle of the pack. They're not top 10. They're not top 12. They're not bottom 10.
That I agree with for sure. I mean, by way of record, like if you look at the standings right now, they're not really lumped in with all those teams. They're below them. I mean, they are 3-5, and only the Cardinals, the Giants, and the Saints, two of those three have benched quarterbacks already this year, are worse in the entire NFC. If you look at the entire NFL, I mean, there's 6 teams in the NFC, including the Raiders and the Browns and the Dolphins and the Jets and the Titans, who are worse than them. But at 3-5, they're a bottom 10 team in the NFL, which is where I would push back on someone saying this is what they are. I think they're better than this. Last year was not authentic either.
Yep.
Spent the entire offseason saying they lived a charmed life. They rode the magical carpet ride all the way to the NFC Championship game. But on a binary, if you got to put them in a bucket, what are they closer to? I guess probably this. I just think that the injuries have piled up so badly for them that what should have been a 9-ish, 10-ish win team maybe could end up winning 6-7 games now.
And I think that's the point here is they're not either of those things. This year, they're not a outscored by 20-some points, 3-5, lose by 20 points per week type team to Dallas and then Kansas City. They're also not what they were last year. We talked about it many times. I had fun. I hope everyone else did too. That was as charmed a life as you're ever going to lead. What happened last year? That was probably an 8 or 9 win team that got every break possible, had some magic, had the belief, and they're all having so much fun. Injuries didn't really hit them very hard. It was basically guys like John Allen out for the year. They came back in the postseason, but there wasn't what's going on right now where they already have more man games missed now than they did all of last year among key contributors. But it's also, the flip side of that is when you are an old, slower, veteran team, you're susceptible to this. So there is an element of realism to this where the oft-injured player like Noah Brown is injured. That's real. That's not like some sort of fictional underachievement.
Yeah, I like to bring this up occasionally because I think it's very true that the injury luck has been terrible, and there's nothing they could have done about a lot of it. Some of the guys getting hurt are very young, by the way. But you were the oldest team in the NFL. That's the roster you built. And we pointed this out before the start of the season. It wasn't just that you were the oldest among 32 teams in the NFL this year. They were the oldest team in the NFL in over a decade that's been built in average age, to the point where we're asking Adam Peters before the start of the year, is that a concern? Why is this not a weakness? Why aren't you worried about this? But it's not just, they're older than the other teams right now. There has not been a team built with this average age, this old, in over 10 years.
They're historically
in the NFL.
old. Yeah.
And I saw a stat circulating on Twitter today, Danny, because a lot of people have pointed out how many young guys are getting run right now and the snaps by some of the kids, which is a great sign. In terms of average age of the snaps this year by team, offense for Washington was 5th. So in other words, tally up all the snaps, get the average age of the player. 5th oldest in the NFL on offense. On defense, the oldest in the NFL.
Even with the young kids.
Even with all the young guys playing. The oldest. And so when you add the two together for the season, it was 28.3 or something. They were still the oldest in the NFL in terms of snaps. So a lot's been made about, look at all the young guys that are playing. And that's true. There's also a lot of old guys that are playing.
Yeah, they're still in there. Yeah, so, and again, I don't think, I said when they were struggling early this year, before some of these injuries hit, their best football's ahead of them. I actually still believe that. If Terry McLaurin can put together multiple weeks where he's healthy, I think you'll finally see the player that held out and demanded all the money. I think same thing with Daniels, right? When they finally get some time together, this offense will be better as the season progresses if some of these guys come back and if they're able to maintain some modicum of health. So I don't think they're 3-5 bad. I don't think they'll lose out of every 8 games they play as assembled. I also don't think they're 12-5 good. I don't think they're NFC Championship game good. I didn't before the year, and I don't now. So what's closer? The storybook of last year or this like womp womp bottom falling out? Oh my God, we're in a mudslide and we're going to finish 5-12. It's probably closer to this one, but I don't think this is this totally authentic either.
Yeah, I have a hard time with what's closer because in my mind, here's how I'm viewing it. If the season started again right now, we just hit a button, everybody's fully healthy, and the season starts again. And then your team is healthy for the entirety of 17 games. What would their record be? That's kind of how I'm trying to view it.
Okay.
Like, I believe that what's happening is largely a product of the injuries, but I'm also not naive where a lot of people are like, oh, they're going to go win 12 games. No, they're not. That's not a thing at all. But is it now that I've seen this defense, now that I've seen the regression of whether it's Ertz or Wagner or some of the guys with age, the fact that Jaden's not playing at the level he did as a rookie. Okay, so I said 10-7. Is it 9-8 probably if you start the season again and play 17 with everybody healthy? And I mean everybody. Like the list that Nikki Javala put together of man games missed, if you guys missed it, who covers the team for The Athletic, was really good. But when we're talking about injuries and games missed, 3 games of Daniels with a knee and a hamstring, 4 games of McLaurin with the quad, who's back on the injury report. We'll see if he practices today. 6 games of Noah Brown with a groin. He's on IR, is going to miss at least 2 more. A game of Deebo Samuel's heel. So far, 6 and counting out for the year. Achilles of Austin Eckler. 2 games of John Bates with a groin. A game of Colson Yankoff with a hamstring. 6 games of Sam Cosmi with a knee. 6 and counting for Dietrich Wise, who's out for the year with a quad. 4 and counting of Javante Jean-Baptiste, who's out potentially for the year with a pec. 1 and counting of Dorrance Armstrong, who's out for the year. Jonathan Jones missed 4 with a hamstring. Will Harris with the fibula on IR has missed 5 and counting. Percy Butler with a hip missed a game. Kicker Matt Gay with a back missed a game now as well. So if you had everybody for 17, like what would you expect this team to be? And is that record closer to 12-5 or where they're headed? Yeah, it might be smack dab in the middle.
I think it's in the middle for me.
I mean, that's boring, but it might honestly be like, 9, 10 wins. Let's go, probably not even 10. I would say 8 or 9 wins, which is maybe in the middle of where they're headed and where they were last year. Steven Manassas, you're on the Fan. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good show. Yeah, I think we're right in the middle. And last year, we were ahead of schedule. We had an easy schedule, the Hail Mary. I mean, a lot of things just fell our way. This year, it's the opposite. But, like Danny just said, I'm not giving up. I mean, I think our best football is ahead of us. We just got to let DQ and Peters do what they were brought in to do, be patient. But I think we'll get there.
I want to get into the idea of patience next, too, because it's not like they have prioritized the future with how they've built this. In other words, it feels like when the season ends, you either have to start the rebuild then, in a sense, or really kick it into overdrive, or keep doing what you're doing, which is keep going out and getting these veterans.
Yeah, go and get vets is not a patience thing. When the Wizards ask me for patience, I go, I can make a joke, but I'm like, yep, that's what we're doing. I get it.
But that's what I want to get into is after a year like this, will they be more inclined to do that? Like take the step back in terms of roster and go younger? And I mean, right now, they only have a couple picks in the first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Most of their draft picks, they only have a handful of them. They had the lowest amount of picks this year in the NFL draft. That's going to happen again next year, barring a change where they bring in picks. And most of them are in the late rounds. So after a year like this, do they shift their philosophy? Is that something they should do? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
up, but Kansas City continuing to hit their stride.
No doubt. As Rice makes the catch for the touchdown.
Rashee Rice, one of two Chiefs that went for over 90 receiving yards on Monday night. That was Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call on ESPN of Monday Night Football as Washington lost the third straight game, fell to 3-5. And the question we're asking you right now on Grant and Danny, which Commanders team is more authentic to what this program is in reality? Last year's group that was a super tough out that nobody wanted to play, forget 12 wins or an NFC championship game, but they were one of the really exciting young teams in the NFL. Or this year's group, which is the antithesis of that, where they're bottom feeders in the NFC. 800-636-1067. Danny, just before the break, somebody brought up this idea of, hey, let's be patient. Let's let this staff continue to build this thing up over time. That's not really what's been happening, though. Now, naturally, when you have a draft every year and you have free agency every year, you're going to add young talent. That is clearly something that is going to happen because you have the picks, you have the money. So it's not like they haven't added any young talent. Guys like Trey Amos and Mikey Sanders still, they have done that. But in any area where you're choosing between basically spending and going really young or trading a veteran for draft picks to add more young talent, or the opposite of that, they've actually chosen to get older, to go more veteran. So that's where I struggle a little bit with the patience and the build part of this. Yes, they're simultaneously trying to build while winning, but especially this past offseason, after they got to the NFC Championship game, I didn't disagree with any of the decisions in real time, including Laramie Tunsil, who's been very good for them. But they made the fewest draft picks in the league this year.
I said that then, and I'm not going back on it now. I understand this. I'm raising my hand asking a question. Do you think it's ever going to come home to roost or bite you in the butt that you're the oldest team in the league and you got away with some great injury luck last year? I mean, the idea that Zach Ertz is just going to play 17 games, given what had happened the previous 5 seasons, is ridiculous to count on. And yet, here we are. And, knock on wood, everything seems fine. But you see my point. Like, I understand the process where you go, dude, our approach just now got us to the NFC title game. We're ahead of schedule. Don't apologize for that. Let's capitalize on it. Let's strike while the iron's hot. We're winning right now. I get that. Now it hasn't worked. I think, you kind of get to go back and hindsight's 2020 and go, maybe it wasn't the best approach. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to just go veteran by default time and time again on short-term 1-year deal. Will Harris, short-term 1-year deal, pass rusher, short-term 1-year deal, guy in his mid to upper 30s, etc. At some point, you need a talent influx. You delayed it because of how good you were last year. You don't apologize for that, but you sort of now have to kind of adjust course on the fly.
And here's, I guess, my larger point. At some point, I think you've got to do the tough thing of saying, we're not going to spend the money on that 34-year-old to just have a guy that we really like now. So what I mean by that is, let's just say you get to the offseason and you decide that Zach Ertz isn't coming back next year because he's retiring or whatever, right? Do you just go back and get in line for 33-year-old Tyler Higbee, who's going to turn 34 next football season? Do you just sign David Njoku, who's going to be 30, or Mark Andrews, who's going to be 30 as a free agent? Or do you invest in the youth that you already have, like Ben Sinnott? Do you draft a guy who's a real weapon and a pass catcher in the second round or something like that? And is that something they need to start doing? I think naturally it's going to happen to some extent, but I'd like to see them make it more of a priority after this year. And that's kind of my question. I don't think anyone had any issue trying to capitalize on the momentum, surround Jaden Daniels with weapons. You're accidentally really good. Let's see where this thing goes. But we all got smacked in the face here, and I think it is time to reset this offseason maybe and go, all right, let's start actually thinking more about 2 or 3 years down the road and really build this thing sustainably. Let's go to John, who's in Austin, Texas, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, John?
Hey, Grant and Danny, how are you guys?
Good, man. Very well, thanks.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a medium ground here. I don't think that, obviously, we're not playing as well as last season. Obviously, we're not doing as great this season. I think with all the injuries, it's hard to really put a exact pinpoint on where we're at. I do agree with what you were just saying around the fact that, the team probably needs to get younger, and those are issues we will have to address in the off season. Zach Ertz not coming back. Ben Sinnott was showing some signs of life, this past Monday, and just all the injuries. We need to run the ball more. We lost Austin Eckler. Debo was out a game. He's still battling injury. Terry McLaurin was out, 3 games. Jaden's, on track to, 2 or 3 now, or 2 plus. And we definitely need to get younger.
Missed 3, and I guess
and more
the question is what happens this week, although we were told he'll practice today. Now, they're not on the practice field yet. That's going to take place in about an hour. So we'll keep you abreast of that, and we'll definitely let you know, is he practicing or not. If you look at the age of the team, by the way, so Josh Johnson's the third-string quarterback. That is a flaw in that age affects your average age, but he's not playing. But you've got Ertz, who's 34, George Fant, who they brought in, who's 33, Chris Moore, who plays a lot, is 32. I don't know if people realize that, the wide receiver. Andrew Wiley's 31, Laramie Tunsil's 31, Trent Scott's 31, Marcus Mariota's 31, Terry McLaurin's 30, among the guys that are over 30 years old, which isn't even to mention, Bobby Wagner, obviously, but that's just the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, the data is pretty clear and pretty obvious, and the injury point, I think, is valid, but I also keep coming back to there's a bunch of guys that aren't injured that are absolutely part of the plan or were part of the plan. Now, Marshawn Lattimore just had his best game as far as I'm concerned here in Washington with his great interception. I thought he was awesome, but that's not an injury problem. That's a guy that can't really do it very well at a sustainable level anymore. Zach Ertz is part of the plan, leads the team in drops by a lot, and can't get extra yardage and isn't very dynamic. Now, I'm not ripping Zach Ertz, but it is what it is.
Yeah, not separating, not getting open like he did. And the things that he did so valuably last year are still benefits to the greater cause.
He'd still play for me.
But defensively, Von Miller's 36, Bobby Wagner's 35, Preston Smith's played more than anyone could have thought. He's 32. Jonathan Jones, who's been injured, is 32 years old. And then if you look at the injured players, by the way, Dietrich Wise is 31. Austin Eckler's 30. Will Harris is 29. Noah Brown's 29. Really, that's where I would start to say, if you're 28, that's still kind of that prime back end of the best years of your career. 29 is kind of where that falls off. Once you get to 30, now we start talking about veterans and age starting to set in a little bit. Doesn't mean you can't play anymore, as Wagner and Ertz have shown. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The projected total for Washington's wins has been updated. We'll take a good look at that and see which side we fall on next. Plus, I want you guys to hear as soon as we return what Michael Jordan had to say about load management. I think people will like this. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, the Commanders now on to Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. The debut of the Super Bowl era uniforms coming up on Sunday night at Northwest Stadium. Roster move today for the Commanders. They signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. The Lions signed defensive end Aiden Hutchinson to a 4-year extension. 4 years, $180 million, $141 million guaranteed, the most guaranteed money ever for a non-quarterback. Raiders tight end Brock Bowers will be a full participant in practice today for Vegas. Hockey last night is heard here on The Fan. The Stars beat the Capitals 1-0. The Caps back in action on Friday against the Islanders. The Wizards fell to the Sixers 139-134 in overtime last night. They're back in action tomorrow in Oklahoma City against the Thunder. Bilal Coulibaly going to make his season debut tonight. Game 5 of the World Series. Blue Jays and Dodgers series tied at 2 games apiece. 8 o'clock first pitch for that one. Also keep it tuned right here to The Fan. Grant and Danny. Wizards forward Keyshawn George going to join the Beltway Blitz at 4. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murrah. This is the Grant and Danny Radio Show. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We should thank them one final time for our awesome trip in Kansas City. There was barbecue, there was fellowship, and there was a beat down at the hands of the Commanders by the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. But the barbecue was great.
Yes.
I mean, I'll tell you this, that's such a good barbecue city that the barbecue that we had at the airport before our flight last night was pretty damn good.
What's funny is we get to the airport, we've got a little bit of time, which is very rare. Normally we're sprinting through the airport to make our flight after our show. And you said, I think you used the word supper. I never acknowledged that, but I wanted to just bring up.
I did say that.
I don't know if you did that as a bit or not.
I did as a bit because Darius said something that like someone from the 19-teens would say.
Oh, yeah. What did you say?
He
that
says,
I couldn't
he
believe?
does favor him.
Oh, yeah,
meaning like he looks like him.
Yeah. He's like, oh, yeah, he favors him. I'm like, wow, you and my grandma both say that. But anyway, so you said, let's do supper. So you were in the bathroom or something. Darius and I were picking a spot. And we first saw this place. It's called like Meat Heaven or something. And we go.
Meat Rushmore is the name of the place.
Meat Rushmore. There you go.
Rushmore.
And I'm like, I've done so much barbecue. We're probably good on that. But it smelled so good.
Smelled so good.
Looked so good. So we sat down. And I'll be damned if those weren't some of the best smoked wings I've ever had.
The wings were fantastic. The rib you were kind enough to share with your pal was very, very good. I had a really nice little brisket situation. I would go there again. Like, if I went to that restaurant, not at an airport, and had that barbecue, I'd go, that was really good. At an airport is the part I can't get over.
Which never happens.
Never happens.
By the way. Airport food, never good enough that you would say, if I ate that not in an airport, I would have loved that. But it was very expensive.
Well, sure.
It was like eating at a restaurant in an airport. It was that level of expensive.
Right.
Before we get into the Commanders' projected over-under win total, so more audio is trickling out of this interview that Mike Tirico did with Michael Jordan for the big return of the NBA on NBC and Peacock. And Jordan did this sit-down interview, and they turned the clocks back to the 90s with the Alan Parsons Project, Sirius, anthem where they introduced the Chicago Bulls and the man in the middle. But he's doing this interview with Tirico.
Starting lineup.
I found this fun. Tirico asked Michael Jordan about load management, which has gotten to a point in the NBA now, not an exaggeration, where players were sitting out the opener as part of load management, where there was week one players that were not playing. Now, I don't think they would have done that for a home opener, hopefully, but maybe like if you're opening on the road and game two's at home, there are guys where Mike Brown, as an example, is going, not sure if he's going to go in the opener. And they're like, oh, what's wrong with him? He's like, load management. I'm sorry, what?
What?
This was Jordan talking about this ongoing and growing issue in the NBA.
Well, it shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. You know, I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, you know, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket.
You really cared about the guy who sat in the top deck at the Palace in Auburn Hills to watch you when you came to Detroit?
Yeah, because I know he's probably yelling at me, and I don't want to shut him up. You know, he's calling me all kinds of names. I definitely want to shut him up.
Right.
You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens.
There was one line in there that was a moment for me. That's pretty stunning, and it just shows the discrepancy between eras and the juxtaposition between Jordan and the best of today. You have a duty, he said. That is pretty incredible. I'm getting chills even just saying it, but he said, you have a duty, and this is not the exact words he used after that, but this is what he said. It was the meaning of it. To perform for the audience. People bought tickets. Hard-earned money was spent. They're sitting in the seat. He views it in the same way that somebody in a play on Broadway does, where there's 300 people in the crowd, and they want my best show. I know I did one Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but it's Saturday night. I'm not feeling great, but let's suck down some hot tea and honey and let it rip. That's the way he viewed playing in the NBA. Whereas now there is this feeling of almost a disrespect to the idea that I'm performing for you.
Yeah, I'm owed something from the fan, let alone the other way around.
The nerve of you to suggest that you're just here to watch me play. I'm not a performer. I'm not dancing on a string for you. And Michael Jordan's going, you have a duty to perform for that paying audience.
And also just the different wiring where both the appreciation for the fan in the nosebleed that, as you said, worked his ass off to get the ticket, both an appreciation for that and also the undying, competitive, burning, raging inferno that will never go to sleep in that, and the greatest competitor ever to walk the earth, where he goes, I also want to shut that guy up. So that guy paid money for his tickets, going to yell some horrible stuff at me. Not like this guy here is being mean. Let's have him ejected from the arena. I don't like his attitude. Instead of that, the guy that paid money for the ticket that he earned, I'm going to shut him up as a competitor.
Yeah, we've talked about over the last year with some of these controversies where it just seems ridiculous to me that players are dragging referees over and pointing people out to get ejected. And look, if somebody is physically touching a player, kick them out.
100%.
If they are yelling something bad enough, and I think we all know what that might be, racial or otherwise, but something really gross and awful at a player, sure. But never forget the big story when Bradley Beal's wife, I think it was, got into it with fans or was sitting near the stands, and it came out like, well, what was happening? What was so terrible? Because Beal brought people, the ref over, whoever it was, and got them kicked out. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
And they had said something like they wanted him traded. They're yelling that they wanted him traded, basically. And she's like, my kids shouldn't have to hear that. Like, whatever the line is now is way, way, way too far of what fans are expected to not say, or what is viewed as disrespectful, or how you have to treat these players who are nice enough to play the game for you today, who are making their tens of millions of dollars. Now, again, I'm not sitting here pretending like a fan is entitled to just yell awful things at you. I'll never do that. I don't even boo players. I'm also not saying that if they're pouring popcorn on your head as you're walking down the tunnel, that they shouldn't be kicked out and charged with something, because they should. I'm the first one to tell you that when someone runs onto the field, baseball, football, whatever, they should be thrown in jail after they get the wood shampoo beat to a pulp by the group of police or whatever, because they're a threat. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know. When Bobby Wagner, when he played for the Rams, knocked the daylights out of the dude on Monday Night Football.
Damn right.
Running along the sideline, I clapped for Bobby Wagner. Good for you, man. Help security get that guy on the ground by any means necessary. But we've also gone way, way far in the other direction.
Oh, the softness. Because that's what it is a level of soft. It's
really
softness and entitlement. Right now, again, that goes both ways. Because the fan that says, "I paid money, I can do what I want." Nope. Code of conduct. You abide by it. We're part of a public trust now. But the player that can't be bothered, and along the opposite side of that, not above reproach for me either. So, but it's refreshing to hear. It's why people of my age and a little bit younger, and then folks older who saw him talking about Jordan. I just want to hear Jordan talk about stuff. By the way, dial this up for me all the time.
Well,
I want that guy weighing in on things.
I've always said this. I think it's really important for these leagues when the best of all time and the past era guys are present, and when they are visible. Like Jordan goes way too long, in my opinion, without giving opinions on things. He's kind of out of sight, out of mind. But whether it's this or something else, I think it's important to see where we were and where we are now, because that very, very clear delineation is a revealing opportunity to learn, like, what has happened to this league. You see what I'm saying?
Totally. And someone who can mark the time, that because was still involved in basketball as a team owner until very recently. So, obviously, it's not like he doesn't know the game and where it's gone. But when somebody from this era versus, talking about someone from his, where they go, well, this guy scored 30 a game and so did Jordan. Man, that 30 where Jordan has to go in the lane, and there were teams that had rules where it's like if he touches the paint, someone hit him. Hit him. I don't mean like, oh, you got to foul him. I mean, strike him with an elbow or a clothesline. I mean, Rick Mahorn's going to use all 6, and they're going to tear him to the ground. Now, if you do that, we're going to go to the monitor, 17-minute delay because somebody tried to block a shot, and they go, that's flagrant 2, eject the dude. It's a different animal, and the way the league was, et cetera. So when he's scoring 33 a game, when teams are scoring 90 a game versus 125 now, it's just different. But I need someone who did that in Jordan, who now was in charge of this era until very recently, who can weigh in on the differences to help people understand.
This is one of my oldest man takes. This is one of my tough guy takes, I guess. But yeah, I do think the load management extreme of the NBA has ruined the sport in a lot of ways.
It's off-putting.
It's one of the problems I have with the sport because I don't know. First of all, tickets are so damn expensive. Imagine buying a ticket to an NFL game and not knowing if Mahomes is going to play in that game.
Or how about this?
Real quick, I understand how different it is. People say, oh, it's 16 games, 17 games, whatever. Yeah, no kidding. I understand. But the point is the point. Imagine the Capitals come to your building and you're buying a ticket to a Caps game and you don't know if Ovi's going to be playing that night. Like, the whole point is to take your kid to see Ovi. The NBA is the only sport like that. Now, you could say baseball guys get days off, and to some extent that is true. They play 162, but the best players in the game are playing generally 155, 150 times, something like that. You're still talking about like 90 to 95% of games. And in a series at your barn, you're going to see that guy if you go a couple days in a row. He's not sitting twice.
Right. So a couple examples. I mean, I've got some friends who their family's from Milwaukee, and when the Bucks came to town, they wanted to see Giannis. Of course, load management day, he's just off, and that's their one chance to see him. They don't get to see him. But my analogy I was going to use is, imagine you bought tickets for a lot of money to go see Dave Chappelle, and instead Dave Chappelle's doing load management because he's been in 15 cities in 14 days. Right. He's done more shows than you could shake a stick at. His voice is a little hoarse. So instead of Dave Chappelle, it's Danny Rouillet at Capital One Arena. A lot of disappointed. Tens of thousands of disappointed folks that night. But the ticket price is the same. If the NBA would like to work with me and kick me a little bit of refund, go, hey, listen, man, you're not going to see Steph Curry tonight from Golden State. You want $30 back off that ticket that was inflated? You want to start doing that? We can have a different conversation. But that'll never happen.
That's the outrage of it all, though, is nobody's getting a penny back.
Mm-hmm.
And the tickets are crazy. Why? When the Warriors come to town, when the Lakers come to town, it's because you're going to get to see the guy that you have no idea if you're actually going to get to see the guy, by the way. And when should they take their days off that they're getting? Should it be at home? No, you're going to play in front of the home crowd. So normally it's on the road. It's a legitimate, real problem. By the way, Kobe Bryant, 34 years old, 78 games played. Played almost every single game.
It crossed the eras,
Coming off of a very serious injury and getting healthy. 78 games for him when he was available and not hurt. He played. Old school. But that was like the last of that breed, so to speak. That was in 12-13. because he did play with Michael Jordan. He was kind of the closest thing we've probably had as an 18-time All-Star and a Hall of Famer and a scoring champ and All-NBA and all this stuff. The guys now, like whatever the next group was, led by LeBron and whoever else, it's just a completely different mindset.
It is.
And we sound like old guys complaining.
No, and there's a degree of, if you're allowed to do it, there's a degree of smartness to it, where it's like the last game of a road trip, you're playing whatever, like these regular season games count less. I've got a whole other season ahead of me. I'll have more mileage on the tires. And so I understand the reasoning for it. But
100%.
What nobody's willing to do is go, well, instead of my usual allotment, instead of playing 40 minutes a night and handling everything, why don't I play 28 minutes a handful of times on the second game of a back-to-back, or to limit things that way, right? Where I could still get my rest, my rehab, I still get my work in, still get the games played, but nobody's willing to hurt their numbers as kind of a corollary to that. Like if I play, I need to go do my full 38 minutes, no rest, and take all my hyper-efficient shots and so forth. Nobody wants to do the other way. But that's, to me, I think would be a more reasonable solution.
Well, I still remember the first time we ever talked about load management on the show, and it's been, 7-8 years ago maybe now. It's been a while. And I remember defending load management and being on the side of the players and the team, because my argument was something to the effect of, and I think there's a legitimacy to this, I don't owe Wizards fans anything if I'm the Lakers. I'm winning a championship this year. That's my job.
Right.
My goal, GM, head coach.
And does this help me do that?
LeBron, is to win a title. I need to be available and ready and at my peak at the start of the postseason for that first series that we're playing. And so be it if at Capital One Arena, when Grant takes Truman to the game, if Truman doesn't get to see LeBron play that time. Having said that, I think it has gone so far to the extreme, and in so many cases, guys miss so many games now, that I was comfortable with as a fan, like, yeah, this makes some sense if you're going to miss a game here or there, a game a week, whatever. But it has gotten way, way, way more prevalent than I ever imagined. It's not just the 35-year-old player that you're keeping fresh, at the end of the bench, or it's not just, 2 or 3 guys a game a week or something. I mean, it is constant. Now, there's like prime players, I'll bet you, who are playing fewer than 70 games in a season.
Yeah, I mean, they had to come up with different, criteria or guardrails, whatever you want to say, for awards, where it's like you got to play a certain number of games to be eligible, as like kind of trying to dangle the carrot, But yeah, it is a trend that I don't see going anywhere. And again, if too many games is that much of a problem, which it wasn't when the game was more physical, by the way, and it was more physical then.
Interesting.
It was more physical then.
Way more physical. You used to get beat up and fouled, and as you said, I wonder how much of it is just being smarter now, what we know now. Like every team does things different than they did 5 years ago, let alone 20 years ago, in terms of traveling the night before and getting the extra night of sleep. They now have 2 games back-to-back in buildings, and they do a lot of stuff for the physical, mental health of players.
Yeah, and you'll never be able to tell me that running more, which teams do, I think Phoenix Suns 7 seconds or less, and now the people realize kind of the best shot is get the ball out of the net, let's run up and down and get more offensive pace. That is a harder physical toll than getting your brains beaten, than grinding down low with Shaq and Tree Rollins and some of the other bigs that are clotheslining if you come within 50 feet of them. Like the physical punishment that guys took, that's what shortened careers, not the running up and down to me. But people are now worried about the amount of jumps that you have, the amount of run up and downs, et cetera. And that's why they say we got to manage people's loads.
Well, how about this? There's no load management in hockey. That is not a thing.
Is that a physical sport at all, do you think? Hockey?
Those guys are playing back-to-back nights sometimes. That's football on skates. Collisions and fistfights and blood and losing teeth. And I mean, Alex Ovechkin's game log by season, 82, 81, 82, 81, 79. I mean, there's no such thing. He's never taken a game off because they needed to make sure he was okay a month from then. It's just not part of the culture.
Like, Alex, you broke your leg. So I'm out for a week? Like
you think on these stretches where they play 3 times in 4 days, Nick Dowd or John Carlson couldn't use a day? It's not even a consideration in that sport. Let's go to Campbell in Richmond on Grant and Danny. What's up? How are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
So listen, I wanted to talk about load management real quick. I agree with you. It's not good for the game. I guess at the very least, though, with basketball, you get to see a couple other guys that are probably stars, maybe even superstars, even if LeBron is out. I had a buddy who bought tickets, doesn't even like soccer, excuse me, bought tickets because Miami was coming to town with Messi.
Yes.
Prices were skyrocketed. I mean, $200 a pop when they're usually like 40. Healthy scratch, did not play.
So wasn't he hurt though? I'm pretty sure.
No, I think that time he wasn't, if memory serves.
When he was
No,
in
this was a couple of years ago. It wasn't this past year.
Okay.
Because I think our boss bought tickets for him and his son because they were so
He
excited.
bought tickets and they spent a ton of money on those. I remember talking to him about it. He was Rick. Messi was actually hurt. So if they've had two games here that he's missed and one of them that wasn't the case, then that's relevant. But yeah, and look, this is where it gets tough because it's a heavy lies the crown thing where there's so much asked of these guys like him where every city has the same complaint. We need to see you when you come to D.C. We don't get to see you very often. I bet you they feel like that in
Columbus and
named
Philadelphia,
MLS
wherever,
city,
yeah.
right? Seattle and everywhere else. So there is some element of empathy that I have. It's like the player that has to sign every autograph. The one time they don't, there's a story about what a jerk they are. But everywhere you go, every minute of every day, somebody needs a picture, somebody needs an autograph. It's kind of the same way when you're Messi and you're barnstorming city to city, basically, to go play in soccer games. Yeah, there's going to be a time maybe where you need to be spelled for a game. But I know at least in one of those that he was injured when they came here. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders' projected win total has shifted. Do we think that they hit it the rest of the way? Let's find some wins. You're listening to the Fan. What's up, guys? It's Grant. The FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. And as the NBA is getting hotter and better all the time, tipping off last week, live betting for the NBA is picking up. If you missed the start of a game or you want to ride a hot hand, FanDuel's got live bets on everything from who's going to score next to who's going to come back in the fourth quarter. Hopefully you had Philly last night against the Wiz. You can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. FanDuel will give new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. Sign up today. FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. Promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bad news on the injury front for the Commanders. Terry McLaurin is out for Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. He re-injured his quad that forced him to miss the last 4 weeks, was able to get back out on the field for Monday Night Football in KC, but re-injured the same quad that has been bothering him. Dan Quinn said earlier today that he is going to be out for Sunday Night Football against Seattle. They'll reevaluate him next week to see if he's going to be good to go. Other injury news, Laramie Tunsil and Matt Gay won't practice today. Good news for the Commanders on the injury front. The plan is for Jaden Daniels to practice fully all week, according to Dan Quinn. But again, the big news, Terry McLaurin, who made his return after missing 4 straight weeks in Monday Night Football in Kansas City, is going to be out for Sunday Night Football against Seattle as he re-injured the same quad that forced him to miss the last 4 weeks. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan.
Well, let's get to the breaking news Toby just gave you on The Fan. Thanks to Tobes. Welcome back to Granton, Danny. You're locked into the flagship home of the Nats and Caps. You can listen all over the DMV on 106.7. You can listen in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. Of course, we are available wherever you are. Free and available on the Odyssey app, and you can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Terry McLaurin ruled out already for Sunday Night Football.
Oof.
The only thing I like about finding this out today is that this is not going to drag on as a dog and pony show all week, where clearly the team realized he's not going to be able to practice, he's not going to be able to play. So rather than doing this thing where each day everyone tries to figure out if he's going down to the practice field and they asked Dan Quinn about it for the next 3 days, they just said, short week, rule him out, let's reassess on Monday. This was Dan Quinn minutes ago out in Ashburn. This is the breaking news live on The Fan.
Terry re-injured his quad, and so he'll be out this Sunday night. We'll reevaluate it next week to see where it goes. Bum for him, for us, just tough, where it goes. But we'll see what the next week looks like.
This is a nightmare season for Terry McLaurin. This is the worst case scenario coming to fruition when you hold out for an extended period of time. You have no summer, you have no training camp. Don't care who you want to blame. You want to blame Terry McLaurin? Fine. You want to blame the team for not getting a deal done sooner? You're allowed to do that. He chose not to do the thing he's done his entire career leading up to the first 6 seasons of a career that has been outstanding, where he has gone for, on average, over 1,000 yards, where he has every single year, other than his first year, gone for at least 1K and been one of the better, more productive receivers in the conference as a 2-time Pro Bowler. And this year, I'm not anti-holding out generally. Get paid. Do what you got to do. But there comes a point where you got to show up to get right. You got to show up to get ready. You got to show up so that you're not at risk of being injured, so that you don't lose days or weeks. That was my fear, by the way. What if it's week 3 before Terry McLaurin's Terry McLaurin? What if we're 4 weeks in and Terry McLaurin hasn't broken out yet because he's getting back up to speed? It's going to be week 9. It is going to be November. He will have played in fewer games than he has missed. This is a disaster season for the most important player who you pay the most money to at the skill position in your offensive group. 4 games, 13 catches. That is a game for Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's coming in here on Sunday night.
Who you're about to see. You'll see it.
203 yards on the season as you get ready for football in week 9 for Terry McLaurin. So he will go into week 10 of the NFL season with 13 catches. It happened. This is a lost half of a year. Hopefully, it's only 1 game. Who knows? Could be a couple more. Nobody knows. If he re-injured the quad badly, he missed a month last time. This could end up being a year where we look back in what could be the penultimate year of Terry McLaurin in D.C. because he only really got a 1-year extension with all of the holding out and the nonsense of the summer. And we say, dude, you the whole year was derailed by what you did in the summer. This is just, I feel for the guy because he's the nicest dude in the world. He's a pro, but this is a disaster.
No way around that. There's no way around that. And again, it's hard to talk about what is right now without rehashing what we did before. We were talking to Toby and company in the producer studio during the break about it, and he said something I think is exactly right. Like, I don't care who you blame at this point. Everybody's got their entrenched thing. I blame the CBA and then his agent / Terry for not kind of reading the tea leaves and understanding that the team had all the leverage. So here it is, right? This is where we are. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what you just said. This is the worst case scenario. This is the disaster. This is the reason you don't want to go down this road is ... Well, ... just happened. He's ruled out now. This isn't, well, we're going to see if we can ramp him up and get him on Sunday. He might have to miss a week. He's ruled out. He re-injured it. Not I tweaked it, maybe we rushed him back too soon. He re-injured it, and he's already out. If he plays next week, I would be stunned by that. As you said, we just did this once, and it was a month. So now what are we talking? Week 12? Week 13? This is a lost year. That's on the table now. We were talking about a potential big-time down season because he didn't have any ramp-up. He's hurt. But when he comes back, he might need a game or two. You're not going to ever get to those Terry McLaurin numbers, which you can book right around 80 catches, right around 1,100 yards, usually 5 or 6 touchdowns. Last year's the anomaly. And that's pretty good. That's not great, but it's pretty good. And you were going to get there. You maybe get back to that pace, right? It's like a 300 hitter who doesn't hit 300 for 2 months. You don't just hit 770 to get to 300. You'll hit 300 for a couple of months, right? And slowly but surely get back. That's off the table now. If this goes the way that it could potentially go for another month where he doesn't play.
Forget that Terry's going to have a bad year, right? Think about all of the folks negatively affected by this, whose years have been worse because of it.
Oh, yeah.
In that building. Now, again, I'm not saying he's solely to blame for what happened this summer. I don't believe that he was. I blame him more than I blame the team, frankly, because it got to a point where I was endorsing everything he did. Don't show up in the spring. Don't show up in the summer. Hold in during the start of camp. I was on board with all that. It just went longer and longer and longer. And eventually I kind of turned and said, dude, are you sure you're ready to play football? Are you sure you're going to hit the ground sprinting and go hang 114 yards on the Giants? You sure about this, man? And the answer was no, by the way. He was not ready to do that. And I have no real patience for the people that I'm sure are ready to yell at me online and call me right now and tell me, you don't know if these injuries have anything to do with him not practicing. He could have gotten hurt anyway. Well, he didn't for 6 freaking years, okay? For 6 years, he didn't get hurt. He played in every game from 2021 through 2022 through 2023 through 2024. Do the Commanders play today? Terry McLaurin plays today. For 4 years in a row, he had one injury in his NFL career as a rookie back in 2019 that he gutted through after, missing a game or two. That's the list. This year, I've got to figure out what was different. Did he change his diet? What was he eating for breakfast? Oh, wait, he didn't practice throughout the summer. And can we not acknowledge the reality, the truth that is said all the time about prep and soft tissue injuries? It's not like, by the way, he had a separated shoulder coming down getting tackled or something. It's not like he rolled his ankle. This is a soft tissue injury that is reoccurring, that won't go away, that needed 3 or 4 opinions and multiple doctors looking at it. And for a month he didn't play, and then he came back and played, and guess what? Now he's hurt again. And the real annoying part is, how good was he the other night? He is so much better than anything they've got. He makes that insane catch for a touchdown on the sideline. Nobody better in the league at whatever that is. He makes the other ridiculous catch in front of their own bench on the sideline. Nobody better in the league with one blade of grass between me and the chalk than Terry McLaurin, contested with a dude hanging off of my thigh. Hurt again. What a mess of a season this has been for this player. But who else is paying the price, Danny? Jaden Daniels is way worse off without you. Zach Ertz is way worse off underneath without you.
Oh, yeah.
Deebo Samuel is now a marked man, and there's no one else in the offense to take attention away from him without you. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt can't do the things he'd be doing without you. So whether it's him or it's the team or it's both, blame whoever you want to, but everybody is paying the price for this.
The point is,
Cliff
we're here.
Kingsbury's job in the future is looking, less likely. And I'm being dramatic, but my point is, all of these guys were counting on you being Terry, and he can't be Terry because he's hurt.
And again, I'm talking on both sides of my mouth when I say I'm not that excited to re-legislate what we spent hours and weeks, 106.7 the Terry. We did that every day for months, it seems like. But this was my point when we got to a certain threshold of the lead up to the season. The off season, however you want to define that, that's the time to do your advocating. That's the time to say, I want. By all means, right? Because the instant they don't feel like you're worth it anymore, they'll cut you. The league is unforgiving and cruel and ridiculous in that way, okay? This was your opportunity. Once the business of this year started, it's no longer about you and yours. It's about we. It's about everybody else. And your point here, I think it's 6 of one, half dozen the other, different ways to say the same thing, is without you being you, without Terry McLaurin being Terry McLaurin, the team suffers because you're not as good. You're at risk for something like this happening. That affects Jaden Daniels. That affects the run game. That affects Jalen Lane's development. That affects everybody's opportunity to go down the football field and score points and get to where you want to go.
Has Jaden Daniels taken a step back this year?
Yes.
Would he be better off if Terry McLaurin played in every game?
There's no question.
He has been hurt by the absence. Now, injuries in this sport happen. I totally understand that, okay? I'm not angry that Terry McLaurin is hurt. I'm angry that he, for the first time in his career, didn't do everything he could do to make sure that he doesn't get hurt. And in the year where that happened, he is missing a third of a season already in terms of the number of games out of 18. But he will have missed more games than he's played in after this week. And I'm trying not to do this like angry radio guy, like, oh, damn you, you're hurt, you're unavailable, whatever. That's not my goal. But I am a little bit frustrated by this ongoing thing of we're not allowed to draw the connection. People get so hot and bothered by this. Like, you don't know if he would have been hurt if he would have come to camp.
Of course you don't know.
I don't know. I do know that there was a higher risk for injury, according to every medical expert. I do know that the way he did it every single year before this worked to make him a Pro Bowl caliber player, and then he did something this different this year, and he's the opposite of that. He's unavailable constantly. I know that. And I know, let's just work back from the result, that this has gone as bad as it could have. That for weeks we said, what if? What if? What if? And all the what ifs became the worst case scenario in a lost season where this offense has been spinning its wheels now the last couple weeks and is going in the wrong direction. And speaking of a lost season, they have not had their offense on the field once this year. Still.
That's right.
And they won't against Seattle. Jaden Daniels throwing to Terry, throwing to Debo, with the entire group on the field collectively. I guess maybe you could say at the very beginning of the season, like week 1, week 2, they had everybody, but Sam Cosmi wasn't back, who's your Pro Bowl guard. Cliff Kingsbury is just waiting. Okay, if we get to this week, then I'll have everybody. All right, not this week, but next week. It's week 9. And by the way, if you look at the standings, it's too late. It got dark early. It's over, Johnny. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. News of the day, Terry McLaurin already ruled out. Surprisingly, just minutes ago by Dan Quinn, says he re-injured his quad. We don't know what that means, by the way. Did he re-aggravate it? Is it tweaked? Is it a 1-week thing? Re-injured it? Like the same injury as before when he missed a month? What does that even mean? You're listening to The Fan.
Terry re-injured his quad, and so he'll be out this Sunday night. We'll reevaluate it next week to see where it goes. Bum for him, for us, just tough, where it goes. But we'll see what the next week looks like.
Terry McLaurin, quad injury re-aggravated against the Chiefs, already out for Sunday Night Football against Seattle. A season-on-the-line game for Washington, no wide receiver one. Still no real word on Jaden Daniels, although promising to hear that he's expected to practice today. Laramie Tunsil dealing with an injury. Johnny Newton got banged up and played through it on Monday Night Football, so we'll get a better feel after the injury report drops today as to who's going to be fighting to get on the field. Short week, though. Quick turnaround, man. Practice number 1 today on Wednesday, and you're not going full speed because you just played on Monday night. So this is more of a walk, jog through. Tomorrow you'll get one really legitimate workout in, and then you're ramping up for Sunday again. So bad timing for injuries in this league when you only have 6 days to prepare for your next opponent. And your next opponent in this case is coming off of a bye. But the story is, Danny, Terry McLaurin, who missed 4 games before returning against Kansas City, is out again.
This is such a disaster. I mean, there's no way around it. Whoever you want to blame, that's fine. But the bottom line is they haven't been good. They've lost 3 straight. And the guy that's probably the second most important player on their offense has not been himself or available. And it looks like that's the case for the foreseeable future.
A week or two you get by. When you're talking about half of the season now, it's going to be 5 games that he's missed and 4 that he's played in. The elevation from the practice squad, the asking of more of Chris Moore and Robbie Anderson, who's been re-signed today to the P squad. You can sustain for a game, for 2 games. This is the norm now, is to just not have this player who you saw with the touchdown catch that was incredible, with the sideline catch that was sensational. He's just better than the other guys you got. Nobody else on the team's making those catches. Josh is in Upper Marlboro. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, man. Listen, I completely agree with you that this is a worst-case scenario for Terry for sure and could very much be related to him not having a contract for most of the summer. The only thing I differ a little bit is how much we're talking about Terry compared with Adam Peters. Bear with me here. What is the financial value of a massively disappointing season like this one, where we are more likely to miss the playoffs than make it, versus a season like last year where we made it to the NFC Championship? All the press, all the energy, the potential for awards, the ticket values, everything that was different about last season versus this one. Is it $50 million? Is it $100 million more? I mean, it's a big difference. We know that. And the reality is Adam Peters did bad math. He thought, I can push this to the end of training camp like I used to do in San Francisco. I can save whether it's $5 million this year or $30 million next year. I'm not saying that it wasn't a real investment, but he thought he could absorb the impact on the preparation, on the offensive game plan, even though Cliff was up there in the summer saying, guys, we need to get this done. Adam Peters was wrong. And that's okay to say. He's done a lot of good things. I'm not saying fire the guy, but he's made some massive Lattimore-style mistakes. Both sides played chicken here. It wasn't just Terry. Terry, you could have justified paying him just based on how awesome of a dude he's been around here for a long time. That, to me, was worth the extra $5 million, or even another $30 million, and it definitely was worth having this team be in a better position to get themselves ready for the season. It's felt like the gas has been out of the engine from the get-go, and Adam played chicken, and he lost.
So
appreciate you, dude.
He won the negotiation financially, which is what it seemed like they cared about. But I think you're right that whatever that process was has backfired in a gigantic way. And I think it's a really smart call.
Yeah.
First off, so thank you for making it, Josh. And it's a point that I was making throughout the process. I don't know how many times I said this, but I remember it was my catchphrase the whole time. Is the juice worth the squeeze here? They ended up doing way better in the deal than I thought, by the way. They crushed that transaction. I mean, again, it was like a 1-year extension for McLaurin at not a lot of money. It really backfired for him and the agent in that sense. But my point was, is this worth it? And I wasn't even really thinking about losing a season or him being hurt all year. I was talking about players seeing how you're handling your captain, players seeing how you're handling the guy that's done nothing but the right thing all along. Which isn't even to speak to, if you just got this thing done and over with in time for camp, maybe you could have avoided some of these injuries, some of these games missed. He would have been healthier, and your offense and your quarterback would have immensely benefited from that, obviously.
It is this, it's two sides of the same coin, right? It's looking at it from the other perspective. It's to say, like, to me, what I look at is the way the CBA is structured, the way that it doesn't incentivize players to do this, and they're the ones that ultimately get hurt by holdouts. Whereas the team goes, well, we'll be able to move on, or we can franchise you, where they had all the leverage. So from that perspective, I'm kind of going, yeah, Terry waited an extra couple of months to sign a team-friendly deal he could have signed in the spring. But the flip side of that same coin is what Josh is talking about, what you're talking about, which is, yeah, but who wins then? Right. Was that worth it? You could have just gone up a couple milli and done it in June.
If you could go back and change it, would you? Basically, is the question. But here's where I would push back if I'm Peters, or someone on his camp. I would say, well, wait a second. He was under contract for this football season.
Yeah.
This whole dispute was about next football season. He owed Washington a training camp, so to speak. He owed them those practices and that preparation for this year. He was not unhappy with his salary this year. He wanted money next year. So that's where it's not like some 50-50 thing to me. The player had been paid fairly handsomely for this football season already. Elijah's in D.C. What's up, Elijah? How are you?
What's going on? Obviously I want him to play. And I just feel like even beyond Terry, the team seems like they aren't physically prepared for the rigors of what they was actually trying to do. I feel like they were mentally, and I thought they were in a good place, and they just thought that they were going to return to a certain place, but they wasn't physically prepared and not having practice in the type of way that they needed to get the callus required for where they're trying to go. And now it just feels like we're behind physically, and I feel like that because from this last game, you saw them moving around better. They were firing off the ball, which means that they're more physical in practice. So they have to decide. You can't just take the elevator. Like I always say, you got to take the stairs in this business. So anytime you take the elevator, it's going to show itself. So I'm waiting for them, and even Adam Peters, he has to recognize with his team. It's like, well, you got to go about this correctly.
Well, Elijah, I wonder, and it's a good call. Thanks,
you. Bud.
How different will next summer look? The way they operate at camp, the way they go about the preseason, the amount of snaps for guys. I'll bet you it looks really different. Marvin Landover, you're on G&D. How are you?
Hey, how's it doing, fellas? I wish I'd have came on before the caller 2 callers ago because he really made a lot of my points. I just want to go there with. I want to ask the question, is Adam Peters the right guy? Because I thought he was the right guy when he was brought in to build a sustainable, competitive team all the way. That's what I thought. But JD changed that equation. Jaden Daniels changed that equation. He had everybody move up their time schedule because he was so damn good. So now they were like, okay, we got to go for a championship. So let's trade away some picks. Let's get Marshawn Lattimore. Let's trade away, get Tunsil. Let's get these older players and all that. Basically, everything right there, like the last caller just said, are they ready to play? Well, they're resting people in practice all the time because they're trying not to get these players hurt. And they got hurt anyway. We lost Eckler. We lose Wise. We have Von Miller, who specifically shouldn't play more than 15 plays a game. And if that's who he really is, why do you even have him on your roster? That's because you lost the older players you had picked up in the summer. Now, I'm going to say one other thing before you kick me out of this thing. If Terry would have played one down this summer, I'd be pissed off at him because you only get a certain amount of years, finite amount of years to actually play football. No one's going to play on a 1-year deal. I mean, absolutely no one. Because if you get broken leg then, you blow out your knee then they're never going to pay you. Well, damn well it's going to cut you to the curb.
I get your point, Marvin, and it's a good call. Thank you, buddy. It's not true, though. I mean, players constantly play on 1-year deals. There's plenty of them on the team right now. As an example, they've got guys like Laramie Tunsil could have held out and could have asked for more money. He was underpaid. Now, he hasn't been here, so he wanted to put something on film in this jersey, but he could have held out for money. Guys do it all the time. I'm not anti what Terry did. I thought his offseason plan was excellent until how deep it went into training camp. That's all. Disco, Laurel, how are you?
Hey, guys, how you doing? First of all, there are only a handful of players in this league and maybe in the history of this league that can just step on the field and be what they were before they decided to hold out. It's like when you miss the first month of school. You can't just walk in and just be effective and just everybody's already moving and grooving. So he got some really, really bad advice. Second point, Terry McLaurin has some. He's my guy, man, but he has some image. He has some image repair that he needs to do. Here's a guy that's caught hospital balls for 6 years, did everything, finally has a quarterback, and then he has a season like this. But the last point I want to make, guys, is I knew you guys made great points about winning negotiations. He when they did not talk for a month over the summer. You know what? I said, you know what? Adam Peters is being a jerk on this. And Terry also got some bad advice. But this is unfortunate. You can't just step on a football field and expect that you're going to be yourself. I could see when the camera was panning at Terry the other night, he didn't have the same grit. He didn't have the same swag. He just wasn't the same. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I mean, we're now back into the full rehashing of how the summer went and why. I understand all that because it's inevitable. When you're talking about right now, we're working back from the result that he's not playing again this week. After sitting out a month, you played one game. It's a re-injury. I don't know if that means aggravation. I don't know if it's the same injury. I don't know if it's a new injury on the same place or whatever. It's not good, though, and we're talking about a season that has really gone off the rails.
We're going to check in with Nikki Jabvala of The Athletic out in Ashburn as part of our Blitz. Breaking news into the Fan this afternoon. Terry McLaurin has re-injured his quad. It happened during the Monday night game in Kansas City. And he is out Sunday night, will not play against the Seahawks. This is Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders Seahawks Sunday Night Football in Week 9, debut of the Super Bowl era uniforms. Terry McLaurin will not be wearing those uniforms. He's out for Sunday night against Seattle. He re-injured the quad that forced him to miss 4 weeks. They'll reevaluate him next week to see if he's good to go. Laramie Tunsil and Matt Gay also not going to practice today. The plan is for Jaden Daniels to practice fully all week, Dan Quinn said earlier today. Roster moves for the team today. They signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad in hockey last night. As heard right here on The Fan, the Capitals fell to the Stars 1-0. The next game is on Friday against the Islanders at home. The Wizards fell to the Sixers last night, 139-134 in overtime. They're back in action tomorrow in Oklahoma City. Bilal Coulibaly set to make his season debut, and the Blue Jays and Dodgers go at it for Game 5 tonight. Series tied at 2 games apiece. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to see the Washington Capitals on Halloween, Friday night. Coming up in a couple of days against New York, it's the Hockey Halloween presented by Duncan over at Cap One Arena. Spooky vibes take over Capital One. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/events. We've got the Blitz coming up in moments. We're brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condorian Murat.
Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's kick off the Beltway Blitz. We'll spin you around the NFL with Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports. Frank, I want to start locally. Terry McLaurin out again for the Commanders. This nightmare season for their 7th-year wide receiver continuing. What do you make of the news of the day that they're going to be out without their wide receiver 1 going into this showdown with Seattle with their season on the line?
It's tough. It's just everything that went right for the Commanders last season is swung the other way. You knew some regression was coming. You can't win all your games by Hail Marys and with 7 seconds left and whatnot. But this has it's just been so tough for Washington all season. I feel for them. There should have been some momentum from last season. It should have been another fun season for Washington fans, and it just hasn't been. There are Jaden's injuries and Terry's injuries and other injuries, and the defense kind of folding a little bit. Really, really tough. It's going to be tough for Washington to even stay in the playoff race. This game against Seattle is a rough one. I mean, Seattle's a very, very good football team. I know the Commanders will fight, they'll battle, they'll give what they got, but they're undermanned against a really, really good Seattle team this week.
Yeah, quantify this for us. How good is this Seattle team? Where do you think they finish in that crowded NFC West?
I think they win the NFC West, to be honest. And I know that's saying a lot. I have a lot of respect for the Rams. I like the Rams. I think San Francisco's defense is just too injured. I think they're going to fall by the wayside. But Seattle, the defense is tremendous. And everybody kind of said last year, hey, give Mike McDonald a year. Hey, his schemes are complicated. It's going to take a little bit of time. Well, we're seeing that now. Their defense is tremendous. I think they can run the ball really, really well. JSN is one of the best receivers in football. And I think the under talked about part of this team is the quarterback who went 14-3 on a different team last year is now 5-2 on his new team. Well, that 14-3 team has slumped pretty badly. Sam Darnold, he's just kind of legit. He's a good quarterback. I'm not saying he's an MVP candidate or anything, but Sam Darnold is pretty good too. So I don't see there being a lot of weaknesses with the Seattle team. I really think this is a high-quality football team that, again, I think they're going to win that division.
In the NFC East, seems like whatever was going on with the Eagles, they've gotten over. They're the Chiefs of the NFC, where those problems seem to go away and they're just inevitable. 6-2. Do you think they coast to that division title?
Yeah, they almost have to. Who's going to beat them? I mean, the only team. I mean, if the Commanders could somehow win this week and get healthy, maybe they can make a run. But I'm not anticipating that necessarily. I think the Cowboys' defense stinks. That's not breaking news. I know that. Like everybody knows, Cowboys defenses. It was so funny to me last week when people were like, "Oh, mate, the Cowboys are a contender. A contender for what? To finish 500? Like that defense is miserable." I never got that. So yeah, and Philly. Look, Philly's issues were always overstated because it's Philly. Anything that happens with the Eagles, too much is made out of it. It's still the deepest, most talented roster in the NFL. It's still a team that won a Super Bowl last year. It's still a team that it's 6-2 right now. We kind of lose sight of that. Yes, they had their issues, not being able to pass it that well, and the cornerback depth and all this kind of stuff, but it's still a fantastic football team that's going to finish like 14-3 or something like that. 13-4. If they can get Saquon Barkley going too, it might be closer to 14-3 because that's kind of the one missing piece, and that started to come alive. We'll see if he's healthy. But yeah, the Eagles are totally fine. The reports of their demise were seriously overblown.
What's the ceiling for the Colts?
I don't know. That's a great question because I've said this all along that if we get rid of priors, what we thought about Daniel Jones or the Colts roster or anything like that, if you just drop somebody in on week 1, NFL Sunday, where you're just going to watch games and that's all you're going to watch, by now that person would be saying, yeah, of course the Colts are the best team of football. It's almost undeniable. They have played better than anybody in the NFL. But because it's Daniel Jones, because the Colts don't have a lot of ready-made superstars, especially on defense, we're kind of like, I guess. Do we really see the Colts winning a Super Bowl? I feel bad that I'm not just sitting here telling you that, yes, the Colts are a Super Bowl team because their results have been pretty much perfect. They should have a 8-0 record right now if Adonai Mitchell doesn't drop the ball before scoring or they have 11 guys on the field instead of 10 for an 88-yard touchdown by the Rams. They've beat good teams. They've blown out bad teams. I feel bad saying I don't think they can make a Super Bowl because the results say otherwise. But yeah, I just don't see this being a Super Bowl team, and it'll be interesting to track it. We'll see. I think Jonathan Taylor should be MVP right now. I think Shane Steichen's probably Coach of the Year right now. They have played like the best team in football, but yet there is that part of me and many other people is just saying, really, the Colts? Really? Are we picking the Colts over the Chiefs? Are we picking the Colts over the Bills? I can't get there with them yet.
Frank, thank you. Good info.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I love
Frank.
having you on. There's Frank Schwab of Yahoo. Check out his work there. Let's localize football discussions. Nikki Jhabvala covers the Commanders for The Athletic. Nikki, we have been on this big news of the afternoon here for the last hour or so. Terry McLaurin already ruled out against Seattle. What can you tell us?
Yeah, he re-injured his quad. Dan Quinn believes it was on that 25-yard catch down the sideline that was reversed upon replay. Terry, after the game, said he wasn't quite sure, but he didn't come back in after that play. Trainers were tending to him on the sideline, and then he kind of stayed there for the rest of the game. So Quinn at this point, doesn't anticipate it being a long-term thing, but he'll see how he is next week and go from there.
The ruling him out today always gives me the pause. They did that with Jaden last week. Now, he's full practice all week, it sounds like, and he's going to play. But what is the difference between some of these times where they've decided to do like the dog and pony show where you guys ask about it every day for a week versus just coming right out on a Wednesday? And how do they make that decision?
Yeah, it's a good question. I wish I knew. I think some of them, it's so close they want to take it up to the 11th hour and then decide. I think part of it, too, is gamesmanship. They don't have to truly announce who they're going to, start or sit or whatever up until 4 p.m. the day before. It's a little different for Monday games. And then they don't have to declare an active until 90 minutes before. So if they really have a guy who's on the edge and they want to, keep the other team guessing, they can do it that way. But I think for the most part, they know opposing teams can kind of see through the BS and know what's going on. But yeah, I think it really just depends on how far along a guy is. And, if he's not going to be out there all week, then, it's a dead giveaway that he may not play. Although Duran did it and did play, so.
Nick, you're out there every day and you cover this team obviously incredibly closely. Well, of course, we'll start with the caveat. Nobody has any idea if Terry McLaurin would have been hurt if he'd done everything he normally does, which is go to OTAs and right. Lead up training camp, play the preseason, everything else. But the fact is, we have a correlation, right? He didn't do those things, and now he's hurt. It's aggravated, and he wasn't off to a great start before he got injured. What have folks around the team said about that? It's easy for me in my chair, just as a pudgy zilch, throwing stuff at the TV, going, "I wish you would have practiced." But what's kind of on the ground there? What have folks kind of said about that? And it's just, is it a shoulder shrug, or is it, it would have been nice if he was able to be there for everything?
Well, I mean, I think they all would have loved to have had him out there at practice. I think for the most part, they've said publicly that they understand that this was a business decision for him. And the truth of the matter is, like, there'll always be speculation, but it's impossible to make a direct correlation because of, there's so many variables at play. How he injured it. Was it just random play in the circumstance? I mean, there are so many players that hold out, never have an injury. There are many that do hold out and do face an injury. What we do know is the rate of injuries when you miss all of preseason. They did a study during the COVID year that many guys suffered injuries in the first 4 weeks because those first 4 weeks were essentially their preseason. Well, that makes sense until you think about how many starters sit out all of preseason anyway. So it does make you wonder. I've wondered it. I'm sure every other fan has wondered it. I asked him about it last week as he was coming back. If that was ever a consideration. Did he ever worry about possibly dealing with an early season injury by holding on? He said no, because he felt really good when he came back. But he cited then that the real issue, the real challenge was having 2 games quickly, because they had the Sunday opener and then they had a Thursday night game in Green Bay. So to have less than 2 weeks of practice of ramp up and then do 2 games is difficult. This time around would have been similar to have a Monday and then a Sunday, not quite as short, but similar. But it's tough, but those soft tissue injuries, it's tough.
Nikki Jhabvala, senior writer for The Athletic. Check out her piece on the Commanders at the NFL trade deadline. Should they buy, sell, or stand pat? There's all kinds of other Commanders coverage that you can check out of Nikki's at The Athletic. Before we let you go really quickly, I'm curious just about the injuries overall. You had a really good thread on Twitter where you posted all the man games they've missed. I mean, it's one of those where, like, if you're Dan Quinn, you'd just yell uncle and kind of start with next season, I guess. But is this just a correction from last year where they were mostly healthy? I'm not trying to give them the out and the excuse of what are you supposed to do, but an excuse is an explanation. Like, this is one of those years where it might not be the whole problem, but it's certainly the biggest problem. They just can't keep anybody healthy.
Yeah, no, it's an issue, and they'll always say publicly you can never use it as an excuse, but I mean, I will. Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, the thing is, last year everything went right for them. Everything. I mean, they won how many games on the last play from scrimmage? They were relatively healthy throughout the season. Even when Jaden got hurt in those 2 games, I mean, Marcus Mariota steps in and closes out a blowout win and then throws a game winner to Terry for a record touchdown, right? Like, it was an insane year. I think what we're seeing this year is everything that can go wrong does go wrong. And it's, I think this may be a little closer to who they truly were last season. I think winning can mask a lot of deficiencies. So you're starting to see some of the roster holes that they still had last year that they're still trying to fill. So I think when Adam Peters and Dan Quinn talked about, patience in their rebuilding process, this is part of it. Like, you're going to see some of these holes exposed, and they're still working to fulfill those. So, yeah, it's a weird extreme going from last year to this year.
Nikki, awesome as always. Talk soon.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Well, we will talk to you soon. There's Nikki Jhabvala. Let's talk Wizards, please.
We got ourselves a little treat here, Danny, on the Beltway Blitz to talk about the Wizards. We've got their young star, Keshawn George, who's averaging over 20 points per game on the young season on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Keshawn, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing very well. I know it's early, right? You got to be really thrilled with what you're putting on tape and the performances you've strung together at this point through these first handful of games.
Yeah, I mean, I've been working out the whole summer here in D.C., so I was excited to get back on the court and compete against different types of people. And, yeah, just step into a role as a leader and also learning a lot. And, yeah, just pretty good start, and now looking forward to what's next and the wins to come.
20 or more points in 4 of 5 games so far for Keshawn George, who's with us here on Grant and Danny. When you talk about your offseason, what were the things that you emphasized, and what was the program that you put together? Where are you most improved, do you think?
I think just my overall confidence in dribbling the ball and getting into the paint and making something happen for myself or my teammates. Just being super aggressive that way and beating players off the dribble or cutting and just get into the plate and cause a habit.
Was that something that you realized last season at some point? You know, you needed to add to your game? Was that just based on how things were going for you, or what you saw as a spectator watching the rest of the sport?
Yeah, I mean, last season I think I was getting to the paint, and then once I get there, I didn't really necessarily know what to do. Like, I didn't have the reps. I didn't have the confidence in my ball handling to know exactly what to do. So I think with the work I put in this offseason is really just being poised and getting in the paint and making the right decision.
Keshawn George's numbers skyrocketing here early, 5 games in, averaged about 9 points per game last year, up to 20 points per game early this season. Another big jump has been in the rebounding area, where you've doubled up your rebounding totals from 4 to 9. Also gone from 2.5 assists to 4 assists. How about the rebounding part of your game, though? What do you attribute to some of the big numbers early this season?
I think just being more active, knowing that we're not necessarily the biggest team in the league, so knowing that we need people to rebound, so I take part in that. And also knowing the game, like knowing who's going to shoot the ball, when it's going to get shot, and putting myself in position where the ball just lands in my hands and I could just start the offense.
There's expectations outside the building for this team that I'm sure are different than how you guys feel internally. But you had the huge win against Dallas. You get out to some early fast starts, including against Philly last night. I mean, what are the internal thoughts? Like, how will you guys define success this year as a young group trying to find some wins?
I think generally the effort that we put in and how we compete, I think we could all see that, for example, the second half against Charlotte, we didn't necessarily compete as we wanted to. So just making sure we stick to ourselves and we keep depositing what it means to be a Wizard, and just earn people's respect that way.
What's the biggest difference between the stretches like you referenced, the half against Charlotte or maybe the fourth quarter against Philly or whatever it is, like where things are going well defensively, you guys are clamping people, versus when they're pouring buckets in and you're struggling? What's the biggest discrepancy there?
I think it's our defense, how connected we are defensively, how locked in we are as a group. We're always going to have some individuals. There's going to be some mistakes, but in general, it's how we respond as a team, how we get together, and how we make sure we string together good possessions and good stops for the game.
Keshawn George is with us on Grant and Danny talking Wiz. He was the 24th pick in the draft last year in round 1, and now in his sophomore year at 21 years old, the 6'8", 200-pound young star is breaking out for Washington. Do you feel like what we're seeing from you in these first 5 games is sustainable, replicable? Is this kind of what you think you can be, or is there still another gear that you feel like you can find? What do you view yourself as long-term?
Oh, 100%. I think it's replicable, and I think I have another gear to my game. I think it's the first year I really start creating for myself and for others, and I think it's only going to get better in the future, so I have way more expectations for myself.
In the Dallas game, you were 7 of 9 from deep. Against Philly last night, I think you had 4 of 7 3-pointers. Early this season, that's been a huge part of your game. And you guys are shooting a ton of threes as a team. Tell me about that philosophy and just the shift in the NBA to that paradigm where everybody seems to be doing that, but also it was a big element of your game on draft night. We heard you were going to be able to play D, knock down threes, and just how much you've improved even as a shooter this year.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a shooter my whole life. I was a short point guard, and I spent my time most of my time behind the arc. And as I grew, I just kept that ability. And adding the size, it just makes it easier. And nowadays, like you said, the NBA is a lot 3-point driven. So to have that skill in your package is very important. So just me staying consistent with my work, my reps, and just being comfortable with shooting the 3 every time I see them in.
If you challenge Trey Johnson to a 3-point contest or a shooting contest, who's winning?
Me, no question.
Would he say the same?
No question. Probably not. I mean, maybe he'll say himself, but he's a little delusional. You know how these young kids get.
That's true. These rookies, I mean, you're 21. You're a veteran now, right? These kids, they can be a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
Our guest is Keyshawn George on Grant and Danny. All right, before I let you go, I'm going to go rapid fire here to get to know you a little bit. Cheat meal. You get to eat whatever you want. What are you eating?
Rice and peas, oxtail, and plantain.
Oh, wow. How about if you are going out to dinner with one of your teammates? Who are you generally rolling with on the road?
Alex Hire, Bilal Koulibaly.
Okay, you guys roll 3 deep. I like that.
And Anthony Gill as well.
Now, he better pick up the tab. The old man's been in the league a long time. How about superhero? Favorite superhero?
I think mine used to be Hulk, but with time I would say Iron Man.
I like that. Last TV show you binged?
What was it? I didn't binge it, but I watched Severance.
Okay, cool. It's a good show. Hey, Keyshawn, great start to the year, man. Keep it up. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Very, very good young player for the Wizards, Keyshawn George on Grant and Danny. News of the day, as you now know, Terry McLaurin will not play against Seattle. This will be the 5th game out of 9 that he has missed. He re-aggravated the quad injury that kept him out for a month. Can he still salvage his season? Do you think we can get to the end of this year and look back a half season from now and feel like it was a speed bump, but he ended up becoming Terry McLaurin? We'll get into that next on G&D.
This update is driven by Orsman Ford of Alexandria, or as they like to say, let's ride together. The big news today for the Commanders, they're going to be without star wide receiver Terry McLaurin for Sunday Night Football against Seattle. He re-injured the quad that forced him to miss 4 weeks. They'll re-evaluate him next week, but he is going to miss Sunday Night Football. Other injury news for Washington, Laramie Tunsil and Matt Gay won't practice today. Good news, though, the plan is for Jaden to practice in full all week. Other NFL news, the Commanders signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. The Lions signed defensive end Aiden Hutchinson to a 4-year extension, $180 million, $141 million guaranteed, most guaranteed money for a non-quarterback. Some injuries around the league. Raiders tight end Brock Bowers was a full participant in practice today, and Lamar Jackson was a full participant. He should be good to go for tomorrow night against the Dolphins. Orsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Orsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
So here's a bummer for you, Danny. I don't know if you've got nearly as much experience at this place as your boy, because it was a staple for me for a couple of years. Are you familiar with Woodmont Grill in Bethesda?
Yes. I know Woodmont Grill. I saw, what was the guy's name that I saw there? John King from CNN. I saw that guy there.
Eating dinner?
Yeah.
That's actually great. Was he at the big board telling you about some random house at some random county on some random street?
He was
that
not.
will determine the election.
Although he was pointing at the menu, which I thought was hysterical. And my wife did not think it was that funny, but I'm like, look, he's like, could I do this? And then can I also have this? But can I substitute this? I go, look, he's doing it. She's like, could you just talk to me?
Bethesda's Woodmont Grill abruptly closed today. It's been a big story in the DMV.
Oh, it's a bummer.
Nobody knew it was happening. Reading from Bethesda Today, after more than 3 decades of serving customers, a post late Tuesday night on Woodmont Grill's website announced its closure effective immediately without explanation. The restaurant, located in Bethesda on Woodmont Ave, was owned by the Hillstone Restaurant Group, and according to the Woodmont Grill Instagram account, has been in operation since 1992. The note on the website thanked patrons for choosing us as a dining destination, allowing us to be part of your lives with many fond memories of good food and cheer. The amount of times I sat at that bar.
Yeah, that's a home court for you in Bethesda. Yeah.
When I was doing pre, post for the Caps for like 3 or 4 seasons, I would be over there for 82 games, right? And so we were there all the time, and I would either go to Black's or Woodmont. Each night I was eating healthy. It was EMP, now Copair Paulson. And so I would get like a pork chop or some Brussels sprouts or asparagus or whatever. But my kind of cheat at Woodmont, they had the best ribeye ever. And I would crush a ribeye with a vegetable or something. But damn, it was so good. And I would sit right at the bar. They would always have jazz music being played. In the winter, it was beautifully decorated. Just a really nice little restaurant. A lot of good memories in that joint. But not only does it close, that's a big deal. But when you hear that something closed abruptly.
The abruptness of it.
That's always weirder. But that's sad. I hate hearing that.
Yeah, that is a bummer. That's an institution, man. I think I probably went there a dozen times.
I think it was called, this is before my time, but I think it was called Houston's way back when. Pretty sure that was the location. Could be wrong about that. Somebody tweet me or hit me up on Instagram at Grant H. Paulson if I'm wrong about that. But for our Maryland folks in Bethesda, for the people in Bethesda, Bethesda, Maryland.
If you're from
anybody from Bethesda,
from Bethesda, there it is.
The good thing is how quickly Darius got to that. We didn't have to stall or anything. He was on it, and for that, we greatly appreciate that. There it is.
Yeah.
That's the guy who ruined my NFL Sunday that everyone pretended like was good, right? That's him. Yeah, that's him.
From Bethesda! It's the same dude?
Yeah, Eric Collins. Probably great in the NBA when you just scream after a three-pointer.
Yeah, it's a first quarter shot for a 55-loss Hornets team. Like, LaMelo! Wow! Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
He did a Panthers-Dolphins game. And I'm telling you, it was rough for your guy. Because it would just be like, 3rd and 7, Bryce, yeah! And he's just yelling. But that's not the bad part. The bad part's not that he's doing it. God bless him. He also has acknowledged that he has not watched another broadcaster do a game for decades.
Okay.
He just refuses to watch sports with the volume on. So in fairness, he probably doesn't know what it's supposed to sound like, to his credit.
It's like the guy that practices the instrument by himself and is like, okay, I'm part of the orchestra today.
You're going to play the compilation? Oh, gosh. Do I need to take my headphones off? But anyway, yeah, we'll play it in a second. But it was just brutal. But the problem is not that he's doing it. Again, broadcaster, have fun, explore the space. Someone hired you. Go make your money. It's afterwards everyone telling me how great it is because it's different and it's loud and it's obnoxious and it's excitable. And when I was 14, I thought Gus Johnson was cool too. But this is like Gus Johnson had there was better stuff there. There was more meat on the bone. But anyway, this was the game.
Tungo Bailoa has Waddle! He's open! Touchdown! And Darnold, look at him! What kind of speed do you get, young man? To the end zone. Achan, did he? He did! Look at this! Darnold still on his feet! Caught back in the end zone! Xavier Leggett! Tungo Bailoa! Got his man! Touchdown! Waller!
This is looping now. Right?
Young!
This is...
Caught! It's Horn! Bryce Young! Got his man! Touchdown!
The dawdle in the middle there. I don't know why his dawdle sounded so funny to me. Dawdle! Dawdle!
Well, he screamed it. It was
and why did he sing Xavier Leggett's name on that touchdown?
Xavier Leggett! It's like he's doing jazz hands.
But again, afterwards, it's like, we need more of him. Do we? Can't wait for him to call the Super Bowl. I can. That's the part that ricks me. Is like the overdoing it after. The game, great. We'll put him on Dolphins, Panthers, and let's have...
Make an unexciting game more exciting.
Yeah, go for it. It's like everyone's acting like all of a sudden Ian Eagle calling the game correctly is just not exciting enough. Just call the game.
Let's go.
How did we get here from Woodmont Grill?
It's from Bethesda.
Yeah.
And so that the from Bethesda comes from LaMelo Ball hitting a shot from behind the 3-point line against the Wizards in the first quarter of a game.
And by the way, I think the bit is great. The bit he does where he's like looking up a suburb in a city every time he goes to a new place and he calls that play. That's great. Love that. The screaming of it in that moment probably works too. I don't know what the game situation is, but in the right game situation, I can just tell you, having watched the Panthers-Dolphins game, the screaming did not match the situation.
I just got to have a change of speeds.
Rico Dowdle rips off a 14-yard run where he breaks a tackle in the second quarter, the 10-7 game, and it's now 1st and 10. Nope.
So when Steve Buckhantz calls dagger, that's a buzzer beater. See what I'm saying? When Gilbert Arenas hits that shot over Gennaro Pargo and company in Chicago, and he gives me the dagger, thank you, Steve. Miss you, buddy. Yes. Because that's time appropriate.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? When Gus Johnson goes up to full Gus Johnson to 11, it's, Morrison at the buzzer. Again, first quarter, LaMelo hits a 3. Very nice shot. Good play by LaMelo Ball. That guy's a really nice player. I gotta make sure it's not game 7 in the 9th inning for the punch out. We're not doing that's what gets me.
Well, so that's the whole thing is if you're in the broadcast game is they talk about don't game 7 it and you got to have somewhere to go. That's what it's referred to as. Like if that's where you're at in the first quarter, where are you going in the fourth quarter? Now he's got nowhere to go. He's just giving you more of it.
Sure.
And it's going to match in the fourth quarter.
That engine's in the red in the first quarter.
He is a reliever who's starting a game and just chucking 101 in the first inning.
I still laugh. It comes up my Instagram feed every once in a while. They're these 2 Australian brothers that basically just lip sync to sports calls, and some of them are funny, some of them whatever. They got that guy where there's a montage of him, and it's wildly funny. I've seen it 15 times. I've laughed 15 times.
Well, the best is the dude. I don't know his name. Darius and I for a while would just.
He's got the headset on. He's like this, very demonstrative.
Yeah,
that guy. I know him.
Darius and I would send this clips back and forth to each other, and he, for those of you that don't know, he is this guy that wears a headset, as Danny was saying, and basically like reenacts and voices the broadcaster screaming whatever's happening. He picks the funniest clips where people are going the most wild, and it's really, really good Instagram fodder. It's a good time. All right, let's get back into the Terry McLaurin news, though. Here's the question I want to pose on the phones. We'll hit them next. 800-636-1067. Can he still salvage this season? Do you think there's a path to getting to the end of this year and viewing this as kind of a disastrous first half? But look what he did over the second half. He was Terry. After what you saw on Monday night, he looked the part, made a couple of great catches. Could he still save this season from being a true debacle? Get to that next on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt Ford guy. Here's what happened. Many moons ago, years now, probably more like 10 years ago, my wife and I went car shopping. We needed something bigger, growing family. We needed a little bit more space. We test drove a couple different rides. Test drove the Explorer, the Escape, settled on the Ford Edge. This is, again, about a decade ago. We loved it, and we braced ourselves for that car thing. You know what I'm talking about, right? You go to the dealership, you get hassled, you get run around, they wear you down, and finally like, fine, whatever, just get me out of here. Except it never came. Because Ted Britt Ford is the best buying experience, bar none, that I've ever had in this area. I've done like you guys have. New, pre-owned, everything in between. I've leased. This is the best. They will get you in and get you out with a great deal. In fact, your current ride is worth more now than ever. My crew over at Ted Britt Ford, they want to show you just how much. So bring it on over, get a top dollar offer, and put that towards something brand spanking new before October is over and some of these deals vanish into thin air. You want to talk about a deal? That's fine. How about a 2024 Mustang Mach-E just like mine? Up to $10,500 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days. Plenty more deals like that. Go see him at Ted Britt Ford, tedbritt.com or Fairfax and Chantilly. When you go, tell him Danny sent you.
Terry McLaurin has been ruled out for Sunday Night Football against Seattle. And it's very rare with this staff that they've done this early on a Wednesday. Not sure what that means exactly. They say he re-injured his quad. Is it re-aggravated? Is the same injury happen again that cost him a month? We don't have a whole lot of information. We just know he's not going to play for the 5th time in 9 games this season. The question I want to pose at 800-636-1067 is, can he still save his year from disaster, or is it too late? Is the die cast here? Let's go to Kevin in Alexandria on the Fan. Hey, Kevin, how are you?
What's up, Kev?
Hey, gentlemen. And Grant, good call on Blacks. I've been there multiple times. Their mussels as well as their chocolate fudge dessert is phenomenal.
Blacks is awesome.
That
you know
whole restaurant group is fantastic.
Pork chop. Their pork chop is a 10.
Oh, yeah. Well, you all do a great job. I didn't want to talk about McLaurin. I did want to share something. There was an article written, I want to say at the beginning of the year, and it talked about how they rolled out Jaden Daniels 600 times compared to the closest other team, which was maybe 175 or 200, and he said it wasn't sustainable. And so we're all looking for answers to try to figure out why this season looks so different. They've asked, and I think this goes to Kingsbury, they've asked our quarterback, who's young, to learn a total different offense now by not rolling out. They've gone from 0 to 60 and then pulled him back. They rolled him out 600 times last year, and now they've really limited what he's doing. And so he's kind of learning on the job right now, and he's young, and I believe this is coaching, and it has to do with what they're doing in terms of their game plan and strategy. It's not sustainable, but you can see the difference in how he approaches the offense. He looks kind of timid because he was running around before, and the closest other team they compared to was like 175 times. That's what I wanted to share with the point I wanted to make.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I mean, you wonder how much of that is compensating for, personnel groupings that change all the time. You don't have your full healthy complement, for what defenses are doing to you. I mean, the whole thing is a work in progress at all times. I mean, I always think of it in terms of a major league hitter, right? You go around the league once, or, you have a handful of weeks where you're tearing the cover off the ball. Well, there are people who are quite literally employed to figure out where your weaknesses are. And then they figure it out. And then the way you get pitch changed. So where you were used to seeing fastballs away, now you're seeing something different. What do you do about it? You adjust to the adjustment. Then you make that adjustment. Then there's another round of adjustments coming. People get tape on you, man. Game film is available. That all 22 it's not a spy secret anymore, right? So you always kind of wonder what the plan is and what you're trying to do on a given play, and what look did you anticipate versus what you actually got in terms of how a play gets run, et cetera. But I mean, the bottom line is, to kind of center it back on McLaurin, not having a huge difference maker like that, whether you want to argue he's the second most important behind Debo or the most because maybe he could go down the field a little bit, I think is a huge issue, and that would be true for any quarterback.
Well, also, Debo has not looked the same in his last 2 games. And really in the Bears game, namely. But I didn't think Debo looked in this game like he did early in the season. Is he 100% or not? Not sure. I don't know how to quantify that. They're not going to do it for us because there's no benefit to them doing that. But he was healthy enough to play. Admirable. Appreciate that. Caught 3 balls, but everything was around the line of scrimmage. No yards, no real yak yards. His only carry went for 1 yard. It was like a half of a yard, and he got credited for 1-on-1 attempt. But he's not a speed guy. He's not an explosion guy necessarily anyway. He is a physical, violent player. But it feels to me, Bears game, Chiefs game, sandwiched in between was a DNP against the Cowboys. Like, those are in their own category, and the rest of the season was in a different category. So getting him back is cool, but we said this about McLaurin, right? It's not just about getting these guys back. You're getting them back, and they've got to stay back, number one. They've got to stay healthy. Didn't work with Terry. And they've got to be themselves. They've got to produce. It doesn't always work that way. You return, and Debo goes 7 for 75, or McLaurin goes 5 for 90. Like, that was not a lock. But I'm going to pose the question to you that I'm posing on the listener lines, which is, do you think Terry can still save this season from being a disaster when we look back, or is it too late? I mean, personally for him, not for the team.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't bet on it. I mean, the window...
But there's enough time that you think if he comes back next week against Detroit, and in the final 8 games of the year, he goes for 700 yards or something like that, you could come out of this season and say, all right, it was a brutal start, but we're back. Terry's back.
Because you're talking down the stretch, he's making plays, and the latest sample will be the best sample. Then people go, yeah, okay, that's long forgotten, right? We'll forget really about the first 8, 9, 10 games or whatever if he plays well in the last few. But I think that window is closing. I mean, seriously, this is now a race against the clock in terms of when he's able to come back to actually be himself for more than one game at a time. Because he did Terry stuff this past week. It's not all Terry stuff, but you saw some of it. The toe tap for the touchdown, the diving catch on the sideline that was their biggest play of the day. You saw some of the things that he could do for this offense. Catch in the middle of the field for 18 yards to get him out of the shadow of the goal line. He did some Terry things, but it's not the full turned up to 11 Terry McLaurin. But the window, I keep saying it, is closing for that. Just think about the amount of time it's going to take. Let's say he's not playing this week, obviously. If he's ruled out this early, it would stand to reason he can't play next week. So what are you really talking about, right? For him to come back, be himself, hopefully not rush back so you don't re-injure and re-aggravate this thing. You're really talking about, 5 games, 6 games at most where he could be himself? And I would say it's even less than that. So if he doesn't play this week and next week, it's pretty much got to be no re-aggravation, no problems, and he's has an unbelievable stretch run there in November, December, and they win 4 division games somehow, some way, and sneak into the playoffs, and he'll be the returning conquering hero.
Yeah, so for me, I'm not nearly as comfortable saying he probably won't play next week because I don't know that there's any correlation between ruling him out today and not playing next week.
You're right. I'm inferring that.
They ruled Jaden Daniels out on Wednesday last week. We assumed it meant he might have a hard time getting healthy for this week, and he's already full practice today, and they said he's going to be full practice all week. So barring some type of new injury, he will absolutely play against Seattle, which is significant and a big deal, and maybe would have been the lead from a health standpoint today, if not for the Terry news. So I'm going to say he misses this game and assume, hopefully, that he's back next week. Here's the problem. A week ago, I would have told you I think there's a real chance that Terry McLaurin has an awesome second half. Now, after he comes back and immediately gets hurt, I don't feel like that anymore. But this will be the best way to ask the question, and we'll hit this next. So in his career, Terry McLaurin has averaged about 65 yards per game, okay? So follow me for a second.
Yep.
In his career, he's got 6,600 yards almost in 101 career starts. So if I just do quick math, and he plays at a career norm level, 65 yards over his final 8 games, that gets you down the stretch to 520 yards. So if I set his over-under at 499.5 over the last 8 games, would you go over or under that?
Under.
All right, we'll talk about that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock-In Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Big news in the NFL, injury news for the Commanders today. Terry McLaurin not going to play Sunday night against the Seattle Seahawks. He re-injured the quad that forced him to miss 4 weeks earlier this season. He'll be reevaluated next week. We'll see if he can get back out on the field against Detroit, but he will miss Sunday night against Seattle. Other injury news, Laramie Tunsil and Matt Gay not practicing today, but the good news for the team, the plan is for Jaden Daniels to practice fully all week. He was seen on the practice field earlier today. Roster move for the Commanders today. They signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. Other injuries around the league. Raiders tight end Brock Bowers, full participant in practice today. Lamar Jackson should be good to go for Thursday Night Football tomorrow night. Baldino's Lock-In Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Terry re-injured his quad, and so he'll be out this Sunday night. We'll reevaluate it next week to see where it goes. Bum for him, for us, it's just tough, where it goes. But we'll see what the next week looks like.
That was Dan Quinn today with reporters. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad.
They can do a lot for you. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. A major thank you to them. We are fresh and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed from our trip to Kansas City, which was a blast, except for the game. But everything else was awesome. Thank you, guys.
Quiet night on the local landscape this evening. Caps and Wiz both idle. World Series Game 5 tonight from Los Angeles at Chavez Ravine for the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. Trey Savage, the rookie right-hander, drafted in the first round last year by Toronto on the bump against Blake Snell, who turned in one of the great playoff starts ever in the League Championship Series. Didn't throw it nearly as effectively and didn't look nearly as good. First time out against Toronto in this series. He'll look to bounce back in Game 5. We can get into that before we get out of here when we preview the night. We're taking you up to 6:30. Right now, though, we're talking about the news of the day and what Dan Quinn said, that Terry McLaurin will be out on Sunday night with the Commanders playing a must-win game to save their season against Seattle. Let's go to Mark, who's in Largo, on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mark?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? I think Terry could probably salvage his season if he comes back. But, if I'm Jaden Daniels, I got to be pissed off right now. I mean, I'm going to just keep it a buck. Did you really have to play both of them Monday night? I mean, look, with Marcus, you could have saved them another week if Jaden was coming back this week. And you have a better chance of doing something. At least he comes back this week with Jaden. Jaden basically is going to have what he had 2 weeks ago, guys. A bunch of, it's like he's the lead singer and that's the rest of the group. I mean, I'm gonna keep it really 100 right now. Y'all, look, I know everybody loves Adam Peters. I love Adam Peters. I do, guys. I just think that he spent more money on the defensive side of the ball this offseason than he did on the offensive side of the ball. And the saddest part about that is, he didn't address any of the needs that people walked out the door. The kids, Brown, and Crowder walk out the door. He just let those three go, and you didn't replace them at all. So everyone wants to blame Terry, and that's fine. That's fine. But here's what Terry saw at the OTA. He saw that Jaden was struggling without him or Debo on the field. And that's what Clifford saw. So this is why I say, and I guarantee you, I can convince one of y'all to start thinking like I'm thinking. If Adam Peters would have replaced one of those three or two with the kids and Brown and Crowder, I mean, you can still get Jamison Crowder right now. It's better. I'm not saying they're great, but they're better in space, and it helps Jaden with his growth. This is all on Adam Peters, guys.
Appreciate you, bud. I always love the passion. So my version of that, I talked about this, what Debo Samuel was going to be, for me anyway, and that's an amalgam We think of De'Ami Brown as a deep threat, and I guess you got a couple of those, but they basically used him around the line of scrimmage. Who does that sound like? That's what they used Lamez Zaccheaus for. That's what they used Jamison Crowder for. That guy now is pretty much Deebo Samuel with a little bit of an elevation of Jalen Lane, and that's my point. Is
okay, it's all horizontal.
All of their targets last year, it was an amalgam of what a number 2 / slot receiver does, and they actually got one to go do that. So instead of trying to make something up on a napkin, I go, no, I got Deebo Samuel. Now, he's banged up and he hasn't been the same for a few weeks, but that's, to me, well worth a 5th rounder, and I'd rather have those targets go to him than any of those other 3 guys that you mentioned.
Yeah, whenever we talk about the allocations at the receiver position, I always bring up that I think it's 8th is where they rank in the money they spend at that spot. So it is hard to scream about Adam Peters neglecting wide receiver when you made maybe the biggest wide receiver splash of anybody bringing in a new wideout this offseason when you spent $20 million just about to go get Deebo Samuel in a trade. And you gave up a draft pick. Now, it wasn't much. It was a 5th rounder, but that plus $20 million. In the case of Terry McLaurin, it took forever, and I don't think the juice was worth the squeeze, as we now have seen how this has played out. But you also gave him a mini extension this year as well, and his AAV climbed to about $30 million. You and I were looking at him and Deebo on the sideline at the end of the game. So we're sitting 12 rows up at Arrowhead Stadium. Marcus Mariota's on the field. He's got a spread where, the last drive, garbage time, Washington's down by 21, and it's Luke and Lane and Chris Moore out there with him. And Terry and Deebo are both on the sideline. And I was trying to get a picture, and I don't remember who it was, but one of the players kept walking in front of me.
It was Wiley.
Was it Andrew Wiley?
Yeah.
So,
by the way, not like purposely screwing Grant's camera shot over, just minding his business.
Life, right? So Andrew Wiley kept, and I was trying to get a picture of those 2 guys watching the end of the game from the sideline. Terry injured, Deebo just kind of being saved, which is another indicator to me that something is not quite right there. But anyway, we were joking, you and I were like, there's $50 million of wide receiver right there on the sideline as you're on this drive at the end of the game to try to move the ball down the field. So it's not like they didn't do anything. I think Mark is right if his point is as simple as 3 guys walked out the door and you didn't replace them. Well, yeah, there isn't versions of those guys. I think Deebo was a replacement, as you said, for the collection of them, so to speak. And by the way, you drafted a 3rd-round receiver in Luke McCaffrey. Luke McCaffrey should be able to help you, and he has. He's been great on kick returns.
Yep.
And when he's been throwing the ball, 3 catches, nice catch on the sideline this week, he's done a pretty good job. You drafted a wide receiver this year in the 4th round. Jalen Lane has played a bunch. He's helped them some. He's made some big catches, had a 35-yard catch in Dallas a couple weeks ago. So I just disagree that they haven't spent enough, done enough at receiver for Daniels. Now, if you want to go back and re-legislate the stare down between McLaurin and Peters like some have today, and who was right, who was wrong, how we got there, was it worth it? I think that's reasonable enough. But I'm not going to knock Adam Peters for the build at wideout, other than if you wanted to say there was a higher risk of injury for Terry, you brought in a guy that gets hurt every single year in Deebo, and then otherwise it was kids.
And Noah Brown, too.
Noah Brown was a lock to be hurt. If he ever played, it was going to be a news story. But yeah, otherwise it was kind of unproven kids. Sure, but there was plenty of money spent at that position. Let's go to Terry, who's in Danville, listening to Grant and Danny today. How are you?
Great, guys. Thanks for answering my call. Yes, I'd like to chime in. I really do believe that Terry was a victim of circumstance. I just believe, hey, this is not their year. My biggest concern is Deebo healthy? I know he's not healthy. I saw him the way he moved, and that's the reason why they're keeping him around the line of scrimmage. And I also believe that Dan Quinn and Adam Peters did a great job of getting them guys, Jacob in there, getting Dietrich Wise, and Dorrance Armstrong. Man, look, we are building to win in these next 3 years. Hey, Harris went out. It's just not our year. The handwriting was on the wall when I saw Dorrance Armstrong go. After Dietrich Wise, hey, and his bagger went out, then Dorrance went out, hey, I knew the handwriting was on the wall. And Terry, he wants to play, but I understand. I saw the look on his face that Monday night that, hey, he was injured. So I know his type of character. He's probably telling the guys, look, hey, you're going to do what you always do like we always have done. We're going to overachieve while I'm out. Hey, but give me 5 weeks. If we make it to the playoffs, if you guys can take us there, I'll take you over the top. That's the type of person he is. But it's just not our year if Debo is not healthy.
Well, the injuries have ravaged them, and they are absolutely the biggest factor in this whole thing getting off the rails. There's no doubt. I mean, I just think that that's such an easy reality, and everybody understands that. That's a reasonable person. But it can't be the only thing either. I mean, we can't sit here and say what went wrong in the secondary. Well, Will Harris got hurt. Will Harris, who they signed to a 1-year deal for a few $1 million. Because you still have Marshawn Lattimore, you still have Mikey Sanders you still have Trey Amos.
2 second-round picks and a major acquisition. Yeah,
you still have the entire group outside of him in the secondary, and it's been a bad position group. It has been an ineffective collection of players. Doesn't mean they've all been bad. I love Trey Amos. Sanders, who was awesome last year, still going to have a really bright future. He has regressed this season. But an injury in your secondary, essentially, does not mean now that we just go, oh, well, they're not communicating as well. They miss Will Harris. Teams lose guys all the time. Now, the cluster injuries, when you don't have Terry, you don't have Debo, yeah, you're going to be a lot worse off. But what's the excuse at linebacker? You're healthy. You've got Bobby Wagner. You've got Frankie Louvu. You've got Jordan McGee. Have they been good enough there? What's the excuse at defensive tackle? Where you've got Javon Kinlaw. You've got Deron Payne. You've got Johnny Newton. You've got Eddie Goldman. That's my point is, it's not as simple as just saying, injuries, let's wake up next year and see what happens. Also, oldest team in the NFL, and not just the oldest team out of 32 teams this year, the oldest team that's been put together in over a decade. There is a correlation between those two things.
Without a doubt. So that was always my issue. I mean, we argued a bunch about the Nats' terrible start in 2019. And yes, the injuries were a major factor. That's obvious. Everybody could tell you're not better off with Jeff Kobernis getting at-bats instead of Anthony Rendon. But it was also not the reason their bullpen was the worst of all time. It wasn't the reason that when Juan Soto was playing, he was hitting .210 for the first month plus of the season. Guys that were and are the plan have done poorly. That's my major issue. And yes, you're worse without Wise, without Dorrance Armstrong, without Terry McLaurin, without Debo Samuel last week against Dallas. You're worse without Austin Eckler. Of course you are. Of course, that's easy and obvious. But a bunch of guys, again, that they're counting on, that are the plan, that were option A, not the Reed Doughty break glass in case of emergency, like the McRib coming back. Not that. This is our design. We didn't go into free agency and get Traveris Ward or Carlton Davis or Paulson Adebo or DJ Reed or any of the marquee corners. We said, no, double down. We're doubling down on Marshawn Lattimore. Our big corner acquisition was Jonathan Jones, Journeyman Jerry. You know what I mean? Like this 30. Yeah, this was their plan, and that plan has not worked also.
But also, and this is something we talked a lot about over the offseason, you don't have to sign all guys 30 and older. That is a choice that they make. There's a thing that they like, right? A veteran that comes into the locker room and operates correctly and does a lot of things, the commander way or whatever, and who, it brings character and a lunch pail and all this stuff. But it is okay, you might have to spend a little more sometimes, to sign younger, ascending players. It is also allowed to sign 26 and 27-year-old free agents. Now, I acknowledge and I'm aware there are fewer of those guys, the way that the COVID years worked out and contracts are going and teams are locking those guys up more often and they don't hit the market to the same extent. But it doesn't have to be to this extreme. But yes, is the biggest problem for this team this year injuries? No doubt. Would they be 3-5 if they were a lot healthier? Definitely not. Maybe 5-3. Could they be 6-2? I don't know. But not having Daniels for 3 of your 8 games is a dagger. Not having McLaurin for now 5 out of 9 after this week, or Noah Brown 6 times, or Debo Samuel has missed a game. And I do think he's kind of playing through something
he's limited right now, yeah.
Where he's just not him. Austin Eckler is a significant loss, but that's not one that should cost you games. Like Jeremy McNichols has played really well, has given you exactly what Eckler would have given you, basically. You lost John Bates for 2 games. Do you get better running the ball without him? Of course not. You're a worse team because he's a really good blocker. But should you lose games because you don't have your third tight end who's a good blocker for a couple of games? No, that should not cost you. Colson Yankoff for a game. Even Sam Cosmi, a guard. Jay Gruden style, a guard. Really good player. You can't win because you don't have a guard. Guards miss time in this league all the time. It's just what happens. So are there some where I'm going to give you the end. Dietrich Wise, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, now Dorrance Armstrong, you're going to be bad at defensive end more often than not the rest of the season. You can't sustain that. When you're without all three of your top three receivers, McLaurin, Brown, Samuel, against the Cowboys, that's going to be a big problem. I'm going to give you that with those cluster injuries. But the Will Harris, it breaks his fibula, so now my secondary's screwed? No.
No way.
Like that does not work for me. I'm sorry. Other than him, by the way, in the secondary, you've had Percy Butler miss one game with a hip and Jonathan Jones with a hamstring miss a month. But he was their, at best, third, maybe their fourth corner, probably, honestly. Like those injuries should not have equated to them being the worst team in the league at defending the pass. Let's go to John in Herndon on the Fan. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, for me, last year was a wonderful year. This year, crap happens, and in the top three receivers being out, and Lattimore kind of showing that he's not who he was. I don't think the season's lost, but I hope we have a push to make the playoffs, and then we see what happens if we have a healthy.
Well, John, let me ask you this, because we started the show in this kind of theme where you're juxtaposing the 2 years. So if you fast forward to next year, and I get there's going to be a draft class and free agency, albeit one of the smallest draft classes in the NFL if nothing changes, a year after the smallest draft class in the NFL. But I digress. So going into next year, would you expect it to be more like this year or more like last year? Like, which is the real Commanders?
I think the real Commanders are closer to 80% of last year. Because I think one of the things we've all talked about, I know you guys always do, is we're the oldest team. And that's partly a consequence of the previous regime's bad drafting. We have no pipeline for backups, right? So I'm hoping that this year we pick younger people that are meant just to follow the same strategy of this year's draft, which is to fill the age holes. So, yeah, I think we'll be better next year.
Appreciate you.
I think so, too. I wonder in terms of the approach, though. Like, I get why they did what they did this past offseason. I mean that. Not to give them a pass, because you get called on balls and strikes.
You can't do it again, though.
Right, but you can't do it again.
After this year, they got to go back to the drawing board a little bit.
And that's what I wonder. Because to me, it would start this week. In other words, the trade deadline is Tuesday, November 4th. That is next week. That's a week from yesterday. So I'm right now figuring out, again, you're probably not going to get a ton for some of your assets because they're old and beat up and injured, but you might get some.
For somebody, 2/5 could become a fourth.
And this is my point. I'm going to start stockpiling right now because I went in and I get why I went in, right? I understand it. But let's not deal with what should have been or what could have been. Here's what is. I need to get younger. I need more picks. I was trying to cover for this terrible Rivera empty cupboard. That's why year one was bad. Year two, my plan backfired on me. I need a new plan. Let's go make one.
Yeah, I certainly think that that's a factor. I'm not going to keep using that as an excuse forever, though. And I think this is probably the last year where you get to do it because you'll have 3 free agent periods and 3 drafts removed from that, and it will always be relevant. At some point, though, you don't get to complain about the last person that owns your home every time you got to call for help on something, right? And I think we're there at the end of this season. One of the problems is not just the previous regime, which was terrible. When you have the smallest draft class of anybody, you're going to be infusing the roster with less young talent, especially when you're prioritizing free agency and as many guys over 30 as they did. Robert's in Dallas listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Robert?
Man, I tell you what, we need to start banning some of these callers. The next caller that calls in saying we're building, you don't build with 33, 34, 35-year-olds, bro. You don't build with the smallest draft class next year. It's time to just call it like it is. I'm glad I hear some callers saying this. Stop criticizing Joe Witt, Dan Quinn, all this stuff. Look at this roster, man. This guy, Adam Peters, came in with salary cap, more draft picks, heavy draft class. He's made this roster older and slower, and we're giving him an excuse. This guy has blown it. And next year, we have to pay Jaden. So you telling me you have not taken advantage of a rookie quarterback that you hit on, and you decide to bring in a Von Miller? And I swear, I ask this question all the time, and nobody wants to say it. Has this been Ron Rivera doing this? And I'm not his lawyer or anything like that. Had this been Ron Rivera, we would be running him out of town. But I always wonder, that last roster that Ron had, put Jaden Daniels on that roster, is there really any difference? We still didn't have a middle linebacker. We still didn't have a defensive back. Still didn't have an edge rusher. But look at some of those guys that will probably start over the people we have today. Man, miss me on this Adam Peters thing. I was happy for him when he came in. I was excited. I drank the Kool-Aid. But the proof is in the pudding. He's missed on free agency, missed on the draft, and he's missed on building this roster. And now we're going to have to start all over again with fewer draft picks. And by the way, remember all those times we couldn't find a field goal kicker on the Ron? We still don't have a field goal kicker under Adam. So
well,
what's
that's
the difference?
true. The kicker's been a bugaboo for multiple regimes. That view, while we can look at the same thing, you could see that, I could see something else, and we could both be right, is kind of the worst case scenario negative view, if you will, not to critique him. But what I mean by that is there's no such thing as starting over if Jaden Daniels is what he's supposed to be. Like, when you have Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, you don't have to bottom out and rebuild. When you have Patrick Mahomes, maybe not a realistic comp, but Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, if you're in the club, if you've got the superstar quarterback, the elite top 7, top 8, top 10 QB, you're in it every single year. So right now, I think people are forgetting that because it hasn't looked like that, because Daniels has been hurt. Right now, in the moment, prisoner of this moment that we all are, this season, it's not looking like that. Now, if this year, when he's been on the field, I don't mean the injuries, is what Jaden is going to play like at this level, which is a B quarterback, probably in the 10 to 15 range or whatever, the 12 to 16 range in the league, then you're right. Then a lot of other things around him have to be elevated and better, and you do have to add a ton of pieces. But if last year's Jaden Daniels is still the Jaden Daniels, then they're so much closer than that call makes it sound, because he just waves a wand over everything and it gets a lot better. But, the disdain it sounds like he has for the job Peters has done, I just don't think it's been that bad.
Well,
I disagree. They're 17-10 in 27 games under him. There's been one full football season they got to the NFC Championship game. And yes, a lot of that is Jaden Daniels, but that's his resume right now. So you'll have to forgive people who still think the guy's pretty good at his job.
I would go a different direction. And I think the first year you have a direct choice. Where you're coming into a losing organization. That's why you're here. It has lost, and it has lost badly. It has been an embarrassment. Your choice in that moment is, do we do what most teams are doing when we inherit a new organization, a new thing with an empty cupboard? Let's just get our teeth kicked in. Let's get as many young people in here as possible. You trade away your John Allens. You move on from your Paynes. You move on from every veteran that was part of this damn thing, and be 5-12 with a rookie quarterback that we think is going to be really good and try to build. Or is it really important to us to establish a culture? Pretty clear which option they took. And they thought that establishing a culture was more important than maybe going young and taking their medicine. There's a reasonable person can look at the same thing and come up with a different solution, but that's what they did.
They accidentally got to the NFC Championship.
And then they got to the NFC Championship game doing it that way.
It worked.
And so once you've gone down that road, the importance of this is who we are, this is how we sign, this is how we play, this is how we train, this is how we go on the road. We're establishing all these things with a new ownership, a new front office. That was more important to them than maybe having the next great draft find in the 5th round. Going into last year. This is where those decisions, and maybe it was the worst thing for you to have that kind of early success because it changed the island, changed the expectations. Had they done what every other first-year group does, even with a nice quarterback, and gone 6-11 with a couple great moments, you'd go, hey, we got something here, we're building, but let's see how much better we can be building slow. You can't do that right now because of how much success you had in year one.
Well, I do think that there has to be a major shift this offseason. There's no
100% agree.
They cannot continue, even though I had no problem with the Tunsil deal or the Lattimore deal when they made it. They can't keep going down that road because you're getting closer and closer to having to pay Daniels as it is, but also you're no longer as close as you thought you were. It's very obvious that you're not that close. Now, you might be able to accidentally, with a last place schedule, Jaden getting healthy and playing out of his mind next year, stun everybody again and make the playoffs and be a tough out. And that'd be great. But you can't bank on it and go into the offseason with the plan of trying to not take a step back. You've got to start prioritizing getting faster, getting younger, and adding some real youth to this roster. The decision's been made for you by the performance this year, and we still are only 1/3 of the way through the gauntlet. By the way, we'll see what happens Seattle, Detroit, but you could be staring 3-7, down the barrel here. 800-636-1067. We'll get your reactions to that next on Grant and Danny.
This update is driven by Oarsman, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria. Let's ride together. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Sunday Night Football. They're going to be without their top wideout, Terry McLaurin. He is going to be out for another week after he returned. After a 4-game absence on Monday night, he re-injured his quad and is now going to miss Sunday night against Seattle. They'll reevaluate his quad injury next week. Laramie Tunsil and Matt Gay won't practice today. The plan is for Jaden Daniels to practice fully all week, according to Dan Quinn earlier today. Also for the team, they signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. Hockey last night is heard right here on The Fan. The Capitals fell to the Stars 1-0. They'll take on the Islanders on Halloween evening. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers last night in overtime, 139-134. They're back in action tomorrow in Oklahoma City against the Thunder. They'll get back Bilal Coulibaly to make his season debut. Tonight, Game 5, Blue Jays and Dodgers of the World Series tied at 2 games apiece. Oarsman, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras. As they said, Oarsman, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thank you, Doubter. You're a sweet boy. All of our football conversation on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We were talking Terry McLaurin, the age of the roster, the injury issues, and now we're diving into the offseason ahead. Do they really have to consider changing course and maybe trying to get younger? Everyone wants to use the word rebuild. I don't know that that's what you do with Jaden Daniels, but it's just about a paradigm. It's about a philosophy for me. Are you really going for it, or are you trying to have your cake and eat it too by prioritizing the future? I think about Mike Rizzo in this regard when he would come on with us back in the day, and he would always tell us about his plan, Danny. He said, I have a 1, a 3, a 5-year plan. And sometimes your 1 and 3 and 5-year plans can all work in unison when you sign Max to a 7-year deal, right? But occasionally you've got to make the decision. What's most important? 2025, 2026, 2027. And pretty clearly this offseason, everything, not everything, but largely most of what they did was about 2025. Debo on a 1-year deal. Tunsil is going to have to be paid and extended after the season. The age of some of the players they brought in. Wagner back on a 1-year deal. Ertz back for one last ride. They kind of said, let's see if we run it back. And they probably should have after last year. But it is time to think differently going into next season for me.
I think it has to, right? Just given what happened this year. This is the Marshawn Lattimore deal, to me, is a microcosm of where this regime is. I understood it at the time. I was even excited about it. I admitted, hey, it's a risk. He hasn't been healthy. And we just waited and waited and waited some more for him to play. And then when he did play, it wasn't very good. And the excuses were, but he'll be healthy this time. And you'll see, again, this is also coming off his best game, I think, as a Washington football player. But that was kind of again, as I said, it's a microcosm where I understood the plan. I was even on board with it, but raised a question. Hey, are we worried about this at all? It was told to shut up, and that's fine. But here we are, where it didn't work this time. So now I need to pivot. The same way I would have pivoted after Lattimore's first year here, they should have pivoted. They didn't. Now you're at kind of a similar crossroads with this older roster. And again, it's not as if Zach Ertz isn't hurt. He's old, and he can't move at all, but he's been in there every game. He hasn't missed anything since being here. It's not as if every player that's north of 30 just automatically just goes down with a hamstring. But the correlation is there. They need to be younger, they need to be faster, and that needs to be their priority. So that's a paradigm change. Whereas I get why you double down because of all the success you had last year. Now's the time to pivot.
Let's go to Mark, who's waiting in D.C., wants to hop in. Mark, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
How you doing, guys? I hate to admit or say this, but I called you guys a long time ago when we were done McLaurin and draft time, and I said that we made a wrong choice by moving up and getting swept. We should have got Metcalf because of that duo. Would have been better off. And I say that now because I think that we should have went after Metcalf instead of going after Debo. Debo Samuels. I think that would have been better.
You mean this offseason in free agency?
Correct. Instead of I think that would have
Yeah,
been
he got
better
5 and
dynamic.
150, about $30 million per year from the Steelers.
Plus some draft picks to secure the deal, right?
Yeah, well, they
Yeah,
traded
but,
for
I mean,
him
we gave
before
up
the
draft picks.
extension.
We traded, but we gave up draft picks for Samuels as well.
Well, just
so.
a fifth-round pick. I think they gave up a third-rounder, pretty significantly different, and paid a lot more. I mean, Debo they can get out of after this season if they want to, or they could re-up with him. Metcalf is essentially now under contract for 2 years at right around $60 million. They could get out of it after next year. So it was a much bigger commitment. But he's a younger player. He's only 27.
He's younger. He's a younger player, and he's worthy. He's more worthy of that than it would be for Samuels.
No, I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call. I'm just pointing out some of the information for people listening.
No, and sure, he got more because I think the league used him that way too, right? Talking about Metcalf in order to secure the deal.
But here's what I like about the call, whether you agree or disagree with the point on, well, we should have got DK Metcalf and not Debo Samuel or whatever, right? I like the idea of thinking about the offseason through the lens of, okay, here's what they did. Like we keep saying, they went and got Debo. They spent almost $20 million. That's a big commitment. Well, you didn't have to get an often injured, banged up, physical, violent receiver who is toward the end of his career. You could have spent that same money, if you wanted to, on a younger player. Now, in free agency, I don't think anybody as impactful as Debo Samuel was available.
No, there wasn't.
And you would have had to trade a lot more to get DK Metcalf. So in that actual example, I wouldn't have done that, if I'm being very honest with you.
So the other guys that are commanding that kind of money, it's Devontae Adams, who could still play, but that doesn't fit our paradigm like we're talking about.
Old.
Stephon Diggs.
Old.
Cooper Kupp.
Old.
I mean, and then there's the giant drop-off. So
Yeah,
you see
that guy didn't really exist.
the receiver market, and you even go back to last year, there wasn't much on that marketplace. It's why they're like, oh my God, Noah Brown, wow, we got to pounce. Because, again, there's not much available. The only spot there were players available, I keep coming back to this, was corner. There were number one corners available. For whatever reason, you don't find left tackles, you don't find pass rushers. If you want Trey Hendrickson, you're ponying up a huge amount of money plus some draft picks. Same thing probably with the wide receiver spot. There were a couple available, but not much.
But if you wanted to upgrade receiver and you couldn't have done it with the money, you could have given the Debo money, let's say, to a corner, to your point. You could have drafted a wide receiver in the first round or something. Like, there were options. They decided to go that route. Now, I've had no issues with Debo. I think he's been a win for them. The last few weeks, notwithstanding here, the Bears game, he was hurt. This game, he didn't quite look right. He was out last week, but go back pre-Chicago, he was their best player on offense. Not even close.
The whole thing ran through him.
He's been really, really good for them this year, and I'm still hopeful he has a pretty monster rest of the season. Let's go to Dan in Fairfax. Hey, Dan, what's good?
Hey, boys. Always love the call or to listen to you guys. But I think we should go in the opposite that a lot of people are screaming for. I want to bottom out. I almost feel like we've overachieved with the circumstances of the 3 wins. We need younger talent, yes, but we need impact talent. You know, an edge, a tight end now, like Brock Bowers or the kid from Indianapolis. Those are top 5, top 10 picks. I would be trading Mr. Payne. I'd be eating salary to trade Lattimore for 6th or 7th round if I could get it. If they're Mr. Wiley, love him. He's been a great character piece and contributed on the offensive line, but he would be seeing if we could get him somewhere down south maybe or someplace else just to get as many, as Danny said, bullets in the chamber, so to speak, because 2/4 can become a third and that kind of thing. Just trying to maneuver. Maybe we don't want the number 5 pick, but we could trade down for a number 12 and 2 second round or something.
Well,
Just,
make no mistake about it, Dan, and it's a good phone call. Thank you.
Bud.
I mean, there is no denying the point that they should absolutely try to get draft picks at the deadline if they can, by way of any veterans that are not bolted down long term. Like, if it's not a core young piece, and you guys know what that looks like, that's Daniels and that's Mikey Sandra still, and that collection of player. If somebody wants a veteran with an expiring contract, someone who's got a year or two left, 30 or so, and you can get a pick for it, you should do that. I don't think they're going to sell. Most teams don't. It's a very rare thing in the NFL that a team actually sells. One of the only times I've ever actually seen it done was a few years ago here.
That's right.
When the new ownership group brought in Eugene Shen to kind of evaluate things and help out, and they decided to trade their 2 defensive ends for draft picks to the Niners before they were going to go get a new GM and a new head coach. But there's really not much precedent in the league for like legit selling. But that's what I would be doing. I just don't know how much you'd get back. I mean, we're talking about 7th round picks, 6th round picks a year from now or something, not even this coming year. How much is that really worth it to be worse, to have a worse product, to blow up your locker room? I mean, those are the types of things in reality that Adam Peters has to deal with. We're just playing fantasy football here. Let's get to the Grant and Danny poll of the day. We'll do that next right here on The Fan. Magic Johnson's tweets pop me. They're just incredible. I just saw this. So he owns the Dodgers in addition to the Commanders. He's part of the Dodgers ownership group as well. This is what Magic Johnson had to say about tonight's World Series game for the Dodgers. With the series being 2-2, Game 5 is very important. Whichever team wins takes control of the series. That's what he tweeted.
Boom.
I mean,
summarized.
But like, if you follow him, this is like all of his tweets are something like that. Like he'll tweet after a Commanders game, like, Commanders drop a big one on Monday Night Football. Tough loss for the guys. That's not even a good example. That's way
It's
too.
like that's even too much.
With the series being 2-2, Game 5 is very important.
Like next week is a big game for us.
Here we go. Even though my Dodgers lost to the Blue Jays last night, this series is so great and must-see TV. True.
Yeah. There's a charm to it because I love Magic Johnson. I grew up idolizing him as a player. Still one of my favorite players ever. There's this earnestness to it that I actually appreciate.
You think it's actually him, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It feels like it's a bot program.
Like a magic bot, yeah.
It's just like creating it for him and posting it. But maybe it's him. Also, 5 million people follow him.
I know. Well, because it's not, I mean, if you've seen him like interviewed, like he's like a brilliant storyteller and hilarious and charming and engaging and awesome and fun. That's not how he tweets, though.
It does not
He
translate.
tweets very differently. Like, tomorrow is a big game for us. Like, that's it. He's so earnest.
Yeah, it certainly does not translate in his tweets, which are just like very basic,
yes,
common denominator. Like, the Commanders play the Seahawks on Sunday night. With a 3-5 record, Washington will need a big game to get its 4th win, or something like that.
It's like that.
That's where we are. All right, our Grant and Danny poll today. Metropolitan Moving and Storage sponsors our poll every single day. Long distance, local, residential, commercial, doesn't matter. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. They'll get you moved. DCMetropolitanMoving.com. Do you think Terry McLaurin salvages his 2025 season when he comes back from this injury? Yes or no? Only 81% are saying no. Only 18% think he will bounce back and finish this season strong enough to feel like he'll go into the offseason with some momentum.
Because if he misses a game or two, right? So if he misses this one, he's already missed, 5 as it is. And if he misses another one, when are you talking about him coming back? And, is he able to hit the ground running, so to speak, when he does? You're running out of time for him to have the kind of impact we're talking about. It would be the Dolphins and then kind of that stretch run at the end where you're playing all of the NFC East teams. So again, it's just a hard ask for him to be able to come back and beat Terry McLaurin.
If you think the Commanders are alone with their cluster injuries at receiver, you're wrong. How about this from Bears practice today? Their top 4 wideouts: DJ Moore, hip and groin; Roma Dunze, heel; Olamide Zaccheaus, knee; and Luther Burden, concussion. All didn't practice today. Stick aside, how do you even have a practice?
You don't throw
without your top 4 receivers.
I guess you hand it off a bunch and maybe throw to some tight ends.
That might be one of those days where you just have like members of your staff stand there as receivers or kind of jog through routes or something and catch passes just to give a little look to the quarterback of what the concept looks like against the defense, right?
I would say so. I mean, you got to, you do have a scout team, you do have practice squad Peters, but still, the whole point is some of that timing and getting looks against the defense. You can't get that, but none of those guys able to go.
It feels to me, I guess we say this every year, like there's just more big injuries happening around the NFL this year. But I think this is just kind of the common refrain at this time. It's definitely the new norm.
A few years ago, remember, it was quarterback, and there were like 17 guys that weren't the plan at QB playing in a given like week 10 or 11. It seems to be clustered this year around, we're using the word cluster a lot, cluster around wideouts, right? Because like significant injuries too, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors, and you kind of go down the list.
Speaking of injuries, Carson Wentz is out for the year, suffered a pretty serious shoulder injury, played through it. He was in so much pain on Thursday Night Football, and Kirk Herbstreit was killing him on the broadcast. Like, he was getting after him a little bit, talking about how he's got to be better as a leader because Wentz like threw his helmet down when he came over and he was grabbing at his shoulder. Body language was bad. He was sitting by himself on the bench, like staring up. And I think Kirk maybe thought he was like showing up his teammates or the line or something, when obviously what had happened was that Wentz had this legitimately serious season-ending shoulder surgery that needed surgery. And for some reason, he kept playing. I don't know why they didn't bench him and go to Brosmer if he was that hurt. He's defending the Vikings today, saying no one forced me to play. But two-parter here for me. Number one, I don't know why Kevin O'Connell kept him in the game. It was so obvious that he was pretty seriously hurt. Not like, oh, that guy's playing through pain. Like, man, that guy's really not okay. And then secondly, I actually think Kirk Herbstreit, and I don't say this often, went a little too far. And now that you know there's an injury, probably should have a little mea culpa where he's like,
I agree with that.
Whoopsie, my bad.
Yeah, in real time, because here's what you assume as the broadcaster, and maybe you shouldn't assume it, but here's what I assume watching: that Wentz is fine to play, but he's in some pain. So is everyone else, right? But his is very visible. Well, now what we've learned in retrospect is that it was way worse than that, and he shouldn't have been out there at all. That's a O'Connell failure, and a team failure there. So. But from that perspective, if you assume that there's a normal procedure taking place where the guy's okay and he's throwing his helmet and carrying on, it doesn't look real good.
Who's getting sent home? Who's getting immunity? We've got the results for Commanders Survivor coming up. We're taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Bad news for the Commanders today on the injury front. Terry McLaurin is going to be out for Sunday Night Football against Seattle. He re-injured the same quad that forced him to miss the last 4 weeks leading up to Kansas City. He retweaked it on the catch down the sideline is what Dan Quinn speculated. He's going to have that quad reevaluated next week, but he's going to be out for Sunday Night Football against Seattle. Laramie Tunsil and Matt Gay didn't practice today. Jaden Daniels, the plan is for him to practice fully all week. Hopefully he should be good to go for Sunday night against Seattle. The Commanders today signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad tonight, Game 5 of the World Series. Blue Jays and Dodgers at 8 o'clock. Series tied at 2 games apiece. Blake Snell takes on Trey Savage. This October, only score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We're Grant and Danny, and we're brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate administration. They do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a consultation for free today with their team. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. Go to kmlawyers.com. Again, mention us for a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Not sure if you saw this afternoon, Danny, but lost amid the shuffle of all of the NFL news. The Washington Post reported that Miguel Cairo was informed he will not be the Nationals manager next season. Nothing surprising about that, but that is one more name you can rule out of the managerial search. We know he had interviewed for the job. Most of last year's staff, including Darnell Coles, Jim Hickey, informed they will not return unless the Knicks manager opts to keep them. So they'll be able to interview for the job with whoever is named manager, but it seems like the expected wholesale changes on the field staff, which feel much needed, are coming for the Washington Nationals.
Even if Miguel Cairo was the greatest interim manager in the history of interim managers, with a brand new front office coming in, new paradigm, new everything, he still would have had an uphill climb, I think, to be able to retain that post. Not his fault, by the way, thrown into that spot. But yeah, new voices needed. You need a perfect balance here. And this is a hard one because you need some teaching, right, with some of these young kids. Too many valleys, too many prolonged slumps, too much still getting picked off and not base running well and doing things that you frankly should be over now. You know what I mean? It's like we're doing year one Victor Robles type stuff in certain cases. They also need kind of that steadying hand. They need the good personality guy, that's got to cater to some of the veterans and things like that. They need someone who can communicate some of the ideas of the front office well. This is not an easy managerial search by any stretch for an front office that's still forming.
Well, that's last part's the key, I think, too. They're a little behind in the managerial search, certainly behind a team like San Francisco, which has already announced their manager, some of the other teams that seem to be whittling down their searches. There's way less known about the Nats search, way fewer names have trickled out, and I think a big reason for that is Paul Taboni, who sat in that seat and hung out with us for an hour a couple of weeks back, has had so many other things to handle. Now, number one, these managerial searches in baseball in the offseason happen at a glacial pace anyway, because you're really not allowed to announce any news. Nothing can really trickle out during the postseason series. So unless there's a day or two hiatus between rounds, baseball restricts teams from any kind of announcements. So even if they were making a lot of headway on the managerial search, we probably wouldn't know it, barring some really good journalism being done. But that said, I think because they're trying to still get to the bottom of what's the front office structure, what's the title going to be for DeBartolo? Who else is coming in here to be assistant to the general manager and the president of baseball ops, Taboni? They've got an entire staff they're filling out. They made sweeping changes a couple weeks ago. I mean, I was talking to somebody with the team today. Even stuff that nobody would ever know about, people, that folks that are Nats fans wouldn't have heard of, like clubbies that have been with the team for years and years and years behind the scenes. One of the ladies who's responsible for so much of the logistics of coordinating everything in West Palm Beach for the team with hotel rooms and all this stuff. Like, these are not people that were doing bad jobs or needed to be let go necessarily, but when you're a part of the baseball operations, like that's the branch that you're on off of this tree, a lot of these people were let go, and they're going to bring in new people from other organizations to do those jobs. And I just say that to say that the scope of what they're getting done is so massive that manager's just not at the top of the list. But you have to simultaneously put together your list, do these interviews. They're doing that. I don't think Cairo should have been a serious candidate. And frankly, pretty much everybody on the field staff, other than Sean Doolittle, in my opinion, was fighting an uphill battle the moment Taboni came in here to keep a job going into next year. I would like to see Doolittle retained as part of their pitching group in the organization. I think he is a good fit for Taboni with his analytical mind as a former player. But otherwise, it's going to be a really welcome addition to see a lot of fresh faces on this staff, how they instruct, how they coach. It needs to change.
It's essential. And again, some of it is, you get swept up in the wave. We talked about this, sort of when the rubber meets the road. There are some really good people, some good baseball folks who got swept up in that and who won't be here anymore. It's not all fill in the blanks' fault that this rebuild has taken forever, didn't go anywhere, they're spinning their wheels, and 6 years after the championship, it looks worse than maybe it ever has, right? That's not one person's fault that probably lost his gig, but such is the nature of pro sports, right? You feel sorry for that person individually, but in general, if you're asking me on a binary, are wholesale changes needed? I'll say yes. If I have to default to one too many over one too few, I'm making one too many, given what we've seen over the last several years.
Well, when you blow out your president and your manager in season, and you bring in a new, very, very different thinking person to run everything, and you're making a sea change. That's what they're doing. Mm-hmm. You're making a massive shift in structure, philosophy, paradigm, how you're going to run things, how you view the baseball industry and the world. Guess what? There's going to be a ton of change. And it stinks that some really good people lose their job, but this is what happens. This is how it works, to your point. I'm looking ahead to week 9 in the NFL very quickly. There's actually some pretty fun little matchups this weekend. Last week, Danny, was a bit of a clunker. We knew that going in. On paper, there were a lot of big lines and a lot of teams playing each other that felt like, barring a major upset, not going to be very good football. Few of the games standing out to me. First, 4:25 on Sunday, nationally televised, Chiefs-Bills. Maybe a matchup to see who eventually ends up being the number 1 seed in the AFC. This is currently the best rivalry in the National Football League, the two best teams in their conference.
This was the one that Kansas City folks, when we were talking to them, were like, yeah, this would have been a lot more fun if Daniels was playing, but we're all just waiting around for the Bills game. Can you imagine that luxury, by the way, to be able to look past opponents and still know it's going to work out for you? But yeah, I mean, these are the two of the 3 or 4 members of AFC royalty over the last several years. Bills don't have as much to show for it, obviously, as Kansas City does, and Cincinnati's the only team that's really gotten them, that in a Tom Brady weird overtime rule situation over the last several years, but Buffalo's been right there. I mean, they're basically just playing out the season so they can get to the postseason. They're that good.
Another really good one, the Colts on the road, 7-1, taking on the Steelers, 4-3 in Pittsburgh. 2 AFC teams that as of right now would make the playoffs. The Colts are the best team in the NFL by way of record.
Yeah.
And the DVOA, like all the numbers when you take away prior thoughts, tell you Indianapolis is outstanding.
I think that's the key. You look at the raw data. You take any emotion out of it. You take out your eye roll at Daniel Jones or your, yeah, right, okay, but it's Indianapolis, so what? They should be undefeated, to be honest with you. It was a ridiculous mistake of somebody dropping the ball before they got to the end zone. That is their only loss. Yeah, they are the best team on paper in the NFL right now.
The Saints are going to debut Tyler Shuck as their starter against the Rams. 1-7 New Orleans has benched Spencer Rattler. That's a 4:00 window game in L.A. And as far as big storylines go, J.J. McCarthy is back under center for the Vikings. Carson Wentz out for the year. Go get Detroit, J.J.
Good luck.
In Detroit, man, on the road in that dome. It's going to be a really tough spot. He's taking on his buddy Aiden Hutchinson, who got a massive $45 million a year contract today.
Yeah, Detroit's, somehow always seems to have cap money to lock some of these young players up. And it seems like they're never out of money somehow, some way. Really good management by them up there. That was a major loss for them, not having Hutchinson down the stretch. I mean, they had a million injuries on that defense, but that's one of the big reasons why, honestly, I think Washington was able to beat them in their building and stun them, despite an offense that still did a lot, even though they turned it over 5 times, Jared Goff.
Speaking of stunning, we found out today that Terry McLaurin will not play Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks when Dan Quinn met with the media to update some critical injuries for Washington including quarterback Jaden Daniels.
All right, guys. We visited some yesterday. It was a good day with the crew. Honestly, still heading out to practice now, but a lot to get done, all three phases. As a whole group, man, we're pumped to be back at home. Going to be an awesome Sunday night of football. So I'll get right in with you guys.
So more about that plan with Jaden. What do you expect from him this week, and what is it that you're looking for? And I guess how tricky can it be with the hamstring issues coming back from that?
Yeah, great. The plan is for him to practice full all week. And so today it'll be slow moving, but he'll stay after, do extra, more routes, receivers, tight ends, and back. So it'll be a little bit adjusted for him based on his readiness going in, and also, not playing from Monday. So, but the plan is for him full all week.
And then going back to the run game too, after looking over the last couple of days, do you see an issue? If so, what is it?
Yeah, we're going to dig in hard. We already have. We didn't love the targeting in the game for us. That's a fancy term for who has who, and that's a common thing. Defense that's got multiple fronts and different looks, but we've got to be able to nail those down and make it really clean, John, and really fast for us to go hit those targets. When we do that, we like how that looks and the results of it, and we'll need that this week. This is a team with an excellent defensive line. Big guys, speed edges, the whole thing. So we'll have to really nail the target and make sure it's at the right spot, right locations. And if we do that part right, our success in the run game usually follows that. But it'll be really important in that space.
Any update on Laramie, and do you expect him to be out there too?
Yeah, so I'll give you a couple updates on the injury side of things. So let's start just on the top. Terry re-injured his quad, and so he'll be out this Sunday night. We'll reevaluate it next week to see where it goes. Bum for him, for us. It's just tough, where it goes. But we'll see what, the next week looks like. And then for LT and Matt Gay, we'll hold both of them today. And we'll give them every chance. And I think I'll have a really good sense, Nikki, by Friday on both. But we'll give them every shot to go do that. So I just give you a better sense on that Friday. But I should have hit that on Terry earlier, and that's pretty much the updates on the injury side.
Any expectation of how long for him, or kind of is this worse, or?
No expectations on that. Nothing long term of that we're under consideration for. So still early days, but we'll reevaluate it, see where we go and where it can take us. But too early to predict. Just like a day and a half later.
Did you think simplifying the defensive calls worked out in real time against a guy that's the master of off-schedule plays?
Yeah, I thought a couple things. I thought, arrow going up, and we still got a lot of our story to write on defense of how we play. But I thought the tackling and the tracking, Dave, I thought that was better, and that's a part of processing quickly. Creating some takeaways, I thought that was a big piece for us of stepping in the right direction. The third piece, if you want to play good defense, is limiting a lot the explosive plays. The off-schedule plays, those are the hard ones. One, we thought, eye discipline, stay, man-to-man stay. And so I would say we took a level up, because of the ball, the tackling improved. Now that the last piece, when you can eliminate, you're not going to eliminate them all, but when you limit those, man, you give yourself a good chance to play well. And so, me, I'm not an except for type of person. Good except for. I don't live that way. I don't think that's how good ball is played. So that's limiting, eliminating, get to that spot. Then I think the story gets better of how we're playing.
With Marshawn, he had the interception. He got his head turned around. Along with that, how did you think he played overall?
Really thought he played one of his best games. He was connected, and these guys outside, I think we may have talked about before the game, they can absolutely fly, from the receiver standpoint. So could he stay down, play guarded when we had to? So the big plays for us weren't ones that went outside down the field, a scramble and over. So those were the ones that I was pleased to see, but getting his head around on the fade from the inside, it's a tough play. It's one a lot of people try just because you see it's man-to-man, and a back shoulder is tough to defend. So that was big for us, to get points when they're down in that space. But I thought it was one of his strongest games.
Hey, Coach, you've described Jaden Daniels as one of these guys who's an ultimate competitor. How hard has it been for him having to be on the sideline a couple times this season?
It's very hard. he is that competitor. So it's a process to go through. You acknowledge it. It sucks. And, now it's the spot of, okay, what do I need to do? What are the things moving forward to be absolutely ready to go? But yeah, for sure, it's frustrating, all those things for not just him, but for a number of the other guys. When you miss, man, they put so much into this. And so when you don't have that chance to go get it, man, it's hard, but it is part of, like these guys are at the 1%, man, of everything. And so when you're competing on that level, it happens. You don't like it, and it's hard, but knowing for him that it was going to, hopefully be a quick turnaround, and we hope that it is, you go back and you get ready again.
And you guys are in the Super Bowl era uniforms this weekend. What kind of memories does that conjure for you as someone who you've talked about growing up watching a lot of NFC East football?
Yeah, I think it's really cool, and I know you guys got a chance to see them as well, but what an awesome night, to get a chance to celebrate Art Monk. I think the Seahawks may be in some throwbacks as well, so for those who are old enough to remember what those look like and what ours will look like, I think it's really cool, and nothing better, man, than to honor the tribute, for guys that have paved the way and did it at the highest level. So very cool deal for us.
Was there any one particular play that Terry hurt himself on?
There was. I believe it was on the sideline challenge catch. But I don't have that, can't say that for sure. But he made some significant plays for us. Certainly the one, the toe tap in the end zone was just, elite.
I know it's been a familiar situation with the receiver room, having to deal with him in and out of the lineup, Debo in and out of the lineup. But is that a position that, as a team, you kind of feel comfortable where you at, or do you feel like you might need to add some help there to kind of round out that room?
No, we're comfortable where we're at. Like we said, this is not something that's going to be a thing that's going to knock him out for a long time, we hope. So no, we're very comfortable with where we're at.
And then for Jaden, I know you're saying you're expecting him to be full this week. If that remains the case, he's going to play on Sunday. But how difficult is it to kind of get into a rhythm without having his guys out there, with McLaurin being sidelined and then Noah Brown still being on IR?
You just do it. There's not like in our game. There's you just have to figure it out and find a way. You make the choice and you go, and that's why afterwards he'll stay after, get some specific routes, potentially with some specific receivers. But that's part of the gig, and you find a way, and every game isn't played out exactly the same. What do we need to do to match up in this game? And one of the things I really admire about Jaden is man, can he adjust? All right, when the play starts this way and has to go another way, when the route has to change, I think maybe the best examples of that are some of the ones with him and Zach, where maybe have called this way, but on the zone I play here, on man-to-man I work a leverage here, and so the adjustable parts, that's a big deal when you don't have everybody there all the time with the reps. It's a factor, but one thing about Jaden, man, he's a great communicator, and this guy figures it out, and he just does. He's got that X factor to him, and that's how we got to get down.
Obviously been a rough 5-6 months for Terry. How is his mental status, and how do you try to reach out and just get him through it all?
You just talk about it, as opposed to, avoiding it, and acknowledge, man, this sucks, and it sucks that we're going through it, but it also know you're going to be back too. And that's a really big deal to know that. It gives you light to know that it happened, you're pissed, but man, it's also going to go the other way as well. And so talking about it, knowing that, I think sometimes you just got to just say it out loud, say the hard things out loud. It does suck, man. But you know what? It's also the next chapter is going to be excellent. And that's going to be coming up here as soon as he possibly can. And we'll know more on that from a timeline as we get through this week. But just acknowledge it. I think that's the main thing.
And then you've talked about, you and AP talk all the time about the roster. How do those conversations change as you approach the trade deadline?
As he, this time of year, there's a lot of talk, obviously. And but he's on top of it, he and his staff, going through with, when people call and go through and evaluate things. But the pro scouting department's a big part of the trade part too, because they grade all the players in the league, all the teams, different divisions. So right now you could go and look on a player, X, this team, this position, and there'd be a write-up on them. And so every team has that. And so most of the time there's just a lot of talking, but he does a great job of keeping me informed of, if there was ever a discussion that was serious or not. But, as it gets closer, we would talk if things did. And last year it did. And so, like every year is different and the same, and not every opportunity is the same. So, but he does a great job of staying on top of it and does a great job of communicating with me too.
Dan Quinn, head coach of the Commanders, with the media today, talking about his relationship with Adam Peters as they get closer to the trade deadline. The aggressiveness of Peters to go get Lattimore, which had already happened, frankly, at this time last year, does make you wonder if that same aggressiveness gets applied on the other direction. Like when they were buying, he really did buy. He went and moved picks and got one of the top corners on the market. He made a huge splash. Now, it hasn't worked out, but that's another story. Could it go the other way where he decides to sell? And you got to be aggressive. You got to make a lot of phone calls. You got to work the phones, but maybe you do trade 2 or 3 pieces as they're now 3 and 5 staring down the barrel here of the rest of the gauntlet.
Certainly what I'm rooting for. I would rather my GMs be aggressive when it came to whatever option you're taking. I mean, the whole point is to try to go big and win the damn thing. So sometimes that means aggressively backwards, right? Where you could, I've always faulted regimes under Snyder and Bruce and Vinny Boombatz and these buffoons. They needed to eke out one more win to make everything look better. Every coach had to, if it's much better to be 7-9 than to be 6-10. Not really for me. I don't really care about that, but they do for their resumes. And there was nobody ever thinking big picture, long term, et cetera, when it came to layered thinking or next year or whatever. And so I know it's partly the NFL paradigm is to, see what happens and everybody's got to compete. And how do you look the veterans in the eye? Easy. It's a cruel business. Go hard or get cut. It's pretty simple to me. They should be aggressive in that regard because this is not a championship team. And that's the point. As soon as you recognize that, your paradigm flips. They thought going into this year it was. Understandable. It's not.
Well, I don't even think you have to be a championship team to not sell, but you got to be a playoff team. And this is not a playoff team either. You could rip off unexpected wins Sunday night, and maybe now it gets hard to sell because if you beat Detroit, you're right back in the thick of things. But barring a really stunning win against the Seahawks, and we now know Terry McLaurin isn't playing, Jaden Daniels will be back from what Dan Quinn just said. And now you're 3 and 6 ahead of the deadline, which is Tuesday at 4 p.m. All of our football discussion on The Fan today has been presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's Wednesday, which means it's time for Commander Survivor. Day later than normal with the Monday Night Football game. You'll forgive us. You voted at Facebook.com/Grant and Danny to give a player immunity and to send somebody home. Laramie Tunsil is safe after last week. He was immune. So let's see how the people spoke. I was told that we had a ton of votes. Sounds like over 500,000 votes today.
We're looking at 650,000 votes from the people.
Wow.
They
Amazing.
show up
Incredible.
for Commander Survivor on
Support
Facebook.com.
for this show and this segment, Darius, it just
It
stuns
moves
me
you. You know,
every
you
single
you
week.
see the process in action.
It's tough counting up all those votes too. It's not easy.
Yeah,
but I do it for the people.
Did you have help, or was that a solo mission?
It was a solo mission. Told me. He said, "No, I'm not doing it this week." He said 600,000. No, not this week.
And you hand count.
Well, of course, that's how you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Do it.
Well, then
In any election?
Ryan comes in and is like 17. He's like, damn it. And he starts to start over again.
Darius is Maricopa County. We're always waiting like 2 weeks for his results.
Yeah. You can't. You don't want to have any controversies when it comes to voting.
No
Don't want
irregularities.
that. No. So let's go with our player that receives immunity. He actually led the way by a wide margin, even though I thought Wagner got way too many more votes than he should have. By a wide margin, Trey Amos gets his first immunity of the season. How about that for the rookie?
Trey Amos with a PBU. Probably should have been a pass interference, but
You talking about that clean play that he made?
The clean play where he got there
Clean
just in time.
play.
I'm a Trey Amos guy. He can play. It was obvious at training camp, and it's carried over to the regular season. He's been their most consistent cornerback this year. I think it's not even close.
Yeah, dubious honor, but yes, he has been. He's who I voted for, immunity.
Unfortunately, it's time to send someone home, and this week we are sending home another rookie. It's the rookie right tackle, Josh Connolly. You have been dismissed from Commanders Survivor.
Oh, boy. I get it. I watched that game, too. There were a couple plays he's going to want back. By the way, I'm actually surprised, not to go too hard against Josh Connolly, that he's made it this far. He had a really tough first couple of weeks, and it's not like the Cowboys game went very well either.
No, there's been enough injury, enough games missed, and it's not all guys that have nothing but built up credibility. So he's kind of gotten away with it. He's skated by. He's been in the bottom few, I think, probably a few times, but his number was called this time, the reaping.
I am still very confident about the player Josh Connolly is eventually going to be.
I'm with you.
Athleticism, physical traits, size, the way he moves, central casting. Like, that's what a really good tackle looks like as a rookie, but he's going through some growing pains.
Yeah, the Karlaftis sack that Mariota ends up stepping up on that play, if you watch it, Connolly's right in front of us. Forklifted. Just pushed back.
Yeah, we call that being on skates.
Yeah, that's about 8-9 yards back.
It's
and
like
Mariota's
being on rollerblades and someone shoving you and you just can't stop.
I'm on ice. What am I doing? Mariota turns to his right and he goes, "What are you doing here?" Oof.
Big thanks to all of you for checking out the show today. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Overtime comes your way tonight right here on The Fan with Linnell Willingham. So that means it's Lenover time this evening. Toby's got you an update. Thanks for checking us out. For Darius, Ryan, and Tobes, Grant and Danny saying so long. Back at it tomorrow afternoon on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.